Are you into cryptocurrencies? I gotcha. I gotcha. You've been token in Pennsylvania? Have you been token? Good. Do you like The Office? Fuck yeah. How far are you from Scranton? Oh, you're deep. So you're in Western Pennsylvania? Or Central Pennsylvania? Alright, well that's Western Pennsylvania, isn't it? How far are you from Erie? Yeah. Okay, so you're in like Central Pennsylvania. Yeah, that's where Viva La Bam was. Wait, so you're in Westchester, so that's Eastern Pennsylvania. You're in Wayne, Pennsylvania? Very well. What, like the computer place? Is that a big deal? Is it expensive? Yeah, I know what you're saying. How often do you go there? Alright, so Wayne, Pennsylvania is, in comparison to the rest of the state, dog, you are way eastern. You're near Philadelphia. Yeah, dog, you're near Allentown. Tight. So, you're not 3 hours to Scranton, are you? No. We're gonna do it right now. Wayne to Scranton. Have you seen all the offices? It's like an hour and a half. No, that's Wayne, New Jersey. You're Wayne, Pennsylvania, right? I don't either. I think they should be illegal. That's what your gas tax is, dog. So, who's your favorite character on The Office? All right, I can fuck with that. You know they were gonna do a spin-off of his show, which they still may do someday, called The Farm. Yeah, his wife on it was super hot. It was not Angela. It was some other. It was that lady in the last season of The Office. She's like that hot blonde chick. And so, if you really are an Office super fan, you should listen to. It's called the Office Ladies Podcast on Spotify. It is. Oh, it's amazing. That's right. And are you a Villanova fan? Do you like Bryn Mawr chicks? Yeah, man. Bryn Mawr chicks are smart, man. They have good cross country. Yeah, it's like a small women's liberal arts school in Pennsylvania. What do you think of Sirianni? Do you like Jalen Hurts? You about to suck him off? I said you're about to suck him off. Everybody's sucking off these Kelsey brothers. We're done. What are your thoughts on Donovan McNabb? What are your thoughts on Terrell Owens? I asked you a question. What are your thoughts on Terrell Owens? T.O. He played, at least for Philadelphia, in the 2005 Super Bowl. All right, well, you're just reinforcing to me that you're a little bitch Philly fan. You don't go way back. And you don't go way back, dude. I'm talking about modern Philly teams. You don't even know about, like, Mike Golick. Do you even know who Mike Golick is? Who played for the Phillies? Do you even know about Veterans Stadium? Okay, cool. Dude, there is this girl on... Hit me with the baby. Because the Eagles kind of suck. Oh, hell yeah. That was amazing. He was one of the most, I would say, game-changing, dynamic players the game has ever seen at the NFL. So sick. They just said, "Do you, baby?" That's what and they took him out. They took him out during his prime. It's almost like Mike Tyson. Are you a fan of Puxatawny Phil? Do you ever go to King of Prussia Mall? King of Prussia Mall? Oh, really? That's a big deal, isn't it? Very cool. It was the 2009 season. What do you think of the Eagles' offensive line play with that push? It seems like they figured it out. Right. It was basically like they had a very good thing going, but then everybody kind of figured it out after a while. You know you want to finger bang that chick. Chiefs Philly was the Chiefs Bills was the divisional round, I believe. Yeah, it was the division. It could be rigged. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't be the first time, and it's not going to be the last time. For the NFL, that's a good question. I can go. I think it's all rigged. So I just kind of like people to find out that it's rigged. I personally, I mean, I live in LA, so I like the LA teams. I like San Francisco. It's in California. I like dynasties. So gotta respect what New England has done, and I also like some aspects of Dallas. To be honest with you, I'm looking at right now a Green Bay Packers jersey that's in my room of Reggie White. So I can't say that I'm not a Reggie White fan, but I also like Chicago Bears. And this year I was rooting for the Detroit Lions. So to be honest with you, I like yeah, you're 100% right on that one. Yeah, I like interesting games and such. So at least with Philly this year, they seem like they had a good squad. Jalen Hurts seems like he's a really good quarterback. He seems, if anything, he's a little undersized, but that doesn't seem to be getting in his way. He's definitely a top 10 quarterback in the league. Perhaps it's, oh man, they shit the bed, didn't they? They- well, yeah, I mean, they always shit the bed in the playoffs. They're terrible. So here's what I did. I played fantasy football on 20. I had 25 fantasy football teams this year, and what I did was because I hadn't played fantasy football in like 15 years, and I really wanted to just win one of the leagues that I was in. So I built 25 teams, and of the 25, I ended up winning 8 of the leagues, which is really good considering they're like 12-man leagues or whatever. It made What'd you say? Oh, I didn't put money into it. I just did the free version on ESPN. But what was really interesting, I'm not against it. I just need more money to be able to invest in that. But at this point, I found that I did really well in fantasy football, and of all of the teams that I had, 25 teams, not one of them had Christian McCaffrey on them, and I won 8 of the leagues. Usually, if you had Christian McCaffrey, it was like a guaranteed win for you this year. He was just so good. Did you play fantasy football? He was so good this year. He was like having 2 very good running backs as one guy. There were some weeks where he was scoring like 2 or almost 3 times what some running backs were scoring. So um, for me not to have him and to do so well in the leagues, I was pretty happy with that. Dude, have you seen what I'm doing on Twitter? I don't think you have. People every once an hour, a random Twitter account will tweet about me and about my stream. It's amazing. All you have to do is go to Twitter and type in ViralRabbi into the search, and you'll see number one, there are people who make videos about me, about how many Twitter accounts I have, how I have thousands of Twitter accounts. They're not correct. I don't have thousands of Twitter accounts. I have 815 right now. I know, but you don't know that it's starting to make waves on Twitter. I wasn't making waves on Twitter a year and a half ago because I just had one account. Now I have 815 accounts. Not all of them. Actually, a lot of people have become my fans now. Here's why. They find out that there's this bot that's going around, like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? But then they see that it's a real person behind it. And they're like, oh, wow, we didn't know that you're a real person and that we can actually watch you do all these things. And I think it's really interesting. I wasn't doing this a year ago, though. I didn't have this bot going. It's a new bot. I wasn't getting mentioned. Now I'm getting mentioned once an hour. Appreciate that. That's right. I appreciate that. I need to be stalked every once in a while. I need to be stalked. No, not sucked. Yeah, I need to be sucked every once in a while too, but I'm not asking you for that. You can stalk me. Have I had any hookers in here? I can neither confirm nor deny that information. Because what is a hooker? Have I ever had any hookers in my life? Too many to count, baby. At least track of 42. You take care, man. Enjoy King of Prussia, and say to your girlfriend that she's got good taste in television shows and boyfriends. Take care. Have a good night, man. You too. Absolutely. Don't be a stranger. Take care. Peace out. What's thanks? Door sound. Oh, you know, King of Prussia, like you know all about. Yeah. Oh, that's your good. No, it's not. It's easy. No, it's not. That's it. Oh, well, because if he was 3 hours from Brooksbury or from Scranton, it's kind of hard to be 3 hours away. You don't know shit about Pennsylvania. Shit, fuck. It's not good. Are you okay, though? What do you think of your family? Anyways, it's weird. Yeah? Not good. Okay? Yeah, I feel bad with me, but I can just tell you. They get people. You should go try to live in the mountains. Yoshi. What up, pimp? How you living, baby? What's new in your neck of the woods, West Side gangster? What's new, Kisara? How you living, baby? I'm kicking ass, taking names. Are you in China? I'm in California. Do you know where California is? Hell, have you ever been to California? You want to come live with me? All right, well, you can sleep next to me or on the floor. What's new? Can you repeat that? What'd you say? All right, well, where do you live in China? Hell yeah, Hong Kong. Shout out to Hong Kong, baby. Do you own the coin? Do you own a lot of cryptocurrencies? Tight. You know I'm streaming on YouTube? I'm on 4 different YouTubes right now. You're on YouTube. I'll send you a message. Just a moment. Here, we'll do it together. I'll show you. I'm gonna make your fucking day, dog. Just one moment. What's up, pimp? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you ready for this now?
Okay.
Here we go. I'm gonna show you my screen.
Okay.
All right, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see that.
Tight, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. So check this out, yo. These are all mine and they're all live. So let's look at this one. You ask me whatever the fuck you want. Go for it, baby.
What's writing there? It's not clear.
Hold on. Can you repeat what you just said? What'd you say?
The writing there is not so clear.
The writing?
Yeah. On your screen.
ViralRabbi, that's what I go as.
Okay.
So you can see I'm live on 4 different streams right now. Here, you can hear yourself. Watch this. Start talking. Say something. Say something.
Start talking. Say something. Like seriously, I don't know what to say right now. Start talking. Say something. Like seriously, I don't know what to say right now.
See, you're live on YouTube. Very cool, right?
Yeah, sure.
Now check this out. You ready to see some shit? Watch this. I have more Twitter accounts than any person in global history. I have over
Seriously?
815 Twitter accounts. I'm gonna show you right now.
Okay.
Just one moment. I've been streaming my life on YouTube for more than 2 years now. 24/7. You can see me eat, sleep, go to the bathroom, bathe, shower, everything live on YouTube. Check this out. Okay, so if we go over here and we type in ViralRabbi, first date, people are tweeting about me once an hour or so because I created a robot. Oh, let me show you my robot. You want to see my robot?
Sure. I'm gonna say fucking robot, you know.
Hell, you want to see my fucking robot? Here we go, baby. Just one moment. So, basically, what this thing does. Okay, you can see my You should see my cursor right there. Okay, just one moment, and you're gonna see my computer will work automatically. So, just give it a moment. Basically, what it does is it follows people on Twitter for me automatically, and it does it really efficiently. Now, if you're like, why isn't it going right now? I just haven't started it yet, so I'm going to start it in a second, and you'll see. Okay, here we go. So it goes over here, it clicks there. Now watch, it automatically will come over here and start clicking people. Watch, 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you see that robot going, automatically clicking for me?
Sure.
It's amazing, isn't it? Isn't it amazing? So then check this out. So while that's going there, watch this on Twitter. Watch this. Look, somebody just posted this an hour ago. How is having 500 accounts not platform manipulation? Evading a ban by making 500 accounts is mocking you at this point. Do we have to block 500 accounts? Or can you adjust this? See account names beginning with ViralRabbi. Click people. That's hilarious. So they at support, they at safety, and they at Elon Musk. That was an hour ago somebody sent that. How funny is that? Oh, you don't think that's so funny? This is a big account. This person has 32,000 followers. Can you hear me? Kathara, can you hear me? Yo, dog, can you hear me? Kathara, are you there, big dog? I can't hear you. Tight. Okay, now I can hear you. So somebody 1 hour ago dedicated. They have a big account. They have 32,000 followers. That's a big account, and they came over here and said, at support, at safety, at Elon Musk. How is having 500 accounts not platform manipulation? This person raises a great point. Evading a ban by making 500 accounts is mocking you at this point. It's true. I'm mocking them. Do we have to block 500 accounts, or can you adjust this? It's hilarious. So look at what other people have done. Look at what this person did. Watch out for this bot at ViralRabbi with tens of accounts made daily. Look at this one. This person made a video for me. Check this out. This person made a whole video. ViralRabbi has thousands of accounts. We're pulling it up right now. And is it true that I have thousands of accounts? I have 815 on Twitter. I have over 1,000 accounts on TikTok. Look at this. Look at all these accounts.
Yeah.
Somebody made a video dedicated to me to talk about these accounts. This person says, I've blocked 20 from ViralRabbi. I lock my account at night. That's so funny. Like, basically, I'm the ultimate troll. But my stream's going to get big. You watch. I mean, it just takes enough people that look at this. No idea what is going on with ViralRabbi, but I do find it suspicious. Duh. Several, like 5, were following me, and they aren't even in the screenshot. So, I mean, just look at this person talking about me. There are a lot of them, ViralRabbi. Pretty amazing, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Look at all these accounts that I have. These are all my accounts, every single one of these. And look, people even create like accounts. This blue one here, this one's not even mine, but this person,
This blue one.
yeah, this one's not even mine, but they made it because they see what I'm doing and they're trying to follow up with it. Basically, like they're like, oh, this person's dominating the internet. I want people to know about me, so they did the same thing.
Okay.
Look at all these accounts, and if you go to them, like let's take a random account that I have. I don't know, like a lower one though. We'll find one. So
Sure.
this 383. I mean, even this one has 269 followers. All of these have like hundreds of followers. So it's not like they have no followers. Every single one of these accounts has hundreds of followers potentially. Uh, so we'll look at this one, 413. It's got 45. The other one had not as many as I wanted. This one's got 90. But then I've got some of these that have huge amounts of accounts. Um, so it does, it kind of just depends. But I've created more accounts than any person in global history, and it's really exciting. So I'm really excited too that random people are mentioning me. So all you have to do, we didn't even search Rabbi Rothschild, we just searched ViralRabbi. And so now look at this. This is new stuff that people have said. I don't know. Somebody just wrote a whole bunch of stuff here. What does this say? This is in Japanese. Hold on one second. Oh, what are they saying? This is a new thing. We're learning this together. As you may be wondering about
Sure.
Rabbi Rothschild, he generates a large number of spam accounts and gives them false profiles to agitate politically and otherwise in countries. The culprit seems to be an act of aggression that costs less than Chinese Communist Party's military. Okay, that's cool. I mean, they said this 3 minutes ago, and they're replying to
Yeah.
so let's see what they're saying. They said this to someone. Let's see to whom they said this. So this is a big let's see what they said. As you may be wondering, okay, so that's what they said here. I don't know what all this means in Japanese, but we can look it up. As of right now, you can see that I'm making waves there. They're like wondering what is this, and I mean they have a lot of accounts. I mean a lot of posts. So that's just one of the people, and that was 1 minute, 3 minutes ago. So what else are people saying?
Yeah.
We've got okay. So this person had 2 posts about me 2 minutes ago. Then these are mine. These are just videos. These are all video. Now, this is another one of those videos. And then, let's see here if we can find any others in here. There's this one here. This guy, Rabbi Rothschild, has about 20 separate accounts with a lot of bot followers. Yet another account with big followers, mutuals, which I just blocked as well. At this point, I don't care if I end up with 10 followers, bet your accounts. Basically, they're trying to make people aware about me. I've blocked Rabbi Rothschild 99 times, almost as many times as I blocked Elon Musk. This person says, this is the 7th Rabbi Rothschild I've blocked today. I think I have already blocked various Rabbi Rothschild accounts close to 100 times. It's very funny to me that I'm taking over the internet. What do you think? It's just a matter of time until people start finding out about my stream. You know what I mean?
Sure, sure. You know what?
What, baby?
By the time this stream go live and wide, it's gonna be fucking us now, you know.
I agree.
Sure, sure, it's gonna be fucking us up. Because through the narrative here, actually pretty cool and awesome doing here, you know. And I'm cool with that.
Hell yeah, man.
Nice work, man. Nice work, nice
We're
work.
gonna thank you. We're gonna be really rich. We're gonna be
Yeah, yeah,
really,
yeah,
really
sure.
rich people.
I love those, you know.
Hell yeah, man. So if
I wish I can
once I become
have
rich,
one of those.
I'm gonna make you rich, and you're gonna take care of all your family and your friends and your debt if you have any, and you're gonna become very, very wealthy. And then you're gonna want to start a not-for-profit or like a charity. What kind of charity would you start? Who would you want to help?
The needy, you know.
You'd want to help the media?
The needy.
Oh, the needy, the poor.
The needy.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
absolutely. We would help the needy. The needy in any particular area of the world,
Yeah.
just poor people in
I
general.
guess kind of poor people, you know.
Absolutely. That's a beautiful dream, and we're going to help you with that.
Yeah.
This is so funny to me that that um
Sure.
it's entertaining to me that like literally we can go on here. Look, this person 16 hours ago, look at all these accounts that they did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They flagged 9 of them. And let's see what else we got going on here. We've got just lots of stuff. It's hilarious to me. So I see that as well, that it just can come randomly. So let's look up what this person said. This okay, here it is. Rabbi Rothschild, blah 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 blah. Okay, so we're coming over here, and we're gonna click on this because we want to know. We want to translate this. Translate post. Here we go. It translates. Rabbi Rothschild. There may be people who don't know this, but this is it. They are trying to confuse the target countries by creating fake family registers and manipulating public opinion in ways other than elections. The image is from an account that seems to be for Japan, but it's probably doing the same thing for most major countries. Interesting. So they think I'm doing it for Japan. I'm just doing it for myself.
Sure.
Isn't it funny that like people they think they know what I'm doing? Literally all I want people to know is that I'm streaming my life. That's all I want people to know. But yet they think that it's something having to do with the Chinese Communist Party or it has to do with Japanese ruling politics or it has to do with left politics or right politics. And it's literally like, it has nothing to do with any of that. It only has to do with people knowing that I stream my life. I think it's very funny.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Sure.
So that's what I've got going. How about you? What do you have going on?
I just focus on the daily job, doing the stuff, doing for payments.
You work for peanuts?
Payments.
Payments?
Yeah. You know, automobile company.
What do you do for a living?
I work in an automobile company.
You work for an
I just spray car.
automobile company?
Yeah, yeah. I just spray the cars.
Are you gonna come live with me in California?
Sure, sure. I would love to, but I don't afford that right now, bro.
You can't afford it right now?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, well, I'm gonna be rich soon, so when I am, I'm gonna have it so you can move to California, okay?
Yeah, yeah, cool, man. Sure, thanks.
You're welcome,
So we're
baby.
friends, right?
Absolutely. Come back anytime.
We're friends.
Definitely.
Okay. If I chat to you can message me now.
Okay, just one moment.
Okay?
Okay, just one moment.
Okay.
I'll do it right now. Well, I got you on the phone, so just hold on.
Yeah.
Now, I'm always in here, so if you ever need me, I'm right here. Let me find you as a contact. All right. So what's your screen name?
Guitar.
KIT.
CV.
Just one moment.
Age.
It doesn't show up there. Just one moment. Let me see if it shows up in here. KIT. Doesn't look there either. Alright, just one moment. We'll get it. View video chat. Alright, there you are. Open chat. Yo, dog. I'm about to send you. Yo, dog. Alright, I just sent you a message.
Okay. I'm gonna go through them. So we chat.
Alright, baby.
Okay. Appreciate it, Lord.
Absolutely. Hey, tell everybody about me in Hong Kong, and we're gonna move you to California soon, okay?
Okay, I will.
All right.
I will. Sure, man.
Take care, man.
You. Take care.
See you, baby.
Thank you. Yeah, still here.
Hey, man, remember that one guy was like, hey, don't call me baby? And we were like, well, fuck you. And then he muted us. Yeah. That was really unfair, though. Oh, damn. I think it's so funny that these people are like, at this point, he's just mocking you. At this point, he's just mocking you. You're so sweet. He's just mocking you. At this point, he's just mocking you. This lady's so funny. Do we really have to buy 500 accounts? At this point, he's just mocking you. At this point, he's just mocking you. That's like one of my favorite things that she said. At this point, he's just mocking you. Like, do we really have to block? At this point, he's just mocking you. Really? Oh, that's so funny to me. Dog, you know how fucking hilarious that is? At this point, he's just mocking you. Yo, pimp. What up, baby? At this point, he's just mocking you. ViralRabbi. Latest. Come on, damn it. What? Oh my god, this is a new one. TNA Como. This motherfucker has this shit ton. I bet this says, this motherfucker has this shit ton of shit. Really? This motherfucker has this shit ton of shit. Yo, dog. Where's your shit? You need that thing to fucking. Damn it. That sucks. This sucks. Everything sucks. What? Oh, damn. Okay, translate this shit. Dog, translate this shit. Translate. It has like 1,000 accounts. You would have to buy them all. Search ViralRabbi, and you'll get the ad, and you start with that name. I copied it, but I think there are more missing than more. Yeah, baby. Ninja Pickles, thank you, girl. Oh, you, Angie, girl, you gotta go. Hold on. I'll use some Angie Pickles, girl. Oh, 3 days. Fucking. Yo, posting shit. Hell yeah. Now what? Oh damn! 12 people talked about this, huh? I blocked this account and it follows me again. Oh no. Is he a rabbi? Rabbi? What is this? What is this saying? No, trying this shit. Yo, 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 this shit. Well, Angie Pickens, Angie and sweetheart. Alright, so that wasn't even the one that you wanted. Where's the other one? Or did they block you? What did that person say? That, okay, what am I gonna have to do? Like, do I have to really block 500 accounts? Every single day I have to block. That's my favorite. When people are like, every goddamn day I have to block them. That's when I know I'm working. It's very, very beneficial to society. Your account has been blocked. No shit. I was having 500 accounts that platform manipulation. Evading a ban by making 500 accounts is mocking you at this point. Do we have to block 500 accounts or can you address this? See account names beginning with ViralRabbi. Click people. You are so sweet. Oh man, you trapped it too. Really? Yeah, I like you, baby. Yo, dog. Wow. Bitch. You gave me a fucking nothing, you fucking.
the mechanism was the same. So when you identify the things on the left side, it's lifestyle, diet, exercise, sleep, quality of sleep, chemicals that accumulate in your body, heavy metals that you'll be using. When you identify what is activating your immune system, producing the inflammation, and when you understand that it's the inflammation that's primary cause of your life, and the recreational rate is determined by your genetics and your antecedents. That's a group rule that we see with it. For example, if you eat glucose 2-3 times a week, every week is one Tuesday, you also have mercury, because most of the human has mercury in it, and that's an antecedent. So it's your genetics and your antecedents that determine where the root root is and whether it manifests for you as Hashimoto's thyroid disease, as celiac disease, as rheumatoid, as multiple sclerosis, it doesn't matter. The mechanism is the same. It's always inflammation. When you understand this basic 101 concept, you practically say, oh, that's too simple. That's right. That certainly is. And when you stop eating the foods that activate your immune system, or when you identify that you've got too much left versus just a left in your body, or when you identify sleep is not important and you work on learning how to sleep better, rabbit tools to sleep, or when you identify that there's too many bad guys in your gut, malnutrition, and you eat too ill and healthy or diverse microbiomes, whatever the factors are on the left side, when you start to address those, the immune system starts to calm down less inflammation, and you can arrest or reverse the development of your autoimmune disease. There's hundreds of studies on that.
Is intelligence like this immune system is not knowing you are allergic to certain foods because they have an attitude. Thinking that all the foods can vary for people and not knowing the allergic.
Yeah, well, here's a good example with food recipes. For example, a gluten sensitivity. Read your picture, it doesn't matter. It's too often most of us refer to. In Italy, there are 36 centers of excellence designated by the government as gluten-related disorder centers. And when a patient goes to a doctor in Italy, if the doctor suspects that wheat might be a part of contributing to this person's inflammation or complaint, they refer them to one of these 36 centers. There's 24, 26 different levels of pediatric, psychiatric, they're all over the country. And the reason it's a good thing for a patient to go to the doctor if their doctor refers them there is because if you get a diagnosis from one of these centers of a wheat-related disorder, it doesn't have to be serious. Your food is attached to that. And so doctors will send patients to one of these gluten-related disorder centers. They get the diagnosis, and then the person gets off wheat, and their food is okay. They look at 5,000 patients who have been referred to these centers. So these are people who are sick, they went to their doctor, the doctor referred them to a wheat-related disorder to see if wheat was a problem. So they looked at 5,000 of these patients. What did they find? They found that 7% of them were celiac. 93% were not. They had gluten-related disorder, which is just as serious for them. It may be manifesting as rheumatoid, or it may be manifesting as MS. It's not manifesting as celiac, but wheat was the fuel in their body.
Okay, why is wheat such an allergy?
Give me that point on this if I may, though, because what they showed is that for all of these patients they consulted, 1 out of 8 had breast concerns.
burn symptoms, skin symptoms, joint symptoms, but it has symptoms. So if you're looking to address before you suspect that a food is a problem, you're going to get it right 1 out of 8 times, and you'll miss it 7 out of 8 times. Because people say, I feel fine when I eat food. I don't have a problem with food, I feel fine. Well, you're going to miss the problem 7 out of 8 times because you are saying that problem. You may have migraine, or your child may have fever, or have a central problem. What they're telling you is not a problem, so you don't suspect it's the food that you're eating that's contributing to it. The ratio is 8 to 1. Mm-hmm. Something like that. And there's no, well, is there a correlation now between food related disorders and I think there is a youth and urine?
Oh my goodness, yes. If you just Google psoriasis, for example, very severe skin problems, psoriasis and gluten, they're on the study. And there's so many studies now. Scientists have been writing about this for years. And it's just that the average doctor doesn't use the study. They just don't prescribe them. And so they just don't know that only 1 out of 8 are tested. Because if a patient doesn't complain about, well, when I eat this food, I feel this way. It doesn't take a rocket science say, well, if you feel that way, food, don't eat the food.
I'm curious, because you have freedom, which is so exciting. And I'm super curious, if you never see this kind of these days, and this kind of goes off, and just, take this real person, and then you let it go, you know what that person is every time going to do.
That's really a good question, and no one knows for sure. There's been a number of papers written on that, and no one knows for sure. But I think what happens, and what we're doing with our son, is we expose him to a little yeast bacteria, maybe once every 3 or 4 weeks. Just, for a couple of nights of a pasta or something. But just a tiny amount, hoping that you're stimulating his immune system to recognize this. But for him, it's not that big of a deal because he's not eating it every day. And you asked the question, why is wheat a problem? So let's go there. And it's a little bit of an answer, but people now know for the rest of their lives, look at wheat as a problem. We have the exact same body as our ancestors 10,000, 15, 20,000 years ago. The same kidneys, the same gallbladder, the same immune system. Our bodies are identical. But genes don't change very quickly. And so we carry the genes of our ancestors. Before agriculture, about 10,000 years ago, all of our ancestors were nomad. They followed the herds. They walked around everywhere following the herds for food. They were nomads. And their primary concern was finding food. That was number 1. Number 2 was shelter and safety. But food was number 1. So if they see something, they pick it up off the ground, they nibble at it, at first they smell it, then they nibble at it, and then they'll eat it. And if there was something there in the food that was a bad product, the actor in the film is supposed to say, but if it doesn't, all of the food we eat goes to the stomach first, and then it goes from the stomach into the small intestine. Just inside the first part of the small intestine, we have sensors standing down in our immune system. I think of the soldiers of Buckingham Palace, the little big guys, right? They're dormant. They don't do anything. They're dormant. If we don't mess with those guys, we can stand there all day, sick as can be, we won't touch it.
Right, because you're going to have food poisoning. It doesn't really get down to the lower intestine. It just spits it out.
Right. So through centuries, they're standing there, and they're watching everything that comes out of the stomach to see is there any bad bugs in there. And if they identify a bad bug, 2 things happen.
within 5 minutes, almost immediately. Two things. One, first, they activate the production of the protein that causes inflammation. That's part of the iron. Why do they increase iron? Because when you iron is like fuel for your cells to go. And when you have more iron, you essentially fuel. So the cells, they get to have just a tiny little bit. And when that happens, water inside the body goes into the root into the food of the intestine. Because the water washes out the body. It's a powerful diarrhea. It's washing it out. That's the first thing that happens is leaky gut is a life-saving mechanism. We didn't know that. We didn't suspect that leaky gut was bad.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break, but as you can say, Ryan is a bad guy. When we come back, talking with Dr. O'Brien, his website is the informationauthority.com. We'll be back with 10 minutes after the break, and once again, you're listening to First to Taste Online. I'm the author of the 24-hour vision of women seeing James Harden and others over contractual dispute related to a Beverly Hills ransom. So Los Angeles Clippers guard Reese in 2019 wants a judge to order the NBA player to attend the deposition and impose a fine of more than $10,000. Officials say a man died at the drowning in a lake outside of SoFi Stadium. First responders replied to the scene Friday night after authorities received reports of an individual in the lake. A man was recovered from the lake and pronounced dead at the scene. According to SoFi Stadium's website, there was a diesel connected to the venue that evening. Suffering medicine qualified more rain on the way, lows in the 40s to around 50, highs later reaching the 50s and 60s. A flood watch and wind advisory are in effect beginning this afternoon. Right now, 54 in Garden Grove, 53 over Orlando, Lakewood has 51, and it's 50 in Pasadena. Ray Lester, 76 by 24 Newsroom, I'm Rick Crawford. Educated by traffic and bounces on the railroad last week with road over process business over the island to the right total. In Reverend no damage to the island with contact with people for the road by transfer to the island is the other part of the road. If you decide traffic bypass from freeway on the east into the BR road on it, the Livingston about Evo, which is not so completed, Victoria on the island after the road to turn the other side of the township of the Bible. KFI is saying it's the work after. I'm Jack Logan. Welcome to the very special episode podcast hosted by James Wilkinson. Every Wednesday, they'll tackle a new changes of the chief story that Market agents talking about the stock market news story. Explosive by politics. One case for your politics. You're for the high politics. That is every single one of these episodes. Anything follows in this society as you get into the story on this podcast. Listen to very special episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. For a one-time fee, Rodent will identify and clear all evidence of tracking and remove automatic sanitizer as remove automatic viruses and remove and replace all rat-nasty effects of antigens or agents. Rodent Stop is so confident that they can stop your running around
price problems, but they provide a lifetime guarantee. Read all the 5-star reviews on Yelp. If you have one too much in your healthy business, call ROTHSCHILD at 800-290-5343. 800-290-5343. We provide fast, friendly, and effective rodent control solutions throughout Southern California. Plus, our technicians are clean, friendly, and always on time. Just stop the rodents. Call ROTHSCHILD at 800-290-5343. Open 24 hours. Call 800-290-5343. You'll use Rabbi for with history services, forced and just This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. This year, the car manufacturer associated is announcing a no-cost mass premium vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for every auto repair. A local phone line has been established for all drivers to call for repairs for free. Call 800-475-0926 now. Private to our company will not have to pay for coverage repairs again. This protection plan is on lifetime only. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive good roadside assistance, paid time, and financing options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quote quote today. 800-475-0926. That's 800-475-0926. When you have a lead, call 800-475-0926. Again, 800-475-0926. We also have to take the first aid and active topic clean or clean. And we can regularly solutions there come in order to recognize the violence of compassionate people focusing on food sensitivity. We've seen so many things for restaurants and all of the markets and gluten free foods, but why? Why is gluten the bad guy? We've been talking literally about it. It's true, in my opinion, it's become a comfort food. It's been so genetically modified over decades that it's barely recognizable by the body anymore. Is there any truth to that?
So there is. It has been altered, and that makes it worse. But that is not the problem. That's why it's such an issue. As we were saying before the break, this is a little bit lengthy explanation, but once you understand it, then everything as easy as and they're looking at the protein structure of the food coming out, looking for the protein structure of bad carbs. And if they see a bad carb, they do two things. The first, they activate leaky gut right away. So what has the bad carb? Your fruit, so water comes into the intestine with leaky gut. That's why leaky gut is really good for you. Excessive leaky gut is really bad for you. Leaky gut stays our ancestors' lives every day. And so first thing is you get leaky gut if there's a carb in food, bacteria. The second thing that happens is it activates NFSD, which is the gut collagen at the food station. And NFSD says, you sorry, you got me here, you got me here, you got me in that neighborhood over there. And so NFSD is the major classifier of inflammation throughout the body. And so this happens within 5 minutes if the sensory standing guard do something that looks like a bad carb. You get leaky gut and you get inflammation, lots of inflammation in your gut to clear the body. And then wash it out. All that happens within 5 minutes. And you save our lives. So our ancestors who did not have a system working very well, they died. And they did not reproduce. So their genetic makeup died with them. But those that had good defensive mechanisms in their body, protecting them from bad parts in the food, they survived. And they passed on their survival traits to their offspring, which passed all the way down the line. Everything we eat has this mechanism in our gut screening everything that we eat every day without exception. It's part of the life-saving mechanism we inherited from our ancestors. Which is really a good thing. Here's the problem. We look at the amino acid structure, the protein structure of food looks like the shell of a bad bacteria. And so when we eat wheat, it all activates that old defensive mechanism when the food comes out of the stomach into the first part of the small intestine in every human. The protein function, there are 62 different proteins in wheat juice that have been shown to activate the immune system, not just 62 different proteins. And the problem with eaters, no human can digest it completely. So it breaks down into many of these, they're called peptides, they're little proteins. And it's these little proteins that activate the immune system because your immune system thinks they look like a bad bug. And if they look like a bad bug, they're going to kill us right away. So you activate leaky gut, and you activate inflammation every time you eat wheat. Without exception. And Professor Manny Leonard of Haifa, a very famous gastroenterologist, he did a review of over 60 research papers on this. And he published a conclusion with the American Medical Association, and he said we can activate transient intestinal permeability, leaky gut, in every food we consume wheat. And people want to say that because that's taken yes, there are many papers on it, and he wrote the summary for the 60 papers. So that, and this is what they teach at Harvard Medical School. Now, so if all of our new guys coming in, this is part of their educational program. They like all stuff that they implement.
There's so many pharmaceutical drugs for
Yes, that's right, because we have a toast for breakfast, sandwich for lunch, pasta for dinner. Remember, once again, it's only 1 out of 2 that get symptoms when they eat wheat. That's where the rest of us, it's brain symptoms, skin symptoms, joint symptoms, nervous system symptoms. It's like there's no gut symptoms. So when we eat wheat, we feel fine. 7 out of 8 of us feel fine. And that's what's so difficult because people think you don't feel better when you eat something that's bad. When you get gut problems or food poisoning, you get diarrhea. But only 1 out of 8 get sick.
what about gluten free food? Is there more gluten?
The problem with gluten is they do not, gluten-free foods in general avoid activating that sensory standing gut in general. But there's a couple of problems with gluten-free foods in the light of this discussion. The first one is the Pew Research Center at Columbia University in 2019, they published a paper in the journal Gastroenterology, famous journal, and they had 804 people that they gave testing to, and they said, go out in the community, go to gluten-free restaurants and order a gluten-free menu. And ordered 7 things of gluten-free menus. And when they ordered food, and the waiter waitress walked away, they said, you put the equipment on the table along with 7 cartridges, and when the waiter and waitress came back, they looked at them, checking the food, and they would put some of the food in the cartridge and put it in the testing machine. And so they checked 5,624 different foods. 32% of everything on a gluten-free menu is not gluten-free. There's contamination issues. 32% of everything. 51% of gluten-free toothpaste is not gluten-free. 54% of gluten-free pasta is not gluten-free. It's contaminated. And that's a problem for people that have this sensitivity to wheat. They're eating gluten-free pasta, and they feel better, but they don't feel great because they're still getting minor amounts of exposure that activate inflammation in their gut.
Maybe because the facility has wheat and other products, they're going to talk about it and how it can be different.
Very common. So in a field of wheat, there may be a couple of plants of wheat the seed blew over from another field, another farmer's field, and there's a little bit of you growing up in those other fields, and it gets all mixed up with the wheat in it, so you get some residue of wheat in your oat. And the crop that takes the oat to the manufacturing facilities in the field, use those as wheat in the oat. And they don't clean it up. And so there's contamination issues with gluten free food. That's a whole other thick we teach our patients how to avoid that, how to eat gluten free food and avoid those contamination issues. You have to take the enzymes. You have to take enzymes that protect you against any inadvertent exposure. And they talk about the gluten-free Mediterranean diet, and it's the most balanced food in general. Because some people need vegetarian, or they want vegetarian, or some people need keto for a while. But in general, for the vast majority of people, the gluten-free Mediterranean diet is a great diet, and they've got the pyramid in that. And it's a very bottom of the pyramid, the food pyramid. Very bottom, where the dominant thing that you take every day is water. You never see anyone put it in a food pyramid, and drink is so critically important to having water. And the gluten-free is at the very top of the pyramid. You would not very often. You would have gluten-free chocolate. Certainly not every day. So the idea of, okay, so we could tell somebody, or we could tell you, I'm going to use gluten-free now. You don't replace your wheat with gluten-free products and keep eating the same amount of bread, or the same amount of pancakes, or the same amount of pasta. You know, gluten-free products you eat not very often at all, but as you should. They're not part of the balanced diet. Yeah, and of course at the very bottom, first thing is water. So you have to go right away to get rid of plastic straw is a nice open 4-lane highway instead of 1-lane dirt road. When you're dehydrated, you've got a 1-lane dirt road to try to get rid of all this stuff every time your body. So I did an exercise yesterday. I travel a lot, and I've not been exercising as regularly as I wanted to. So yesterday I was able to catch up. I'm in LA right now, so I was able to catch up a little bit and work out harder than usual. My muscles are sore today. And everybody knows that's just practice effort. That's just the exhaust of the muscles. Drink some water and you'll be fine. Right? Our cells produce exhaust. And the muscle cells, it's lactic acid, which is why you get a hit or they make a lactic acid. But every cell produces exhaust. If you don't have enough water to get the exhaust in your body to wash it out, the exhaust accumulates. It accumulates inside your cells and it becomes really toxic oil. And if you increase the oil in your car for 100,000 miles, that car won't run very well at all. And it's the same for our body. You've got to get rid of the old and toxic cells and all of the garbage from your cells, the exhaust of the cells. If you don't have enough water, you're not going to do that. And you're going to get more acid, more debris in our bodies, more sickness in our joints. So water is at the very bottom of the pyramid, and the most dominant thing that you focus on every day. It's a fluid amount per pound weight. And if you're exercising a lot,
wedding, or if you're getting into someone else's wedding, or today, you know, in LA, I had a chance, I went to a wedding, but that got lots of sweat. And then it goes on the last of the water. This time, body weight. So a third to a half inch of water per pound. That's at the very bottom of the scale. That's interesting. Yes, right. Now, here's fruits and vegetables. Every day, lots of fruits and vegetables. Because the day knows all the colors of the rainbow. Because each of the colors has different health benefits in your body. Purples benefit your brain, red benefit your reproductive and your immune system, blue benefit your brain once again, blueberries is known for many, many years. One cup of blueberries a day for 3 years, and your brain's working as well as it was 13 years earlier. This is great, and it puts you organic blueberries. And I buy like bags of frozen organic blueberries at a time and just put them in the freezer. And for many years, every night I just have a little fruit as a fruit. And the tastiest can be when they're frozen like that. I agree. I love blueberries. I have a lot of blueberries in the salad. That's a great place to start. So the first thing for organic, of course, is okay. Next is fruits and vegetables. Lots and lots of fruits and vegetables. After that comes nuts and seeds. Lots of nuts and seeds and a variety. There's so many things. Just type in walnut and green pumpkin. Here come the studies. Or walnut and black pumpkin. Here come the studies. So just 4 or 5 walnuts a day. You know, if you throw them into your fruit salad, just throw a handful in there. You're getting studies. Nice that you do that. And I recommend that you buy a pound of a number of different types of always organic, and you put them in a big Ziploc bag in your freezer, all in there mixed together. You just take a little bowl and you scoop out some and you put them on the kitchen counter, the bowl, every day. You tell me what, your kids are going to pick out the macaroni. You call it cashews, or you just grab a handful. And you have a handful of a mixture of nuts every day that is so beneficial for your cardiovascular system, for your body's ability to keep your blood vessels elastic, meaning that they flexible, to keep your blood pressure down, your blood to keep your blood flowing. What you know is that your food is about the size of your fist. And how do you get a body the size of your fist and realize that you have hundreds and hundreds of miles of blood in your body? There's big ones that you go small and really tiny little capillaries, but it's hundreds of miles. How do you have a pump the size of your fist that pumps through all of those blood vessels, pushing the blood through? How does that happen? There's no way that they can do that. What happens is your blood vessels are elastic. They flow a little bit. You know how you step on a garden hose and there's a squirt of water that goes out to the end of the hose when you step on it? That's what happens in your body. Your heart pushes a drop of blood put into the blood vessels, and it's like you stepped on the garden hose and the blood vessel rises a little bit and then it pushes it. If you want to go there, we're going to learn more about how you're going to get from the pharmaceutical pills into a hospital. We'll do that. Because we're doing some of the physical Are you a business owner? Do you know if you're responsible for marketing? If you are, take off the ground, and then people in the rest of the life, and then the same people take off the right there. Well, you take a profile with that. It is, and it is, some people take up the right foot of the off ramp, and some people don't even think to drive in this. Let the free road is over here, but that's for two people that things. You guys know what I mean, right? One point over the street, at 10 o'clock in the workplace, it's going to approximately 40 hours. Some to help you out with that. It's not a feeling. Yeah, that's all you're feeling. That you guys have to think them saving. And he had the whole room singing that, like one room on one side of the other half on the other side of the center verses. It's a great feeling. It's a good time. So I want to tell you that new program that I started, which I'm really excited about. It's just, it means you are the one that you're responsible. And you don't have to arrive in time. If you have a thing to tell, something that a journey that you've been through, that you know will help others through something that you've been through, why don't you tell it? And please do that. I've been doing courses with like 2 decades, and I know that people have these really incredible great things to do for you, and they want to share it with people because they maybe don't have to make the same mistake, or they want to help people in their struggling with people in transition, couples, relationships, whatever information they have. And that is what the Rising Star Program is. If you only tell me your story on my platform on the awareness, you would believe what is your list on the awareness Rising Star YouTube channel. So please check it out, theawareshow.com/rising star. You can watch little videos of that. It's all about me spoken quick sharing your story and then me interviewing you about your journey and how you can help others. Whether that is a source wherever you are, your program or whatever it is, your book, your podcast, whatever. It's a chance for you to broadcast to the world. You, like the rising star, broadcast your story to the world. So check that out, theawareness.com/rising stars, and you will be right back on the 366 AM under the stars channel. We have to be. You heard me talk about the Florida Christian. Now it's time you join the estimated others that are focused on growing launches that you want to know. One that is a less lethal pistol you can rely on if you're ever in a situation where you need protection. It's legal in all 50 states, so that kind of pistol required, and it's shipped right to your door. The name of the SC launcher is the very company that's in the firearms. We use a style with less lethal, and the broader pistol is the just right kind. The German pistol fires sparks as it drops like tear gas and automatic ammo. Government agencies and police departments across the country rely on German as their go-to less lethal option. It works for them, and it works for you. Check out their 14,000 4.5-star reviews. German is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and they can ship directly to your home. Visit Florida.com/shield now for an exclusive 10% discount. That's TRILLIONAIRE.com/shield. I remember a sticker best from 2 years back. The lifestyle I killed my terrified, concrete, letting me completely cut off from the world. I'm sure I would never put my family in that situation again. That's why I created the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. The Patriot Power Generator harnesses the innermost power of the sun to power your lives, TV, medical equipment, even your fridge. And the Patriot Power Generator is completely fuel-free inside, so it's not expensive to use indoors. And the Patriot Power Generator never needs gas. Go to patriotsolar4.com now to see how power and the power of the solar generator can power your cell phone or camping and power your entire home. We have a power solution to fit your needs and budget. Go to patriotsolar4.com now. That's Patriot, SOLAR, and the four. Right now, for the next 2 months, the stores are stocked. Order today and receive free shipping and free solar panels. Go to patriotsolar4.com now. Welcome back to Coast to Coast Dreaming. I am your Savannah, and our guest is Dr. Tom O'Brien, and he is a humanitarian with chronic disease. And his whole thing that he's doing right now is called inflammationisOver.com, and this is all about returning health to an optimal well-being. And it's like a body thing, and I think that it's low-grade inflammation. So we are soldiers to go from anti-animal pharmaceuticals. They are diabetes, heart disease, killing many pharmaceutical chemicals. And I know that these are just in other countries. I think the countries are the only ones that have pharmaceutical chemicals. Why is it more of a pharmaceutical country rather than a health country or a health country? Why is that?
That's a really good point. And it's all about how, unfortunately, dollars control the emphasis on health. It takes people becoming educated. You know, in the first hour of your show, you'll say, again, point after point after point. And your point is to learn. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. That's why we put together this decoding attack. You know, how do you figure out where to start and what to do? So I've interviewed over 80 of the information, gut experts, brain experts, immune system experts, and they all talk about this is where you start. This is how you begin. You want to get healthier, reduce the inflammation in your body. And I'll call the inflammation equation, and it'll be 9 days, 1 hour a day, free. Everything is free. Just go to the inflammationequation.com and you can watch a 6-minute trailer of this. And you see that Harry Wallace was world famous neurologist who was immobilized with multiple sclerosis. And she talks about how when she learned about this and what to do to reduce the inflammation, her therapist for exercising 15 minutes twice a day, and then 20 minutes, and then she went to 30 minutes twice a day, and then she could actually walk for the first time in a couple of years with a walker. She was out of her wheelchair, and then she was walking with one cane, and then no cane, and she just got better and better and better. And you see her say, she knows how much improvement is possible when you begin reducing the inflammation. And that is the secret for every functional medicine practitioner. When you put autoimmune diseases into remission, they never go away. You always are going to have that weak link in your chain. But you stop and realize how you're pulling on the chain, right? And when you stop pulling on the chain so hard, whether it's food sensitivities and you stop eating that food or mold in your house, and you remediate the house or toxic relationship and all of the stress hormones that get produced that fuel inflammation from the toxic relationship. When you learn what the triggers are for you, causing the excessive inflammation in your body, then you can start making baby steps to eliminate or change that trigger of inflammation. That's the whole purpose of our life. And
It amazes me that there's even your relapse for inflammation rate.
yeah, and it's becoming medicine right now as to where this disease comes from. And the guys at the top who are doing the most amount of research, not just looking for a drug, but really looking for mechanisms that are causing the diseases we get, all of them know that, yeah, we just need to reduce the inflammation. And you take that, okay, secret to putting these diseases into remission. And it doesn't matter what disease it is. You can put your disease into remission when you reduce the inflammatory like
What's your boy?
the inflammation is still under the mechanism under the surface, and you're trying to dive down one pathway of inflammation, it's going to manifest somewhere else.
usually a person like takes the tires or whatever the medicine not actually it takes you to put the band on. And the minute you take the off, it gets you wrong.
That's exactly right. That's why you have to learn about what foods are healthy for your body, vibrant,
We'll just see how rock and roll gets this time.
and that's why the Mediterranean diet, the gluten-free Mediterranean diet we were talking about before the break, is such a good place to start. And people can just go on Google and type in uncooled American Mediterranean gluten-free diet. And the research papers just straight up uncooled in medicine, Mediterranean gluten-free diet. And you see the partners there that they put together. And it starts with water on the bottom, and then fruits and vegetables, and a bunch of other natural gluten-free cereals like wheat. And I don't know if you talked on your show about meringue, every food that you talk about. Oh my God. There is a food that is hundreds of times, I'm not exaggerating, hundreds of times more potent to protect the body and calm down inflammation. It's called Himalayan sparkling food. And there's a great story, and it'll be a great show for you to do. And I can put this in touch with the people to research this out. My wife and I and our son, we have pouring every bucket cooking every morning with our morning coffee ritual is coffee and a little cocktail for our son and a cookie. And we just sit and look at the world and listen to the birds.
Each hamburger, each of you can have the ice cream, have all the entire thing. If you want, have the taste of stuff and not have ice cream. And it's kind of the opposite message.
Well, right, and that's unfortunate because that's what people want to hear. They want to hear that it's eating organic food and not just that if I take this medicine. And it's nonsense. It's utter nonsense. But you know, just now the University of Satan, pharmaceutical groups can advertise because people buy this stuff. They go for the short term, okay, I can just take this medicine and then be fine. And I can keep living the lifestyle that's causing the problem. And then you get so unfortunately it's going to catch up to you. And listen, this is how bad it is now. Look how Venezuela came out with a paper in February of 2020. And it got no press at all because that's when the virus hit. It scared everybody, right? So it got no press. But they said, we've got a real problem here. And in the previous 4-year period, there was a 470% 470% increase in the diagnosis of Alzheimer's in 30 to 34-year-olds. Younger people in 4 years, they're not 470%. I mean, we've got a huge problem because we're also reading the medicine in the marketing that put drugs that you could keep eating the garbage and living the lifestyle. When a beverage will clean the fatty acid off of your body, and then you think it's okay to drink it? Really?
Exactly. What are you talking about the Himalayan sparkling? Is it good to be on tea? Is it a good company? What's your favorite company?
The favorite company is picoftheday. Yeah, and they are the ones that are sharing the message out of it. And it really is. It's not a marketing gimmick. It really is the most potent food that has ever been identified on the planet. Exactly right.
Do you recommend the capsules or just protein?
Well, it depends. You know, if you like to bake, then baking cookies or pancakes is great. My son eats the pancakes a few times a week. And my wife mixes the Himalayan cherry cookies with and then she has a little ghee in there for the pancake mix. And they're just delicious. The texture is great to taste if you don't do too much cooking to it. They have protein powder that you can put in a smoothie. There's a number of different ways of getting it. If you say that red bread is the reason why God has so many hundreds of studies that say it's good for you, red bread is the stress hormone feeling great. And when grapes produce produces these stress hormones, when humans eat plants or fruit as a grape, the stress hormone benefits our immune system to catch up. That's why red bread and red wine is so good. It's the stress hormone in the plant. So the Himalayan cherry cookies, this cookies were grown in the worst altitude in the Himalayas, right? And so the sun is very organized. You get something much easier if you're at some altitude in the mountains than here. The same day, the same temperature, but you get sunburn is much worse because you are the more potent UV rays on. Then there's a plant that you can eat that has genes to produce all of that protective stress hormone. That plant is really great for food. It supports our immune system and blood vessels so they carry blood much easier. Blood pressure comes down, cholesterol levels come down, triglyceride levels come down, brain function goes up. The studies that are coming out on Himalayan cherry are strong. Proteins from oil in there. There are oil in the food pyramid that you have some proteins almost every day, and they're like fish and chicken, quality protein, and it depends on the size of the person. A really good visual and there's a nutritionist named Lisa Spinner. Lisa Spinner is coaching people and they're posting their handouts like that. She do a great job on this stuff. And she told us that in a plate of food, the protein should be about the size of your fist. Half the plate is fruit and vegetables. And then protein about the size of your fist. And then some pure healthy fat. And it could be olive oil, it could be avocados, it could be olive. So to give you visuals and what the exercise needs to category so that everyone, you never have to measure things to the exercise. I just learned yesterday 4 hours. The information shows that one of the last interviews I did was yesterday with Professor Dr. Longo, who is the go-to guy in the world about how fasting and fasting mimicking diet. And he told me that he was working with this woman who's been in Italy. He started working with her when she was 100 years old. And Jennifer is physically the third oldest human recorded in history. She died at 150. And it says that her doctor, when this woman turned 100, her doctor had her start eating raw meat every day. Raw meat has no healthy. That the foods we eat, the balance and the ratios, it changes as our life changes, as our body changes. It's not the same. The only thing that's the same is fat, and then fruits and vegetables. But if you go higher up on the food chain, it's going to change with your age.
Yoshi. Yoshi.
Was his Details on the very special episode podcast hosted by James Wilkinson. Every Wednesday, spectacular news, changes and fiction stories with American agents Captain
Fresh
Brown
off the
and
phone.
New York kids, Asian Titanic and Masters of Real Politics. With the White House questions. That is every single one of these episodes. It is inspired from necessary and has the craziest story on your podcast. Listen to very special episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you have laughed in your attic or road, don't make the mistake of putting out poison or wasting money with a company that charges you monthly to check rat counts. Rat free. For a one-time fee, Rodent Stop will identify and seal all rat infections, stop and remove all rats, sanitize your attic, remove any nasty viruses, and remove and replace all rat-infested attic insulation. Rodent Stop is so confident that they can stop your random life problems that they provide a lifetime guarantee. Read all the 5-star reviews on Yelp. If you have rats or mice in your house or business, call Rodent Stop at 800-290-5343. 800-290-5343. We provide fast, friendly, and effective rodent control solutions throughout Southern California. Plus, our technicians are clean, friendly, and always on time to stop the rodents. Call Rodent Stop at 800-290-5343. Open 24 hours. Call 800-290-5343. AM 640. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Lisa from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-638-8255. This is Coast to Coast Radio News with your guest host, Lisa Brown.
Welcome back to Coast to Coast Radio. You are this is the Cosmic Era Expo. It is February 9th to 10th. The company enters into the conference in Atlanta. And you can check it out at ViralRabbi.com/CLE. So ViralRabbi.com/CLE. And you can get tickets right there. You can sign up for sponsors with that ticket program. It's huge. So, Saturday, afternoon, you can check him out in person and if you're on the town during that. And then Sunday, there's health plans. You can just great food, exhibits, lectures, speech, everything you want. It's really different here at the Cosmic Era Expo. And pretty much much information. Life-changing information, lots of attendees. It'll be the place to be this year, February 9th to 12th. Check it out at theawareshow.com/CLE. We'll be right back to you soon with Coast to Coast.
Your tax refund belongs to you, and I'm not going to. It's over $6 billion in tax refunds were filed by the IRS for possible identity theft since 2022, and if you find this tax season, I'd like to help. Tax managers and lawsuits for identity theft can end this time long. You best be careful with your personal information. If you give your phone to victims of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft cases. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limit of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Now, LifeLock helps protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% on your first year with financial insurance. The promo code WASH for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.com.
Your people, your care, Welcome back to Search the First Oil. My name is Rabbi, and my guest is Dr. Tom O'Brien. And we're talking about making it easy to eat without weighing, basically. And with a food profile, I know you should talk about that in this one. But we're going to get started. Here's a couple of great things from on ROTHSCHILD 2. That's the end of the info. We have to know.
Very good that Lisa, and thank you for this wonderful program. This is first important what you're doing. And I just wanted to add a little, I know, just so you know, that's the PhD scientist and engineer like that. And also in the world from Turkey today. So I get into this stuff for a long time. But I want to let you know something else about completely by accident. Gluten-free, and maybe you've heard this, but one day I was having a conversation with an executive of a gluten-free company that makes pizza pies, and he was very proud of their pizza pies, and in order to brag about their snack pies, he had to let me in on a little secret that goes on between the gluten-free company and the show the lawmakers who you know, we know is amenable to however.
Because what I would do financial arrangements are, what is the secret?
If you just want me to emphasis to how important this gluten-free situation is, I found out that the law is written so you can have to 20% gluten in a gluten-free product. You call it gluten-free, and the reason he was trying to tell me that little secret was he was bragging as if they only use 3% gluten in their snack. And so I did not know that. Thank you for telling me that. This is very controversial. I told George, I think I told George and talked about this probably maybe 6-9 months ago when I first found out. So I called another doctor friend who's on the air on Coast to Coast, and I didn't see that much effect on him.
No, this is great. Thank you so much for letting me know that. And we're going to do some more research on it as well. Really good information. All right. So, have you heard of this, Dr. O'Brien?
No, I haven't. And that's not surprising given because I compete with people who have done their best to be gluten-free and they still have health problems. And when they test, the antibodies, the immune system is still telling the reason that they're gluten-free. So I understand it must be contamination. I had no idea that this was going on. Thank you for telling that out there.
All right, let's get to Diana of Washington. Diana is on the Coast to Coast with questions for Dr. Tom O'Brien.
Hi, yes, nice to talk to you. And first of all, I want to just say wishing you on your favorite place. Glad to see you on today.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you.
I just love your voice. And my question is, how can this someone with recently for people in my family that have this problem? And also, is can go back to fit into this, or do you have to have like a ootd?
Well, some of those diets for some people can be quite beneficial. As an example, a number of years ago, the guide catering around your blood type was a book that came out called the Blood Type Guide. Depending on your blood type, there'd be certain foods that would be better for you. And people ask me about that often. And consistently, for one blood type, that when you follow these guidelines, people consistently feel better and function better at blood type O's. Now, it turns out that blood type O's are the oldest blood type. Ancient ancestors were blood type O, and they were carrying the herd. They ate a lot of meat. So blood type O's do much better with high-quality protein, higher percentages of quality protein, and less carbohydrates. They consistently do better. Now, that doesn't mean only blood type O's will benefit from a carnivore diet, but that's the group that consistently does just dropping results in terms of losing weight, energy coming off, diseases going through remission. Blood type O's.
It's not. Thank you very much. Now, let's go to Elena in Phoenix, where I have a group of questions for Dr. Tommy Bennett, and one thing I want to mention that training benefit of doing this may be information and raising.com. But go ahead, Dan. You have something.
Yes, sure. First, Race will talk about three ways of mind. News on radio found suspiciously similar to who framed Roger Rabbit dating up to San Jessica Rabbit.
Wow, that is interesting.
Who created Arthur Skelter in 1968. As you knew, a lot of work in 1976 took off the spot, took at the house from its album Rings of the Speed of Sound. So the upside would be my gosh. Dr. Obama and I was conversing with a Phoenix nurse back in 2023, and I asked her if there was a nutrition class she had to take during her nursing school. She said no. After comments on that, and the idea that she was heavy and corporations and developing nurse, the president's photo op with a CEO of Pfizer in England a few years ago. I said, go AFK Jr. And thanks for this conversation.
I'm really looking at Dr. Tommy Bennett. Do you think that there's a equivalent to gluten-free food?
The concept of added grains is a good for enzymes and the digestibility of bread are higher. But they do say once you cross the line of tolerance and your immune system is fighting yeast, there's a book called the yeast boom. It's the most comprehensive and most accurate test.
Is that a blood-type food?
It's also a finger. The children or people who get sick with on the fingerprint, they create a technology that is self-dropping the once you cross the line of tolerance and your immune system is fighting you cannot have any type of wheat whatsoever, not flour, not infant grains, not salt, not the meat, because your immune system can't be fooled. It's designed to protect you. And if once you cross that line, the immune system is made aware this type of food is permanent. So there's no form of wheat. There are some forms of wheat that have been shown to not as aggressive as causing inflammation, but they still cause inflammation. The only exception to that, there was one paper about 5 years ago that showed sourdough, if it was made with 7 different strains of lactobacillus, biscuits, seen seven different trends. No re-activations were done by people who that follow those people. Now, and this is for serious, some of the following and very there is some folks that are going to be able to do this. It's not commercially feasible to make bread with seven different strains of cultivar San Francisco.
I actually heard something like that at a farmer's market, and the bread was weighed like 5 pounds. It's very heavy.
Yeah.
It's very expensive.
So there were some signs, actually that's the only signs I've ever seen, where it's possible, but not feasible or not acceptable yet. Everything else is not. Once your immune system is making elevated antibodies, you can't have sourdough, you cannot have sprouted grains, you can't have wheatgrass juice. The problem is with wheatgrass juice that it's somewhere around day 17 where the wheat the wheat starts producing the genes for protein. Somewhere around day 17. So if you're drinking wheatgrass juice that's harvested on day 11, day 12, you're very safe. But for commercial wheatgrass juices, they let it grow high. So it's more than day 17. And the only way to do it is if you grow your own and you test it yourself. It's lots of benefits to wheatgrass juice, but not with elevated antibodies. Can't do it.
Good to know. Okay, so let's quickly go and teach them to subscribe. So the questions for this video. From the foods we eat, from the air we breathe, this would be another one of those chemicals that contribute to healing the body. And also, you mentioned before on another page, the ViralRabbi for plastic toxins,
Yes, the pellets, yes.
what is all that important?
They just came out with a study 3 or 4 weeks ago, new technology, laser technology. Because we heard about the dangers of microplastics. It's not good, but now we're able to identify nanoplastics, much smaller pieces of plastic. And they looked at the 3 largest bottled water companies in 1 liter bottles. The average was 240,000 nanoparticles of plastic in a liter of water. That's the average. 240,000. And I just couldn't believe it. Extensively, you water in airports anymore to drink because you have to hydrate them. And there's no glass in the airport. You can't bring water through TSA. I don't know what to do at this moment. I'm looking for a portable water filter, like in a big mug or something. And go through TSA, then I would fill it up with fountain with a water filter that would filter plastic. So it's a drip.
Okay, so let's go to hope and talent and so on. Hope, you mentioned to transportation. see the fashion for strong opinion.
Well, you know what? Let's say the statement honestly what he thinks about it. I heard years ago when I first started doing all this looking into personal looking to you in the 90s in California. And my dad told me that to help with this theology was to say, he said, no rice before the first cook on the child, and no wheat before the first mother. And in that way, it would provide me to see a greater child that would be the part who I support these things that tend to happen. But that's the other end of the story where we're at now. A lot of people know more. But I've never heard anyone else say that in all the interviews I've heard people do. I can repeat hard that no rice before the first heat, no wheat before the first mother.
I think that makes sense in terms of a child's ability to chew and break down the food. So that concept in general makes sense. The problem, though, is that we, and I started to talk about this and then we went to a break, when I talked about the sensors in our small intestines that activate species that activate inflammation, they see these particles of wheat coming out and they misinterpret the wheat particles coming out of the stomach into the small intestine as a harmful component of a bug. Every time humans eat wheat, your thyroid receptor gets activated because the protein structure of the wheat looks like the protein outer surface of a microorganism. And so every human has this reaction. It's not that you have a better digestive system after your molars come in so you can digest. No. With foods in general, that's a great concept. Yes, it makes a lot of sense. But not wheat. Every human has this reaction. Your immune system thinking that wheat is a harmful component of a microorganism.
So it's really bad. And really, every human being doing that.
Every human. There's a paper from Maureen Leonard at Harvard, and she looked at over 60 studies on this topic. And she said, wheat activates, how does she say it? All humans who consume wheat experience intestinal permeability. This occurs, and said again, this occurs in all humans. Yes.
Let's go to okay. Well, tell me just a little bit about the inflammation experiment.
Yeah. When you go there, if you go to informationplate.com, click on the trailer. It's a 6-minute trailer. And that'll give you the understanding of what our message is. My job is to make it easy to do the right thing. And there's so much information out there that we're all overwhelmed by. We need to focus. When we talk to each of the experts, I'm asking them these questions, but look in the menu and when they start responding with goofy language, I say, excuse me, does that mean, and they go, yeah, okay, thank you. And you understand what these experts are trying to tell us, how important it is to reduce the inflammation.
You know? No.
ready for a whole mixology session or favorite lunch on there, the Rainbow conversation. So many great interviews, things like the greatest Spotify, random meetings, talking about pursuits, afterlife, checking out inspiration and that's fun, and you're welcome to listen to Coast to Coast Live.
Elections is a mostly important around increasing the progression. There's a lot of global instability as we plunge into primary season. However, talking youth savings and investments from potential major setbacks to the economy. Not too late to diversify an old IRS while maintaining the gold, and the virtual good can help you with it. As opposed to many other investments, gold thrives in times of uncertainty. And it's an important part of diversifying your returns. Part of my trading strategy, the near-term first close can help make it 5 years. First close will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, and it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. Just click post to 98, 98, 98 for a free info. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, countless 5-star reviews, and thousands of happy customers. That's post. 98, 98, 98, and send your free info kit. Plus the tips for savings with gold today. Look at the special Florida license to own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty of up to a year or with no warranty coverage at all. Important Finance Assembly Associated is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you could pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correct. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a break today. Call 300-475-0926 now. Try to pay a time will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is on limits nationwide. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and insurance promotions at no additional cost. Call us for your first break today. 800-475-0926. That's 800-475-0926. We have a list. Call 800-475-0926. Again, 800-475-0926.
Welcome back to Coast Live. My name is Rabbi. Have you ever been to a concert or an Indian music concert? Really nails your feelings or tends to happen in the future when it comes to the concert? You have that same ability access. And when you start to know people that even use their own real life intuition. So you have a new book actually coming out, Real Life Intuition. It's extraordinary stories from people who listen to their interviews and to teachers in this book how to use their intuition to get ahead in life. And these are stories from real people, actors, writers, musicians that shared and tapped into their intuition to help them experience this real shift in their life. So I can invite them to talk about it. Absolutely. Thanks for staying on if you're needed in the East Coast. So, maybe over the Let's start good day. How did you discover that you have a creative gift in your life?
It really started when I was very young. I never thought I was anything special. I figured everybody was able to read other people's minds. Everybody was able to feel the energy of other people. It wasn't until I was in my 20s and I started experiencing problems with my grandmother and with my mom. And I felt like I was hitting my head and I wasn't really learning how to differentiate. And at the time, I was just transitioning from being a controller of a company to owning my own children's boutique. And I didn't know what the heck was that. And, what exactly happened? So even though they never used the words, you have to be a professional typist, I knew exactly what it meant. And it took me a while to decide, okay, this is what I have to do because when that first happened, I didn't know how to do it because I was going to do it. And luckily,
there's no way of making a zero that is written here. After doing all the content, and it's exactly maybe that's it. There's ways to, it's not coming down into black brains, but there's ways to, in that forgiveness flow, and start talking about places where what food and fortune tellers that you can't avoid, unfortunately, you're not genuine and there for not great reasons. And I thought, I can't do that. I'm going to have to put freedom myself and I'm losing myself. It's crazy. I said, and I said, I heard the word, and I knew it was real. And I knew what I was doing it. I said, my mind, everything I possibly could about it. I went to classes and I went to concerts, and I had people from, people that live in the next town over who were keeping continuing access to that information to world famous people. And I ended up discovering when that arrived, my world was exploding, and more than that, I just loved it. This is the first time, besides my, my husband just told me after 10 points, this is the first time that I really felt connected with food. So, from there, it just kind of pushed me forward. I lost weight pretty easily for, maybe about 2 years after everything, and realized again that I was so thankful for it, and I really enjoyed it, and and you start exploring, you keep building. Do you start asking advice to people that you knew, or you have things that you would say, or that just make sense? Do you have a specific time like that? Yeah, well, I didn't necessarily do it with people that I knew because, to be honest, it's always kind of nerve-wracking for me to give to people that I know because I know them, and it makes it a little more difficult to kind of tune into other things about them. I would like to mix my professional and my personal life all the time. Not to say that I don't do it, I definitely do, but I learn how to do that. But I do remember a couple of kids that I do enjoy this way back when I first started offering readings. Now, we're talking a long time ago when I started offering readings on the internet, and this is back when, we had the computer that had the email. So that's really so long ago. And, we had a website that said follow all kinds of igers. And I remember, saying, okay, here I am, does anybody want to read them? And I had a couple people that my life, absolutely, give me a reading, what do you think? And one of them was, I told her I couldn't explain, and I don't even know, and she said, yeah. And I described what she was wearing, and she told me, yes, that's what I'm going to be wearing. And I said, yes, I don't usually say I'm doing this because being a green, you like to say something that you can see. So when I see you on the outfit and I'm seeing you down the hill, but what I see is you have one leg sticking straight up, one leg turned to the side, and it's not looking good. So, these are clothes you wear, can you change it up a little bit? Or maybe, hold off until those jeans start fitting. You didn't take them, which is fine. For everybody else, I took her to stay with a better top. And she was wearing that, and it nice clothes, and I ended up with one leg straight up, and one leg to the side, and that's it. And she broke her leg at the ACL. I said, oh my goodness. Yeah, and she, messaged me back and said, hey, lead the way, yeah. I said, like I said, normally I don't do this boom the boom stuff like this, but once in a while you can, sometimes you can change it, if you have the power to do something different, it's worth it for me to tell you, hey, maybe you should change it up a little, right? So, I'm going to use the word situation as a medium to understand the word. It's a difference between intuition and psychic. For intuition and psychic, all use kind of interchangeably, and for some people it's really the same thing. For me, psychic is more kind of a developed gift, so it's more somebody like me who offers professional readings, or somebody that's practiced a lot and can do readings for other people. Intuition is something that we're born with. It's our natural state when we come into this world, and it's our kind of natural gift. It's something that we can all use to help us kind of get older. intuition pretty much is to help person. It's an individual thing. So everybody has their own sense of intuition, and it shows up in different ways for everyone. But I have, a long time ago, I had a near-death experience, and it knocked me out of my head and my safety habit. After that experience, I found myself in these classes for psychic awareness, where 7 times consciousness system. And I spent 5 years there because I felt like the more you did it, the easier it was. Between 6 hours or, 6 weeks of floating around the test. And most of it was probably because I had that experience of the near-death experience, that it was cliche, the day, or whatever it is, but I was just more in my conscious awareness than I was than I ever have been. And I just learned technically, things else. The more you keep going through, you're gonna the next person that comes in different grandfather energy, it's the same, it's actually, oh, that's grandfather, or that's father energy, or nothing's just what you feel, right? Absolutely. Actually, my first book is called The Book of Psychic Symbols, and it's how somebody came into your intuition using psychic symbols like energy. And it doesn't mean I'm talking about ancient symbols and hieroglyphic type symbols. I'm not that I did. But it's symbols, and I find very common symbolic imagery or sounds, or even feelings that, it's kind of universal that we all can understand without time. So we kind of get what that means. But one of the things that I talk a lot about, and I still talk about in my book, is 32 symbol counts. And as you just said, you saw, a grandparent or somebody's head, and you saw grandparents using if you see that symbol you first through with your grandparents, that is not a destiny to start tapping into your intuition and start understanding it. Yeah, it feels good. And numbers do too. My husband sees 212 everywhere. 212, 212. And we like the 212. And it's in Canada, 22, 212. Every, and I don't know if it's just a matter of looking at it, or if it becomes a habit after a while, that you look for the symbol, but you can use it. And when we're talking about numbers, one of the things that I tell people is the more you become aware of the significance, the more you'll see it, because you notice it more. So sometimes in a relationship, and I'm not saying that doesn't mean that it's sinful, but it absolutely is. When a person looks awareness more, say when you come into something that makes sense to you, or something that makes you say, you'll notice it a lot differently, because if you find a million cars and you're driving down the road, you start to, unconsciously, subconsciously, you're thinking relationship as you're driving down the road. But then this one thing stood out to you. And that's part of how symbols work. If you said like, wow, it stand out to you. So it makes it more personal for you. Do you have a specific symbol that stands out to you, Michael? Well, it really depends. It kind of depends on what time of my life. When I first started out, I kind of joke about it. When people ask me if they're going to be with their significant other a long time, like into the future, it's funny that I get this weird, I'm not about kind of almost like, okay, I'm doing this on my expectation. It seems like it's kind of built into the cloud of growing up, and maybe like, when I was on my mentor or something, built up like this vision trip, and it's just this power to take portions of this out of the connection. And that just seems like a big tracking stick, and it's still a rocking chair. And it's a rocking chair for a long time. So no matter what happens, anything that you're going to do with your significant other, the big piece of this power that you're not moving, can continue to stay. So that's kind of the key, but it does. I have other symbols for that as well, but that's kind of an interesting one. So for you, need it because all I tell people is to create your own image for you. If you want to put something on YouTube, no, I can understand it. So it's stuff like that. It's the goal of where the work is here. It's become something where you're the grandparent. Right, and the grandparent language. So it's very, it's cool. How do you look at the world? You see that there are different dimensions in the world. It wasn't a near-death experience that happened here. It's just a kind of a look at it, right?
Yeah, I tell people all the time, I feel so unlucky that I didn't have to do child with my near-death experience.
But yeah, I'm so glad I can.
Yeah, I would never imagine any of it. But, sometimes it happens for a reason in all these experiences because it kind of changes your life and makes you look at things differently, obviously. So sharing that experience with people is important. So,
Right, and I would say that it's accessible to others. I mean, I don't have a lot of trauma or anything sitting here, anything like that. I think it's accessible to all of us. But how do some people get in touch with certain things with you?
the biggest thing that I would say is staying open and believing that it's possible. It's funny, but a lot of people will say, I'm not intuitive and I don't have enough intuition. And I tell them, you are intuitive. It's just a question of how you take it and how often you let it take. Because we are all intuitive. And as you stated earlier, if you wanted to get in touch, you absolutely can. And the more you practice, the better you become at it. Everybody, however, is not going to be a professional psychic. It's not what everybody has a gift for, and it's not what everybody would want to do. But it doesn't mean that they can't develop it to use it more often and to understand it more for themselves or even for others.
How do you know the difference between a pure intuition or somebody's connection?
So vision also is a connection, and it's kind of a two-part answer. The first thing is the more you practice it, the more you'll recognize it. Like your intuitive awareness versus your intuition. There's a couple of physical reactions that some people get out of it. Sometimes their readings, if they're very frequent, can make their head start to spin and there's this energy in them. And Houston specifically will tell me that it's validating what I'm saying as what I'm telling this person is true and accurate. So goosebumps can be a big validator for people. But the other part of it is that with so many answers, I feel like our imagination is kind of para-intuitive or contra-intuitive, like it's against our intuition and it's not part of it. But the reality is, in order to be able to see that symbol in your mind's eye, like you did with the pentagram, we have to be able to imagine seeing that. We have to understand, and our imagination has to be able to relate to what we're seeing, relate to and understand the messages that we have, either from our higher self or from our guides, loved ones on the other side. And if we don't have the imagination to kind of conjure up an image for us in our mind's eye, then we won't necessarily be able to recognize what we're getting. We won't necessarily be able to understand what that feeling is, or what that image is, or what that sound is. Because we don't have that imagination. So our imagination plays a huge part in it. It's not partly to say, my imagination has to meet my intuition. It's one of the things that we have to be open to understanding. Having said that, your imagination, the more that you start to use your intuitive awareness or your intuition and recognize more like intuition versus imagination, it doesn't mean that your imagination will go away forever. So you always do kind of have to work with your imagination or with your intuition, and you can ask for another sign, for another symbol, for another nudge in the right direction to give you validation of what you have as an active intuitive mind.
This is really awesome. What if you're really stuck and you've been trying to make a decision on something and you can't figure it out and you keep hearing your intuition? How do you tap into your intuition when you know it's there, you have a feeling, but it's quiet? You just can't tell. essentially just laid out in that image. Because you can picture, so many people, we get, I get scared as well, seeing that personal space, so know what they're used to, for it to know that they're really being guided and not going to experience the thinking way. So, when you really get stuck, you can do a couple different things. If you're trying to create a collection again, or, it's generally common, if you're not looking at your relationship and family values, so often generally common. So I mentioned before the caption that you see a caption going on, that, that's a symbol. It's not an external sign. But if you say you kind of decide you're going to move to Arizona or move to Connecticut, and all of a sudden you drive by a sign, a big billboard that says, Arizona, favor today, beautiful day, right? Then you have a sign. That's validation that activates energy growth. You got to pay attention to those things. Even today, let's pay attention to the outside world. We're going to take a quick break if you can, a moment. We'll be right back with more fun listening to Face to Face. Very nice.
So I'm talking out of school because I don't know the exact procedure, but I know this is what he told me, is that they are replacing a disc with a titanium disc. They have some sort of a new technology in disc replacement where they used to take the disc out and they would fuse it together. Right now, instead, they put an artificial disc, and it's supposed to be just as good as a real disc. And the difference being that, like, when they would fuse those discs, it would limit your mobility pretty drastically because you don't have any articulation in between the two joints. Now that they have this artificial disc, that artificial disc actually moves around and it allows your spine to be flexible. So one of the guys from school, Victor, got it done, and apparently he's never been better. It feels great, no pain at all, and it was bothering him for a long time. And Eddie's been bothering his for almost as long as I've known him because he does so much stuff in his back. You know, it's all guard work, and it's getting stacked all the time and compressed all the time, and not the most diligent about stretching the back out early in his career. You know, just you stretch it before and after. You definitely should warm up before. But the big thing is mobility training, meaning doing things like bending down, grabbing the back of your heel with your four fingers on both sides and trying to put your pinkies together and then extending your legs. You're popping your back and stretching your back out. For me, that's big. Hanging by your ankles is big. Any sort of decompression, anything that alleviates pressure. I have one that I put on my neck. It's like I'm hanging myself, I go click, 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 click. And I'm like literally hanging a good percentage of my weight from my neck. And I have a bunch of them in the back. I have different decompression devices in the back. I've got the reverse hyper, which strengthens your back, and also it's like an active moving decompression of the back. That's created by that Louis Simmons guy that from Westside Barbell. Just genius guy. He had a back injury too, and he needed to get it fixed, and they wanted to cut him. And he was like, I think I can figure this out. I think there's got to be an exercise that strengthens this instead of surgery. And so that's what he came up with. But see, in Eddie's position, I don't even know if that would have helped because Eddie's was so far gone. He didn't have any disc left. It was like there's nothing there.
You know, our birds, they do the 12 o'clock class, and that's 12:15. It's a mobility class for a half hour.
Is that kettle jitsu guy?
No.
But isn't there a guy that...
Yes. No, but he's got tick fit.
Tick fit?
He's got tick fit.
What does that mean?
Tick fit is that new train with the bats.
How do you say tick?
That's it.
How do you spell?
TICFIT, I think.
Tick. Huh.
Tick fit. It's the stuff with the bat.
Okay, like Eskrima, like that kind of stuff?
No.
No, like what is police baton?
What do they have on it now? What do they do for it?
Oh, you mean maces, like steel mace? Or
No,
club?
They have the club.
I feel like we're playing charades.
The club. Right.
Yeah, metal club? Yeah. It was
They
great.
do something with a club. They have a class at 9.
Oh, okay.
And then they have a class at 1, and they have a class at 6:30. What he's been doing lately, he's like, you know what, man, my one's been like, why don't I come out here and do mobility with you guys, 1:15 and 1:45 after the class, I'm warmed up already after jiu-jitsu. And he just does, squat, touch the ground, lift your foot down, then go up and switch legs, just stuff like that. 6 exercises, 3 minutes with a thing, and you're out of there. You stretch and you're out there. It's no big deal. You break a sweat on something, downward dog to something else, do a Hindu push-up.
You know what's the problem with jiu-jitsu is that it's fun. And when it's fun, you're going in there and getting smashed all the time. And overall, you don't give yourself a lot of time to recover from those rolling sessions. And there's a lot of little micro injuries in those rolling sessions. And some of those micro injuries become chronic after a while, like Eddie's back, or like for me, it was my neck. Just like over and over again, you're doing the same thing over and over again. You're it's sore. And the next day, you just keep training, you develop scar tissue, your discs get compressed, and then you start getting weird shit like numbness. Like some guys get like numb feet. Like Kate, my friend Kate, his lower leg is still numb. Yeah, my hands, I was getting numb hands. Boss Ruby's got like his whole like neck area is fucked. He's had several surgeries in his neck, and he's getting at least 2 discs, maybe 3 discs frozen, and fucking like the discs are removed, and the bones are fused in his neck. Oof.
I try to take a day in between, except the days I have to go on the road. The weeks I have to go on the road, I'm like 3 in. So I just do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and I'm playing Thursday. But the weeks I'm in town all week, I do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And sometimes like this week I did Sunday and I did Monday. But Sunday's very light. It's just 3-minute rolls and guard and the bad stuff. He's a great guy, and it's really Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are the hard. Sundays I go because the guy is just so great technically. I always learn one little stupid thing, just one little stupid thing. We roll like 2 or 3 times and you're out of there. Right. So, but I always try to take, even if I want to go that day, even if I feel okay and I'm not sore, I'll take the day off. Because I don't want to go every day. I don't want to do that. Do light kettlebells.
But then there's other people that think you just keep doing it and eventually your body hardens up. I don't know. I guess it depends on how you approach it. I know Bourdain does it every day. He trains every day. Sometimes does twice a day. He'll take a private and then he'll take a group class.
Well, it's an age thing. It's the time barrier, and it's also like for me, it's the weight. When you judo throw me, it's 300 pounds. It's 295. You do that 10 times. The next day, something's going to be rattled on my fucking hips.
Right.
Okay, yeah. Last week we had a guy, Enrique Machado. He's Jacare's coach in the Amazon. You got to take a plane, a boat, and a fucking bicycle. I'm not trying to be cute. It's true. We had Alberto. Remember Alberto was saying that the one place in Brazil that you got to train 10 hours, then you got to walk a mile, then you got to go across in one of these things. And some days somebody would steal the paddle. Can you imagine? Jesus. 10 hours of fucking around, an hour-mile walk, and now somebody steals the fucking paddle. I can't even paddle to my fucking house.
And there was shit in the water.
Because the house, the sewage will go into the water.
Oh, Jesus.
No. Then you wonder why they got Zika and everybody's head's getting big in Brazil and shit and small. That's what happened now. I think that's what they gave Jose Aldo in front of this McGregor, the Zika virus. They're all fucked up. They had him crying after the show and shit. They had a camera in their room. I'm telling you, Dana found a way to give him the Zika virus and shit.
Could you imagine how bad the population would be if there was no viruses? If there was no diseases, if diseases didn't kill anybody? I mean, how many people are killed? Let's just take a guess. How many people are killed every year by disease? Let's guess. 2 million? 3 million? How many people do you think?
Probably around there, but it's not in America. I think it's in,
right.
Did you see that picture, by the way, of that ladder in China?
Ladder in China?
Kids were climbing up. It's like places like that. It's like a 2,000-foot bamboo ladder that 6-year-olds are climbing up.
Why are they doing that?
It's the only way to get to their town. So I think that's...
What?
Yeah, have you seen that, Jamie?
Jesus Christ. A 2,000-foot ladder?
It might not be feet. It might be... Look at this.
Oh, my God. Children in China climb 2,500-foot cliff to get to school may be given stairs. Oh, pussies.
They're 6 years old. So it's places like this, I think.
Look at this, dude. They're climbing with their backpacks on. You imagine sending your little baby, and your baby has to climb 2,500 feet on this janky-ass wooden ladder that looks like it was made when Columbus was sailing. Look how fucking lanky that ladder looks. That's insane. See if there's any other pictures. That is fucking bananas. Oh, those poor kids. They got a hard look in their face, man. Jesus, that's so crazy. I wonder, there's one fucking weak-ass bitch kid that starts crying, I can't make it, and he falls.
I would have fallen.
No, not in China.
Not in China, they don't make it. They don't make it. Those kids don't make it. That is bananas.
So yeah, I think it's places like this where people are dying of viruses, because you never really hear about it in America that often.
Well, people definitely die of the flu here in America. That's still happening. I bet thousands of people die every year from the flu. But as far as how many people die from diseases worldwide, I'm going to say every year. I'm going to say 20 million. How many people?
Well, it depends on what kind of disease, because there's lots of disease, cardiovascular disease.
Oh yeah, that's different. But that's just poor health.
It says though, in 2012, an estimated 56 million people died. Just died.
in America.
I think this is of the whole world.
No.
56 million, a million.
The whole
If that was
world?
America, that'd be like
In 1 year?
that'd be a sixth of the country
Right.
dying. in 1
It
year.
wouldn't happen in just America, but in the whole world, only 56 million people out of 7 billion
It's
in
an
a year.
estimation. I mean, they can't count all of them.
Would you have guessed that would be what it was?
I don't know.
I would have thought it'd been way higher. What would you think? Like for a year, like how many people die in a year? Actually, I think 56 million is a pretty big number if you really stop and think about it. And they're not counting anybody in Africa.
No. Yeah, it's
Good luck.
35 million people in Canada. That's twice that at least.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
twice.
I guess that makes sense.
When you say disease, this is HIV,
Yeah, like syphilis. Anybody dying of crabs?
flu, Zika.
Yeah, Zika. I don't think Zika's really killing many people. It just fucks up kids. Just really fucks women up when they get. Apparently, you can get it and not even know you have it. You get pregnant. It fucks your kid up.
Non-communicable disease is responsible for 38 million of those.
Okay, so that's like heart disease and
And cardiovascular,
cancer.
2.6 million.
What I'm interested in is like malaria and shit like that.
HIV decreased slightly from 1.7 deaths in 2 million to 1.5 million, so only 2,000 or 200,000 less.
1.5 million people die every year from HIV.
Diarrhea is no longer among the top 5 leading causes of death.
Diarrhea and AIDS neck and neck.
People die from diarrhea.
Of course, yeah, they get dehydrated. But how bizarre is it that AIDS kills that many people? HIV death decreased 1.7 million to 1.5 million in 2012. That's still crazy. Like, when was the last time you heard about someone in America dying from HIV? You don't hear about it very often.
Don't they say complications?
Yeah, they usually just
HIV is
talk
the
about
pneumonia.
pneumonia.
Something
Right.
later gets a deficiency.
Yeah, that definitely can be it.
You know, my uncle got whatever with cancer 4 years ago.
Got whatever with cancer?
He got diagnosed with cancer.
Oh, okay.
Crazy.
Oh, really? Yeah,
You know, he's still alive.
that happens.
No chemo.
What does he do?
Changed his whole diet. No sugar. Everything is organic.
Really?
Everything is organic. Everything is vegan.
And what happened?
He's still alive. He still works the door at his bar. He just bitch slapped somebody about 3 months ago. He still walks 5 miles a day in Griffith Park. He still hits the bag for now.
What's his cancer like? Do you get it checked out, or does he just say fuck it?
He's from testosterone.
His cancer's from testosterone?
Testosterone since he was 35. He had 3 households. He's got 3 households.
What do you mean?
He had a wife and a kid.
Oh, this is it.
And he cheated on her. He had the hooker for 30 years. He still has a relationship with. And then he fucked her cousin. She had a kid that was in the backyard. Morris lives in the backyard. He got him in the back.
Oh my god, 3 households. Oh my god.
Now it's just good.
Do they all know about each other at least?
Everybody knows.
That's good.
Everybody knows.
Otherwise, it'd be too much pressure.
The one wife just brought the kid home after he fucked the cousin. Because it's like, all right, he was fucking the straight when he fucked the cousin. Once she had the kid, and she goes, "You went back with my cousin." She just walked the kid to his house one day. She goes, "I don't want this fucking kid." He said, "Your problem." And she's never seen the kid shit. Got him in the back like Morris.
Oh my
Fucking
god.
shit.
Jesus
Got the
Christ.
Another W for Sacramento.
3 households. I have a hard time.
They got a little dicey there at the end.
3 fucking households.
Like, do you think a guy like that does that just for a distraction? Or is he just retarded?
He's just retarded. Mike was just retarded. He's retarded. Now he's banging a new one that's like 40.
And how old is he?
78.
He's got a 40-year-old?
A 40-year-old. Hooks up with on Thursdays and takes it to the fish market.
That's a weird place to take a girl.
Redondo.
Real weird place to take a girl.
Well, he takes it down. There's a fish market. So he eats all the natural fish and shit.
Right.
And he fucks the shit out of it. He brings it home. He gives us some like cancer dick. He gives some heavy duty cancer dick. And he rocks the world that way. So the whole family's concerned because they know when he punches the ticket, he's going to leave all his money to her. So everybody's pissed off. They're like, we don't know where he goes on Thursdays. I do. But get your clocks fixed.
Isn't that funny that people worry about that? They like something more than them when it comes to the money. Where's the money coming from?
You know, man, it's one of the Yes. I just got a call from the school teacher. He goes, I'm sorry I haven't gotten back to you. Because I just had the hardest 2 months of my fucking life. My mom died. What a fucking nightmare. What a fucking nightmare death is. And then everybody, because nobody gives a fuck. And all of a sudden it's like Prince. Prince dies, no will. $2 billion, 6 motherfucking savages.
He had $2 billion.
I don't know what he had. 250 million.
Do you think he really had no will? I've heard a lot of things talking about how involved in copyright he was with his own music, which is especially why he changed his name. To think he would not think to have a will seems really strange.
There's some people who think it's bad luck.
Yeah, Prince was crazy. Like, you think that would be odd for him to not have a will? I don't know. I don't think it would be that odd. He was so odd anyway.
If being that invested in your money,
Right.
like, because that's what he was worried about with knowing all his things. That's the last. I don't. Maybe he
didn't want to be valuable. Maybe he didn't want to be valuable when he was dead to family members and shit. Maybe he didn't want to like have that. He's like, who cares what happens to my money when I'm dead? The problem is the government gets a big chunk of it. If you don't have it written off, if you don't have it given off to various family members, I think the government gets a fat piece.
But don't they still get a piece?
They definitely get a piece. They get a piece. Not only do they get a piece, they get a piece from money that you've already been taxed on. Like, say if Joey makes $1 million, right? And Joey has $1 million in the bank and he leaves it all to you. Joey didn't make $1 million to get $1 million. He had to make way more than $1 million. So he probably had to make closer to $2. Because when you get over $250,000, tax percentage is like 40-something%, and then sales tax and all the other taxes that you have to take into consideration, state tax, all this different stuff, right? Property tax. Think about all the taxes you pay to save up $1 million. It's a lot of money. So if he leaves out that $1 million to you, you don't get the $1 million. You have to pay tax on that $1 million. So you have to pay tax on money he's already been taxed on. It's not like unless he gives you gold coins. But even if he gives you gold coins, you owe the value of those gold coins in tax. You know, you owe a percentage in tax.
No, let's say I have a safe.
Gross.
I have a safe. And every day I put a gold coin in there.
Mm-hmm.
I put money in the bank. We had $500,000 in the bank. We had $800,000 in savings. But I probably got like $2 million back then coins, and nobody knows if I linked to Joe Rogan. Would Joe Rogan pay taxes on it?
Yes, I would.
You would.
Yes, I would.
Even if nobody would.
Well, if otherwise it wouldn't be mine unless you written it off to me, right? So once you write it off to me, then it becomes mine. So if it becomes mine, that's the money that someone just got to pay tax on. Uncle Sam is just a robber. Just like, oh, would you get a gift, Joey? You get a gift from me? That's nice. That's nice. How come I didn't get a gift? Where's my fucking gift?
But what if
I want my fucking gift!
What if
I locked you in a cage!
What if Uncle Sam don't know about that $2 million? Would you rat?
No, you have to figure out a way that you have that $2 million. See, if someone gives it to you, what is this? Gift tax. Okay, how's that work? The following gifts are considered to be taxable gifts when they exceed an annual gift exclusion amount of $14,000. Taxable gifts count as part of $5.3 million in 2014. You're allowed to give away during your lifetime before you must pay the gift tax. What? Hold the fuck on. Gifts subjects to the... So if I give you something that is expensive, you have to pay a gift tax?
It's over a certain amount of money.
That's disgusting.
$10,000.
That's disgusting. It really is. It's really sad. That's just sad. It's sad that we live in this fucking country that thinks it's okay to steal money like that from people. Like, say if you don't have anything and you don't make a lot of money and a guy gives you $20,000, you have to give the government a piece of that $20,000. Fuck them. Fuck them. I mean, fuck that. That's bullshit.
What about when I first moved here, it was my first real adult job, and I figured out I was working 30% of the time for the government. Like 30%.
Yeah.
Directly out, and it blew my mind. And then I don't know what's going on with Trump, but in the last election, I think Mitt Romney finally came out and said he paid something like 17%.
Yeah.
Which is not it's so sad. It frustrates people when the rich people can have all those deductions and pay 17%.
Oh, yeah.
We're paying 30.
Well, there's tax shelters, and then there's also storing money overseas. That's where things get real weird. Because there's a lot of super fucking uber rich people that have a fuckload of money stored overseas. And by doing that, and by these overseas tax shelters, they can fucking hide a lot of money. You know who's got that going on? Remember that dude who had those late night commercials? The weight loss secrets they don't want you to know about. Kevin Trudeau. Remember that Kevin Trudeau guy?
Yeah.
That guy made a fucking grip of money ripping people off and vanished. And he went to jail. But the money vanished. Like he just there's a lot. Like he's claiming he doesn't know where any of it is, and so they lock him up. They're gonna lock him up for like 10 years. But then once he gets out, that guy's gonna get in a fucking raft. He's gonna pedal out to the middle of the ocean, get picked up by a yacht, swept off to Costa Rica, wherever the fuck he's got that money hidden. Like a lot of these like really rich dudes, they figure out a way to preserve as much of that money as possible. That's why a guy like Bernie Sanders comes along and they fucking freak out. Shut him up. What the fuck is he saying? He wants more people to pay how much? And then there's rates. But he was in favor of say if you make a certain amount a year, like if you make more than $15 million a year, let's just make up a number, then every dollar over that, they can tax you by some stupid amount.
Wasn't it like 90%?
Oh. Yeah. And he said he didn't think that was too much. The idea is you shouldn't be winning the game that much. If the game is about money. And the idea is we should probably control how much money people make, because it shouldn't be just about money. It should be about productivity, how much you contribute. It shouldn't be that you figure out how to move numbers around in some accounts, and because of that, you've made $3 billion. What have you done? What have you actually contributed to society? You've figured out some weird little loopholes and little sneaky ways you can move ones and zeros around on servers, and because of that, you've made up $1 billion. So his idea is that shouldn't be possible, and that after, it's not like you can't be rich. But everything after $15 million a year, you gotta fucking just give it all back. But people are not gonna work that hard. They're gonna get to that $15 million a year mark, and they're gonna slow it down and back it off.
Just go on vacation, yeah.
And then everything, it slows productivity, because those crazy fucks, as dark as it is, they have to be watched. There's got to be some regulation, because greedy fucking people get greedy. But if you don't have their ability to push it to the limit, if they don't have that ability, we'll have a lot less things that are new, a lot less innovation. There's be a lot less companies, huge companies like Apple, and companies where you buy awesome shit. It's gonna be a lot less of them. People are not gonna push that hard, because they're not gonna get the benefits that you get crazy benefits when you're some Elon Musk character. When you've got billions and billions of dollars, there's a crazy benefit to that. Not just a benefit in terms of being a guy who's an innovator and someone who makes cool shit, but there's also benefits financially. The guy lives in a castle, right? He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He flies around in private jets. If you're limiting people and limiting the amount of money they can make that drastically, you're going to lose a lot of those people. It's not a good argument for going against sort of organizing wealth to the point where wealth distribution, but it's the reality of human nature. People aren't going to work that hard if they can't make a grip of money. They want to make fat cash.
But again, I put a box of $2 million on the table and fucking wake my wife gives you $2 million.
I have to pay.
Would you
Have to.
Why?
Because you go to jail.
How would
You
they
chewing
find
gum?
out? Yeah. How would they find out?
They're going to find out because I have $2 million all of a sudden.
No, they're not.
What am I going to do with the money? Just keep it
Okay.
in a bag?
No.
But you money has they could find out. But here's the thing: if they found out, you're going to jail.
You'd have to trust the person.
If you have $2 million, listen. If you have $2 million and you go to jail, you would give that $2 million back to get out of jail.
I know somebody who died and left $1 million cash. It was a legal type shit in town. They had money went to 3 different places, and that sister's dead. And she never paid taxes. She just came from Cuba.
Just spend it a little bit here and there.
That's it. If I gave you $2 million, the first thing you do is go to the he's got a restaurant. Angeline's. I don't know what he grosses out of there. But you gotta leave him. I'm gonna give you $100 grand. You're gonna pay me $60. I'm not gonna show up tomorrow. You're gonna pay me $60 grand. You get my money back. pay taxes on that stupid. I ain't giving nobody $500,000 that you left me.
That's an interesting way to do it. Have like a no work job.
Yeah, you have to pay somebody. You
benefits.
keep 40. Well,
Right.
you can't do it. It's illegal. 40 grand. Shut your fucking mouth. Till the day I die. Till the day I die, you get an extra 40 off me just for doing the paperwork this way.
Well, that would work if you could do it that way.
There's ways to do it. Somebody leaves me $2 million fucking dollars. That's not in the television industry. This guy's so cold or whatever.
Here's the problem.
I ain't saying dick.
That person,
I ain't saying dick, dog.
that person has to figure out a way to justify getting that money. Like, where'd you get that $100,000? Where'd that go?
Nobody knows. Listen, there's tons of people that have done shit. You just said it yourself. Listen, you work hard for your money. You're going to send money to some fucking Bahamian bank with two fucking guys with weapons holding your money. Good fucking luck. Nobody sends over 50 mil unless they got 50 mil hidden over here. I wouldn't. You see what happened to Johnny Depp in that movie he did with the coke? When he went back down and the Panamanian government took his fucking money, they took $250 million below. That happens all the time. That happens all the fucking time. Those Swiss bank accounts, you trust somebody with your fucking $10 million over there? Really? For me to put $10 million 12 hours from me, I gotta have $10 million close by too. There's gotta be, I know 1,000, if when they watch Narcos, those fucking Panamanians, whatever they were making so much money, they were burying it.
Colombians.
Burying it, like it was seeds.
Yeah.
Like just plant the money tree.
They had to figure out where to put it.
What they saying? He spent $2,500 a month on rubber bands for it or something crazy.
You know how many millions of dollars? 20? How much a month?
$2,500 is what I saw
On rubber bands.
One time he burnt $1 million just to stay warm.
Jesus
It
Christ.
was cold that night. He just put money in his thing, lit it just to stay warm.
I wonder what keeps a guy like that. Here's a perfect example. I mean, it's obviously drug dealing, not capitalism. But what keeps a guy pushing when he's making that much money? What keeps the
What
empire
keeps the
going?
guy from Virgin American? What keeps an American? What keeps Trump building and making millions of
Yeah,
dollars?
what is it?
Power.
Right.
It's got to be 3 of the 7.
Yeah, you were speaking about addiction to drama earlier. It seems like it would probably be the same thing.
Yeah.
They suck. Listen, that
Rats ate $1 billion of Pablo Escobar's profits each year. He was earning so much a year, we would write off 10% of the money because rats would eat it in storage or be damaged by water or lost. Holy shit.
They'll spend 25 rubber bands to hold the money together.
Oh my God. Those are crazy stats. But the thing about Escobar is he made more money than he could ever possibly spend, and yet he kept working. He kept wanting that money to come in.
He kept working, and from what the little I've seen, people loved him there because he would build soccer stadiums and do all that. I think that's part of the reason why people get annoyed with Trump or whoever you want to say here, because it doesn't seem like they're doing anything.
Well, it's also that thing when you're selling drugs, you get locked up in a business like Escobar was, where he had so much power and so much drugs he was selling. You don't want to give that power to somebody else. So once you've got that whole thing down and you're making all that money, like you must be incredibly reluctant to give that up. You think about how long it took him to put together the network to make the kind of money that he was making towards the end. Very reluctant to just hand that over to somebody else because the business is always going to be there, the demand's always going to be there, the supply's always going to be there. Like, who's making these transactions? You just have to give it to somebody else. And then plus you'd open yourself up to all these other fucking drug dealers becoming just as crazy as you were when you're coked up and nuts.
I read one of his books. I read one of the books by a Colombian journalist. I just don't read any author. This guy was referred to that. This guy really worked with the trenches. He was an amazing. Like he could have had any CEO fucking 500 company and I'll show him third grade education. What he had. He knew what he had. He knew the price. He knew how to buy people off. And he knew how to speak. Like he was a fucking yahoo. Like if you looked at him in the street, like, well, that guy makes $6 million an hour. You know, his belt buckles. Look at that belt buckle this big. But the guy made so much money. I knew a guy that was making $6 million every 6 weeks.
$6 million every 6 weeks.
I know him personally, no. But I knew him on site. I knew what he did.
What was he doing?
What do you think he was doing? He wasn't even looking at the code. understand? It wasn't even looking at it. It was coming from Colombia, it would land in Denver. And from Denver, he would ship it to Milwaukee, Hawaii, and all the states around it.
And how would he ship it?
Trucks, white people with a family, in the trunk of a car, going skiing. Meanwhile, while you're going skiing, you got 25 fucking pounds. In the back of your trunk, you don't even see it.
And so you go somewhere, you meet somebody, hand it off.
You don't even hand it over. Just give it a go. Just give me a call.
You see all this Johnny Depp shit that's going on in the news? Johnny Depp is going. Doug Stanhope wrote an article.
It's scary.
Yeah. Well, it's one of two things, right? Either Johnny Depp really beat up his girlfriend, or his girlfriend is lying and saying that Johnny Depp beat him up, and Stanhope and his girlfriend saw it the whole time. That's Stanhope's version of it. I trust Stanhope. I trust him very well. I trust Stanhope about as much as anybody I know. So if he says that she was manipulating him and that she was going to, she had said, and he was worried that she was going to do this. Yeah, Johnny Depp's being blackmailed by Amber Heard. Here's how I know. Guest column. Doug Stanhope, the rap. A bunch of people got upset at me for tweeting that. It's because you're not supposed to take a side. And if you do take a side, you have to take the woman's side because the woman could potentially be actually getting abused.
Did he get arrested?
I don't think so. The cops came and I think they found no evidence of.
You know what happens when the cops come and there's an argument there?
Yeah, they take you away.
It's not good.
Yeah, they take the man away.
No, he wasn't there. He fled the scene.
Did he?
Yeah, he fled the scene. But if there was a problem,
they would come about.
They would get.
So
even with the pictures, if there was pictures,
right,
and shit's broken now because of OJ, you have to, especially in LA. Yeah, especially in LA.
But it's weird how many people like automatically assume that he was beating her up. It's why is it that someone wants to pick a side? Is it like to show that you're a good person and you side with the woman always? Is that what it is? Like what's going on? Like why do people pretend that some people aren't manipulative? Some people are manipulative. And we know that, right? We know some people are manipulative. We know some people lie. We know some people set people up. We know some people blackmail people. We know that's real. But why? How come when it's a girl, we all of a sudden go, well, I can't think that way. Man, I can't believe you're supporting a wife beater.
She had a scar. She had a scar over her eye. She got a restraining order. I just can't figure out why they didn't arrest her.
Yeah, maybe he's got recordings or something. Maybe he knows something. But he definitely has a bunch of witnesses saying that Johnny Depp was worried about it before it ever happened.
First of all, Joe Rogan, they live like crazy, man.
Creepy. How so?
They don't live in a real life, Joe Rogan. I love Johnny Depp. He's done some great movies. But any of those actors at that level, you just said, you were talking about, I just saw a clip where you told me personally about you went to the Home Cannabis party. How is that different from your fucking birthday party? Wait, first of all, I know you're 20 years.
I don't have birthday parties.
You don't have birthday parties. Okay, that's number one. What gives you the right? You ever get an invite to like Thursday night at 7, Cafe L'Endroit?
Right.
You know, bring a gift. We're going to have dinner. Listen, I wouldn't go to your fucking birthday party. You want to firecrackers out of your ass, because that's not me. That's not the world I'm from. Once you get 15 and you get roller skates, birthdays are over. You get a kiss and a blowjob from your wife. I don't even give a fuck about a cake anymore. You know what I'm saying?
I do understand.
You went to a birthday party, okay? When you live in that realm of stardom, think of like fucking Jada Pinkett and that black dude. What's his name?
Will Smith.
If they lived in Philadelphia with that son of theirs, that motherfucker. You ever see the pilot of Empire? No, you didn't.
No.
Pilot of Empire has something very interesting that nobody caught in this country. Nobody said that. The pilot of Empire, the black dude,
Terrence Howard,
lonely with a pimp, whatever. There's a scene in there where the young kid that's gay comes out with baby shoes on. And he's writing a lyric to a rap song like E.D. He sees the kid, he picks him up, he puts him in the garbage can. You know that?
No, I didn't know that.
And he runs in, and they're like, "What'd you do?" And he goes, "Fuck that motherfucker. I ain't gonna have no faggots living in my fucking house and all this shit." When I came from Cuba, the first family I ever encountered before the De Lorenzos was a black family. They didn't say the word nigger in the house. This is the 70s. And you couldn't even talk about a gay relative. That's why I always knew that gay guys in the NFL and the NBA, that shit ain't gonna work. That shit's never gonna work. It's like a hidden thing. But remember when they first introduced the gay basketball player in the NBA? People were jumping up for joy, not those brothers. Those brothers were on the phone with the general manager going, listen, this shit's deep rooted. I don't want no gay motherfucker in my thing. I don't care if he's black or not. A lot of people can't say that in public. They would be. People can't talk what we really like anymore, dog. People just say shit just to fucking say it. We don't come from that fake world, man. We haven't been sucked into that Hollywood world. We won't allow it. We won't allow it. We're having a Hollywood party. We're having I don't even go to premieres. I don't go there. Anywhere where I see people kissing cheeks twice, I don't want to be there. You understand me? Because I don't need to be there. So they come from a different world, Joe. What they see is reality, and fucking what's going on is not really going on because they've sucked in. How many times you've been on the set and when you're looking at this dog shit and they're laughing and getting fake laughing. That's not the world I came from.
The producer fake laugh it's a real thing.
That's what we tell them. I heard that they have to keep you up, build you up. So on the 30th take, that was hilarious. No, I know. How about I come to your house and tell you the same joke 30 times? Same joke, word for word. You're gonna be giggling. No, you're not. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. You gotta assume these people are living in this fucking world. That God, she was on the phone with her friend, and she called for her friend to dial 911 and all this shit. You know who the fuck knows Joe? We right there. You don't know. You don't have a prenup. 60% he's gonna lose. Why do you get yourself in these predicaments? You fucking asshole. You get your dick sucked, stabbing a bitch and dropping off in the 170.
Does Johnny Depp have a prenup?
I suppose he does. In California is a 60% state.
Wait a minute. Please tell me Johnny Depp has a prenup. Then you know he's on drugs. If he didn't have, we'll find out. Yeah. If he didn't have a prenup, he was on drugs.
Has there been anything before? Like, I've never heard Johnny Depp hit a girl or...
No, his ex-wife said it's preposterous. It's not in him. Doug Stanhope said it's not in him. Doug Stanhope's actually good friends with him. So this guy's like, the last thing he would do is hit somebody. Just doesn't have it in him. He's not that guy. He's not like a aggressive guy.
Well, on the other hand, something else happened. His mother died.
Yep.
A week before. Now let's talk about a death. A death takes a while to sink in, but the first 25 days, my friend, you know.
Well, Stanhope talked about it in the actual interview.
Oh my God.
The pair did not
have 15 months, that's it?
So her benefits through California law, which guarantees her a minimum of 1/2 of however much their combined worth increased during their 15 months together. Forbes listed Depp as the 12th richest actor of 2015, a net worth of $400 million.
Looks like we're going to see Pirates of the Caribbean 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Oh my God. During his marriage to her, Depp got an estimated $61 million to appear and $170 million Alice through Looking Eyes, and $40 million to star in Black Mass, where he won raves playing Boston gangster Wayne Bolger. Holy fucking shit. Oh my God, you dumb motherfucker.
What do you do when you walk to the bank with a $40 million check? They don't even put you in the regular line.
When Stanhope said you don't go to a bank, it's all done wireless. But when Stanhope was talking to him, he was saying that his mother, like, obviously troubled him badly when he died, but that this was as bad as that. This was like leaning over him. He knew that he was going to get blackmailed. He knew that she was going after him. She had some demands, and unless he met him, she said she was going to go to the press. Look, man, he's an older dude. He's like 52. She's young and hot, and obviously, if Doug and Johnny Depp are telling the truth, she's manipulative. And some people are really good actors, man. They're really good at pretending they love you. And when you're a guy who's like a celebrity to the extent of Johnny Depp, he hasn't been not famous for more than 30 years. So for all that time, he's had like weird interactions with people where he's not exactly sure where they're coming from. It's never balanced. You know, it's always he's Johnny Depp. At the end of the day, he's Johnny Depp.
I'm saying it's a different end, bro.
But the fact that he was willing to marry her and not sign a prenup is hilarious. That's hilarious.
It's called ether.
The ether pussy.
No, they're living in ether. They're under the ether, Joe. Pussy. When you know.
Like that Nas song.
When you're in there, can you imagine if I came to you every day and told you you're a brilliant actor?
There's that, and then there's the pussy. You know how hot you've seen how hot she is.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
She's stunning. That's the ether. That's the real ether.
It's ether. It's both of them. It's ether. It's the whole. Boy, you live in this fucking bubble, man. You know, everybody wants to come to LA to be a star. There's so much that comes with that bubble.
Meanwhile, she should have just taken a divorce. Why does she have to slap him around? Just say, I don't want to do this anymore. That's all she says, and she's making millions, right?
It was only 15 months. Like, so do you think there's like a lot of hot girls, especially in this town, who their entire plan is just to land a rich guy, marry him for a year, and then just leave him?
No, but let me tell you something. If that girl was smart and she looked at her attractiveness as like a career and marrying rich dudes,
Yeah.
there's like a lot of value in it being broken up with Johnny Depp. Like if she breaks up with him and she makes like fucking look, if he's worth that much money, she's getting 10 million, right? She's getting 10 million at least, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So she gets the 10 million. She relaxes, and other rich dudes come in and try to scoop her up because it's Johnny Depp's former ex-wife or current ex-wife.
Yeah, they have a lot of those. Like they go from celebrity to celebrity.
If she wanted
Jacqueline Kennedy went to a nest.
yes. If you want to get dark, you just go to the next. You just go to the next.
Mick Jagger's wife just married fucking somebody who's got tons of cash.
That guy said,
What's his name?
I don't know.
Who did Jerry Hall just marry, dog?
I don't know.
Like she's 61 or something. Or 57. She's a big.
Rupert Murdoch?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Jerry Hall read Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah.
I thought Rupert Murdoch had a hot little Chinese woman.
Let me something. Bob, that was last week. When you want
Hold on a second. Scroll up. It's
59.
Beautiful family. Jerry Hall, 59, posts photo with her and her new husband, Rupert Murdoch, 85, surrounded by their children on their wedding day. Please expand that picture much larger. What kind of dark prostitution are we looking at here? This is dark. This is like sorcery. This is so strange. I mean, she can't even possibly pretend that he's attractive. That's like her dad, man.
She was married to Mick Jagger, and he told her the wedding wasn't null and void because they got married on an island. That chick is a shot.
Yeah, she had to take the money.
Fucking Johnny Louie.
See, for a guy like Rupert Murdoch, that's a prize. See, look, he's got a bunch of Chinese kids. See, his kid there, like half Chinese? That's the ex-wife. That's the last one he jettisoned. She talked too much. She didn't bow hard enough. I still see your face when you bow. Now, find out what happened. Why am I TMZing Rupert Murdoch? But he had some hot wife before that. Jerry Hall. Good luck. But my point was that I really think that this lady, if she just divorced him, but I guess she wanted a lot of money. She might have been greedy. She might have been angry at him. You know, who knows?
I think it'd be more than 10 because it was half of what they made in that year, and they said he got paid 40 and 60. So that's 50.
No, it's half of what his money increased by.
Okay, so that's different than what he
Pull
made.
that up again so we get a look at it. I'm pretty sure that's what it says. I think it said half of what it, like, say if he made $20 million 1 year and then $30 million with her.
Got it.
Half of that, 10. Yeah.
She don't get half of the $4 million.
Guarantees her a minimum of 1/2 of however much their combined worth increased during their 15 months together. So she made $10 more that year, and Johnny made $50 million more. Yeah, it's madness, man. I mean, she got him. I've met girls like that, man. They're coyotes. They're strange. They stand outside your fence and they howl. And they're vicious, man. And there's girls like that, and there's guys like that, right? There's guys that'll roofie a girl's drink and rape her. There's guys that'll rip a girl's bank account off. There's guys that are creepy fucks, right? Well, there's girls that are creepy fucks too. There's human beings that suck, and we have to be aware on both sides. There's human beings that do devious shit, and just because it's a girl doesn't mean she's not gonna do stuff like that. Believe me. My friend was killed by a girl. Phil Hartman was shot in his sleep by a woman. People are dark. They do dark shit, men and women. And the idea that you're gonna go on one side or another, I retweeted that article not because I believe 100% that that's what happened, but because Doug Stanhope's my brother. So if Doug Stanhope puts something like that out there, I help him promote that. I help other people read his work. It's not an endorsement, but it's 100%. I will trust Doug Stanhope's opinion on things before I will take some actress lady's word on what happened. I would trust at least Doug's opinion that Johnny was at least saying that he was going to get blackmailed. But who knows? He might have been smart.
Yesterday.
Didn't want anybody to know, so like,
Yesterday, minding my business. I'm minding my business. I ain't bothering nobody. I'm watching the baby. It's 4:30. I tell you about this.
No.
I had a knock on the door. I never open my door. You can knock on my door. If you don't call me, I don't open the door. I just sit there and watch TV. I'm one of those motherfuckers. Unless you call me and say I'm coming over, I don't open the door for anybody. And that's, I've been doing that for 30 years. Right? With the baby, it was like, Daddy, something's at the door. I'm like, God damn it. I opened the door, 3 women at my door, 2 of them are cockeyed. I swear to God, I'm not even trying to be funny. They're from the Church of Latter-day Saints. Hey, how you doing? I go, listen, I'm not into this stuff, but my wife is into Mormons. I just said that so I can get off the hook. I'm feeding the baby. I'm going to come back in 30 minutes. Scribbles, I'm really thirsty. Can I get a glass of water or a water bottle? You know what, man?
that's how they get you in. That's a tactic.
I closed the fucking door. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. Hold on 1 second. I closed the door. My wife is from Tennessee. She saves those fucking bottles and fills them up with water and takes them to yoga. I throw them away. What are we, white trash? I throw these things away. Once they're done, they're done. My wife saves them and puts them in the freezer for headaches and shit. So I went to get one of those, and there was no bottles. So I give her a glass of water. She takes off. Now I'm running against the clock. These 3 little Mormon bitches are gonna come back. My wife walks in. We go outside and get high. You know, they stole my pipe. When they asked me to get the water, they stole my pot pipe from the balcony. Nobody else was on that balcony. The water guy comes on that balcony. He sees the pipe. I don't leave weed out there. I'm not that stupid. I just leave the pipe up there clean. The pipe. My wife was there, and Warner came. The lady who takes care of Mercy. They didn't steal the Mormons stole my pipe. Let me tell you something. I got in that car and looked at those 3 little cockeyed bitches down all over. I couldn't find them. They never came back. They stole my pot pipe.
Do you think they stole it because they were just stealing things, or do you think they stole it because they didn't want you to be engaging in such horrible behavior? Smoking marijuana while you're taking care of your child.
I wasn't smoking while I was taking care of the child. I just always leave it out there. It's always out
there. I mean, like you have a child, but you're still smoking marijuana. Like, how dare you? What are you doing with a pot pipe? We need to take this from them.
Maybe they took it, but if they smoked it, they ain't cockeyed no more. That 2 bitches ain't cockeyed no more. Shit. They had holes in their feet and their shoes. What religion sends people to knock on doors on Memorial Day? That's a guaranteed slam to the door to the face.
Didn't you have another one that you kept, he kept coming back?
Yeah, I had a Jehovah's Witness. I was stringing that one. I want to talk to you. Call me at a bad time. Come back in an hour. I can see him lurking in front of my house. I beat you. I couldn't even go home. I couldn't even go home. I had him strung out for like 4 months, though. Every time he come over, he would go give those pamphlets up all the number.
So some people must be happy that they come, right? They must get some people like, oh, well, I've been really curious about this. Please come on in.
Did you ever invite anybody in? No.
One time a girl was selling cookies. It's pretty hot.
Did you invite her in?
I invited her in.
What happened?
Nothing. I didn't know how to close the deal back then. I was like 21.
Did you buy the cookies?
I think so. I think I bought cookies. I don't remember. I remember her being hot. Yeah, this bitch probably sells a lot of cookies. Knocking on people's doors.
Speaking about taxing, what about those religions that make you give like 10% to the church?
Tithing.
On top of taxes.
Mm-hmm. Tithing. Oh my God. We had a guy in Fear Factor that won $1 million. You don't really win $1 million because the government takes a big chunk, and most people, they take the one-time payment instead of like the $50,000 a year for the rest of your life, that kind of thing. But this guy, before he did the stunt, started talking in tongues. He's like standing on this like cliffside, like they talk in a made up nonsense language. So like repeats the same sounds over and over and over again. But this talking in tongues, he really believed it was like a religious experience, and that God helped him win $1 million.
I was going through a box of VHSs about a month ago, and I put one in and I caught the beginning of the Fear Factor, like the 2nd season. And I watched like 15 minutes of it, and looking at it now, I don't know how fucking The show should have been how long does it take till Joe Rogan fucks you up? Like how long? Remember when Tony Soprano used to beat people up? Like somebody would say something, he'd just throw a Bob and go and start kicking it.
Right.
He beat up Georgie like 4 times. Hilarious. He knocked his eye out. That's what the episode should have been like half the time. Like in mid-sentence, you just start punching somebody. Kicking them when they're on the phone. What do you mean you don't want to eat the fucking eggs? Like that's the next level of fear factor. Like go on there like with Chris Lieben as the host, and every time you like act up, they just beat the fuck out of you. Like America's Ready.
See, Fear Factor is like everything else. 90% of the people were cool. I think 90% of the people ever were cool. Yeah, 90% of the people just having a good time. Yeah, 90% were some goofy contestants. Yeah, right. 1 out of 10, probably.
And I know you would look at them all the time.
As a grown man, it's the closest I've ever been to a street fight. That one guy. And if that wasn't there, if that was somewhere else instead of like in front of cameras, I definitely would strangle him. 100%. Like it just the whole thing was like there was 8 cameras around, all these people around, and I was like, I don't want to commit to hurting this guy. He's a dangerous fuck. I'm like, that guy could totally sucker punch me. He was so amped up and kept coming into my face, kept running towards me. I pushed him away, ran towards me again. I pushed him away. And I was like, okay, this is hard. I'm like, I'm not gonna keep pushing this guy away. I'm not gonna take a chance at him doing something. So I clamped on him. I was trying to think like I was like legally the guillotine would be a much smarter move because I have his head. I'm definitely sure I can snap him down. I know he's got and if I hit him in the face, it's probably gonna be ugly. You know, me and someone in the face, it's fucking devastating. It's terrible. It's terrible to do someone's face.
After one knee, one fucking straight on the nose. Straight on the nose.
People get that amped up that they want to fucking physically fight you. And people are so amped up they want to actually throw their fucking limbs at you. Boy, everything's gotten so out the window. When you're that close, screaming at each other, like each other guys getting in your face, it's so close to like a catastrophic injury. Like anybody that's that nuts, that's screaming at you inches from your face, like all bets are off. Like we're on safari rules here. Like this is we're in jungle territory. This is a very dangerous time. If it wasn't for a lot of people being around, particularly if that happens and you're alone, imagine if you're alone in the woods with a guy who's screaming at you and getting in your face like that. Like people die like that all the time. People have a knife. They're in that sort of situation. People stab people out of fear, just trying to be the one who doesn't get stabbed. You know, you think it's eventually gonna get ugly.
I had a situation where I was so strong. It made sense when people say that. Sometimes it takes them to get in. Fear goes like my ex-wife got something. My ex-boyfriend in jungle. And they hit people on with 2 by 4s. I'm mad about that. And they hit his neighbor's hurting. They hit me 2 by 4. When I ran downstairs, the guy hit me with a 2 by 4. He didn't really break my rib. It just felt so good. And it was still strong and stuff. And I was really scared of it. And I got my hands on it. And the pain went away. And I was a different fucking person. Like, so his buddy hit me from behind. And he tripped. And he started moving. Which I took the first guy down. And I was scared as shit. That was really good. Like, I'm so pissed.
Which one ran?
Down with the stick.
The bigger guy or the little guy?
The little guy hit me with the stick. I don't know what I did. I didn't know about singles and doubles. I don't remember back in my life. I was just so hot that night. I kept punching. And then I got away and I started kicking him. I just started stepping up. I started snapping at him. Inside the house. He was a cool guy. And I was prepared to go to jail.
The guy was still outside on the ground?
I fucked up his foot, you know, they fell all that dirty shit. I kicked him. Before I went to call, I kicked him 3 times in the balls just to really keep him down. Like I fucking kicked him with everything I had. Because listen, you want to hit me, that's one thing. Then with that fucking dog, you're not gonna hit a dog. Not in your fucking worst situation, especially my dog. Yeah, my dog put a 2x4. And the other guy took off. I'll never forget the guy's name was Durfee. He came, he was 400 pounds. Fat cops over the car. Then I got out of his car. And I said, Durfee, cops. I protected myself. I needed and Durfee goes, all the cops, this is you. I was wrapping him up and dropping in front of the hospital. And I was always a pussy. I was never scared at all. I think once that fucking 2x4 hit me, whatever the fuck hit me in the side.
Well, the anticipation of violence is almost sometimes worse than the violence itself. Because the anticipation of fight is what everybody's terrified of. It's like, what could happen? The unknown. But once it's happening, it's not the unknown anymore. And it's the right, what's going on? What's going on right now? Like in competing, once a fight starts, you don't feel the same fear. Like the real fear is the weigh-ins before the fight, or like the announcements, walking to the ring, waiting in the locker room. All that, that's the real fear. When you're there and you're actually fighting, it's not a fear, fam. It's just you're so zoned into the moment. You're so reactive. So I would imagine that's probably the same thing with that. It's like the fear of a guy coming over and kicking your ass is way worse than actually being able to fight with the guy, especially if you know how to handle yourself. It's like now I actually control something. Something's going on here. I can react. I can move around with something that's actually going down. You guys get addicted to that too, boy.
I'm very surprised. I'm really surprised. No, because they always blame shit on your childhood. Yeah. They always attach things to your childhood. And I grew up around one of the most violent people I ever met in my life. That's why I have no fear. Like, I know what fear is to be scared of somebody really fucking great. There's a difference between getting smacked your stepdad. Yeah, there's a difference. Equally younger. And I'm surprised I'm not more violent. I don't shoot animals.
Well, you're a smart guy. You would never do that. You've always been an animal lover.
But it's just weird that I need to come out with that. Like, I don't believe
When did your violence stop, though? Because, I mean, when did your violence stop? Because you were still smacking people, you know, when...
Now, my violence stopped when I got beat up. That's when that violence mentality, when I realized that there's always somebody out there that's going to fuck you up. And now, it's not like your mom. It's not a controlled beating. It's real. Somebody, you don't know what makes somebody punch you 3 times in the head and stop.
Isn't that interesting how that is like the answer that everybody always has to some of the pussies that are out there that talk so much shit? There's a lot of people running around with me and need to get a fucking punch in the face. And people go, that is a terrible way to think about. That is a awful way. But no, there's a humbling to that, just like that lady. It's like, thank you, sir. And she got fucked up by that elk. You need to get thank you, sir. You really need that in your life. Like, people need to get their fucking ass kicked, man. They don't. So they just run around. There's no consequences to their actions. Like, they live in this nerfed environment. A guy like you see some dark shit going on, and you know there's consequences. You grew up with consequences.
Every guy, every go to the hospital, believe me, that's a
plus you're always around drugs and drug dealers and drug people and people that are, you know, involved in illegal activity that have to protect their freedom. Drug dealers and being around drug dealers, like, they're always one step closer to violence than anybody else around. Because they're living a dirty life. They're living a life of complication and worry. You're always going to worry about someone turning you in. You're always going to worry about someone getting arrested. Where'd you get these drugs from? Oh, where does he live? And then boom. You got to worry about people showing up at your house. You got to stash stuff in weird spots. You got to always be on edge.
And once you add that drug to the mix, like once you're dealing coke, okay, take for example,
My friend in the movie smoked a lot of weed, right? Did you do coke in the show? No. It's all different. You're right.
Once you do coke as a deal or heroin or prescription pill, that puts your judgment somewhere else. When you do coke, even if you coke for 3 hours, the high becomes something else. That euphoric becomes paranoia. And the more you do it, the paranoia, it shuts the window. The euphoric state goes from 3 hours to 2 hours, to 1 hour to 2 bumps. Like towards the end, for me, 2 bumps, I was done. Paranoia was high. On the way home, if I was driving and I saw a cop car over there, just watching speeders, that cop car stayed in my mind and grew like a weed. Why was he there? Why? That makes your trigger finger a lot quicker. That makes so many things a lot quicker. Yeah. You know, I used to call the cops on myself. That's not a joke. That's not a fucking joke. That's a joke on stage. But where I originated from was in 1986, I spent the weekend doing the best coke in the world. And I kept calling the cops. All the cops, and they kept coming over and go, what? There's a parrot in the other room. And they go, and that was the 10th time they go, can we talk to you? They say, listen, how many lines have you done tonight? And I'm like, stop. Like, we suggest you put away the bag. And the next Monday, I had to walk to the police station. Like, after a good 12 hours sleep, it's rain for weeks. I wasn't doing blow. It was just a reaction to the orange juice. And they're like, listen, you gotta stop. You gotta stop doing powder. You were calling the cops on yourself, dog. Thank God, this happens all the time up here in Aspen. Well, never tell you when I was a fucking kid if I ever in Aspen. You didn't know about that? No. Okay, your Uncle Joe for it. Okay, and Snowmass Village to be a, you can go to a shitty gym or you go to a Snowmass with that shit. Okay, so you know Joe, I enjoyed the Snowmass Club, it's $3 a month. Today too, I come afford that. $300 a month? Oh my God, the Snowmass Club. The Snowmass Club. I didn't do Aspen those days. The Aspen Club was when Grabo got blown up. The drug dealers making $6 million since we didn't blow up the Aspen Club, you know. Right by blew him up with a pipe. You know who was white leg guy? Oh fuck, no, he held down for 6 or 7 hours. He bled out of his ass. That year was the Jeep that they put an extra plate under the Jeep. He would always give somebody a 20 to start his car. It was one day. It was 20 days from going on trial. They found it. He was just going to a restaurant and said, hey, Joe, how are you? Joe, give me a favor. He's on it. Tell me when it's over.
So you would just give them money, and that way you would never pay them. You would go to set a money account, just had so much cash coming in. That's actually pretty smart.
That was what he would do. So when he got blown up, he married his wife. James Gunn married Rainbow's wife. All those single wives, they get money when they get blown up. They fucking all get married. You're right.
Yeah, that's why I think I never heard that girl. If she just kept her mouth shut and took some cash, you'd probably give her many millions, right?
You think so? But how many more millions do you think she'll get for this?
And she'd have to back some other Persian guy with a fucking gold medal.
Go tell me this. Back to 300. I'm a fine. So for 6 months, they put me into a training program. And you just like drop dumpsters and you run your mouth and CPR, get a roll with your bags. I'm doing all this shit. I'm coming up with a gift. I'm selling coke. I'm going back every week to get around the coke and selling it. It made my hobby. I'm a volunteer fireman. But have you been asking the Snowmass? Yes, I've been asking. The only fucking fires are the ones white people don't know how to do a fire in the fireplace. So they scoop it, they put it in the garbage, then there's a fire. So I would get cooked up at night, and they'd be outside my house beeping. Man, with the dollars, like, come on out, there's a fire. I come down, fuck you. I would come out of the house, I get so paranoid. And they'd ask me the next day, what happened to you last night? I took a sleeping pill, I couldn't get up. This must have happened, because every time I did show up, I was always at the dumpster. Right. That was on fire. Why am I going to leave the house on fire for a fucking dumpster? 8 white people with sticks and helmets, with radios. You know, yeah, you know, white TV, yeah, you know, white TV, over, you got a 619 on Third Street, over, mouth to the parrot and shit. Save the fucking dumpster.
Did you do any fires?
I did like 3 fires, but they were just dumpster fires. So after a while, I said, well, there's idiots. Hey, idiots with things, you know, make them believe they're busy. Forget it, leave me alone. Call me for the big ones. And there was never a big one. So they fucking find me. That's when they realized I was only in it for the membership pass.
Well, the Aspen's a weird place because obviously there's a lot of really wealthy people and they called it home for a long time. But then there was a lot of hippies that moved there in the 70s because they just wanted to get out of society and they somehow or another gravitated towards Aspen. Like, I don't understand how that happened. What it was about Aspen. And
Colorado jails are number 1 and 2 in the country.
as far as capacity,
In the old days, 10 to 20 years ago, Boulder County Jail was the number 2 county jail in the country. They fed you. They gave you clothes. That's why they vote Democratic. They trim your toenails. They give you rolling pig. You can still smoke using them. They give you rolling pigs and tobacco. No other person. Everywhere else, you got to pay for cigarettes. And Boulder, in Aspen, they don't even have a kitchen. And then the French used to cater. That's why fucking Bundy escaped. All the French used to cater. Aspen, you in jail, you get catered goods. They don't have a jail. They have a county. They cater.
Ted Bundy escaped from the Aspen jail.
Yeah. You open up a window and jump out. And they killed the girl slung that bridge. He just escaped from the fucking Aspen jail, jumped out of a window.
Well, you got to drive. Can you get to drive for a little bit in prison? Have you went to 10 places?
I would drive, you know, because I was on a driver's license. So they would let me drive to places where people were usually on the road and see them pick up trash. I would bring them lunch. And at the same time, those people, they know where they're going the next day. So I'm Joe Rogan, the jump, where you going? Nothing really between Royal King and Compton, or you open it by that sign that says save the apples. So that's what we do. So they just come and pick it up. So they give me the bag and I would drive it in, but we would be in the truck and the garbage. So I would leave the garbage in the trucks. Then the agents come back, I would mark the bag that they do the weed in. And they would take the weed out and the heroin and the fucking speed and give me the cut. Wow. It's fucking amazing. That's how they bring jail.
And you never got caught?
You know what's crazy? I'm thinking about it now. God, you're probably watch.
Yeah, they'd rather not deal with stuff. They'd rather just relax. I can remember bringing an edible onto a plane.
Shit. Edible on a plane is my little fucking helicopter. Shit.
Joe gives these other edibles on plane.
Shit. What's up, baby?
That's it. 3 hours.
That's it.
We did it all.
What we got going on?
Yes, we got July 8th, you and me at the Cop Theater, the MGM. That's going to be fun.
UFC 200?
Yeah, UFC 200. That's going to be chaos.
I think I'm going to go on Thursday for the fucking thing and walk around.
Yeah, for the expo? Yeah, good idea.
Nice people.
But you should probably get a set. See if you can get a set at the MGM Club, at Brad Garrett's Club.
Thursday night?
Yeah, I bet you could do a show there Thursday night if you wanted to.
Maybe do a seminar or something, right?
A seminar? Yeah, we'll probably do some seminars.
That's what makes it.
Yeah, it's a giant week, you know, of the UFC experience. Down there for UFC 2.
Yeah, so it's great. I went about 5-4 years ago. The first year they did it, you get paid. I walked around. It was pretty interesting.
They usually have grappling tournaments. I don't know if they're having them this time. I'm sure they are. They have no-gi grappling tournaments too. Seminars, all kind of shit.
Tonight, here's the countdown for UFC 199.
And you can watch The Church of What's Happening Now on YouTube. Video, and you can get it on iTunes. It's fucking hilarious. I suggest you get on that shit and subscribe. Lee Sayat on Twitter. Lee spelled
Leesyatt.
And of course, Matt Flavor, the young Joey Diaz. That's right. And then Jamie Vernon is still Jamie Vernon, but it should be young Jamie.
I changed my display name to young people.
Oh, beautiful. That's all you need. The display name. That's all you need. Ladies and gentlemen, good night. We'll be back tomorrow with Sam Harris. See you soon. This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. That's the only coffee I drink. I drink it at home. I drink it at work. Sometimes I have to drink other coffee, but if I want to drink the coffee that I enjoy, it's Black Rifle Coffee. If you haven't already heard about Black Rifle Coffee Club, you lucked out, because now's the perfect time to get on board with this community for a massive discount. New members who join today use the code Joe, and you're going to get 30% off their first month with the club. It's the best way to get premium coffee roasted right here in USA, shipped to your door on a schedule that works for you. Club members also get exclusives like free shipping on all deliveries, special discounts on roasts, access to products that you won't find anywhere else, members-only content, plus discounts with a bunch of your favorite brands. Joining the coffee club is the best way to get the full BRCC experience, so sign up now, use the code Joe, and get that massive 30% off your first month. You get to enjoy the best coffee in America, the best coffee club in America, and most importantly, join the mission to give back to those who serve. This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. One of the ways that we show love for someone is to protect them, and an easy way to do that is to get Simply Safe Home Security. It's an advanced system that protects your home and the people you care about. Simply Safe was named one of the best home security systems of 2024 by U.S. News and World Report, and for a good reason. It has everything you need to secure your home inside and out, with HD cameras and sensors that'll help detect fire, flooding, and more. We love Simply Safe because it has everything you need to make your home safe. Indoor and outdoor cameras, comprehensive sensors, all monitored around the clock by trained professionals who send help the instant you need it. We also offer 24/7 professional monitoring to help ward off intruders and get the help you need whenever you need it. Try it for yourself. They have a 60-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, return it for a full refund. Plus, right now, you can get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Just visit simplysafe.com/Rogan. That's simplysafe.com/Rogan. Oh, yeah, we eat a lot of coconut oil. I'm a big fan of avocado. I eat a lot of avocados, a lot of avocado oil, a lot of coconut oil as well, though. Almond butter, nuts, things along those lines. Like you really need to get those essential fats.
Well, actually, I'm not vegan, so I would like to be vegan, but I'm still eating dairy.
How would you say you would like to be? No one's holding you down to don't get saying you need to have some milk.
No, I think I would screw it up. I mean, again, with the whirlwind.
I should have brought you some eggs.
But I eat eggs. I eat eggs and I eat dairy, but I can only eat so many eggs and some dairy.
I eat a lot of eggs.
Yeah.
Well, eggs are very good for you. Here's another thing: dietary cholesterol. People are always concerned with dietary cholesterol, although that was a big myth for the longest time.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, dietary cholesterol barely moves the needle on blood lipids. A lot of when people have cholesterol issues, it's sedentary lifestyle. There's genetics, there's all sorts of other variables. But people with healthy lifestyles, it doesn't seem to be that dietary cholesterol is bad for you. And also, it's essential for testosterone production.
Yeah. So, I get a ton of, not a ton, but I'm not trying to avoid saturated fat. So I get a fair amount.
Do you have a yard?
Yeah.
Did you raise some chickens?
No, I'm not that.
Come on over to my house after this. I'll take you to my house. I'll show you the chicken setup. We just got 5 new ones. We have 18 now. This fucking die sometimes.
You don't know why?
Now it's going to chicken coop one's dead.
Father Time got in there with
They're getting kind of old now, some of them. I don't know how old a chicken lasts, honestly. But they're like pets. They give you food. Like, there's no negativity. I open the door, they come up to me, they run around, I feed them. Like, they're not trapped. As a matter of fact, they go into their pen at night. Like, you leave it open. And they wander around I have a big yard. They wander around my yard. They eat a bunch of bugs and stuff, and then they go back inside when they want to. Right. So there's no like animal captivity. There's no cruelty. There's nothing weird going on. And so those eggs, they're pretty much karma free. This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy. And with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing, just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG, vitamin D3 and K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. One common misconception about any type of relationship is that it has to be easy to be right. And the truth is the best relationships happen when both people put in the time, love, and commitment to make them great. That might look like scheduling regular calls to keep up with a long-distance friend, improving communication with a partner, adapting to a colleague's working style, or reconciling a difference in values with a parent. Therapy can be a place to work through the challenges that you face in all of your relationships, whether it's friends, work, your significant other, or anyone. Working on your relationship isn't easy, and sometimes you need a little support to navigate the most difficult and challenging parts, and that's where therapy can help. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime for no charge. There's so many different kinds of relationships in your life. Give them all some love with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/JRE.
No, I don't doubt that. It's just that when you read the details of how our dairy and eggs are gotten, it's arguably as bad, if not worse, than much of the meat production. So moving from eating meat to being a vegetarian in some ways is a symbolic move ethically if you really want to not participate in machinery. But
there's an issue with vegetarianism. There is an issue with how they gather food. I mean, there's a giant issue that people don't want to take into consideration. It's like, how are they growing all this food? How are they growing all these plants? Well, one of the things they're doing is they're displacing wildlife. They're chewing up this ground, and these combines, if you eat grain in particular, combines indiscriminately just chew up all that stuff, and they get deer farms, mice, rabbits, rats, rodents, untold amount of bugs if you want to get it in. I mean, there's no, like, being a vegan and being a vegetarian is most certainly less cruel and less harmful overall, but it's not karma-free. It can't be, unless you're growing your own stuff. If you can grow all your own vegetables and you essentially live on a small farm, yeah, you could do it and really feel good. But if you're buying it in a store, you're participating in factory farming, whether you like it or not. You're just participating in vegetable farming. But there's still issues.
Oh yeah. I just viewer. I had this guy on my podcast, Uma Valetti, who's running this company called Memphis Meats, which is cultured meat. It's a startup in Silicon Valley.
Oh, okay.
And they're
trying. Did you try that?
I haven't tried it. No, I want to try it. But it was a fascinating conversation because he basically, what's fascinating to me on two levels is one, it's fascinating we're on the cusp of being able to produce actual, biologically identical meat that is nutritious. I mean, there's no implication of cruelty at all in it, right? And you just grow the way you brew beer, essentially. And so that's, that seems like the future. But what's interesting psychologically is that people have this creepy feeling around it, which is very strange because I'm telling you, I can take the misery and death out of the process, right? I can take the suffering animal out of it. I can take the chaos of the slaughterhouse out of it. There's no, cow that has been mistreated for its whole life, stumbling in blood and feces on the way to the killing floor. And somehow removing all of that makes it creepy for people. They want that, and that's the natural way to get meat. And I told you this is grown in a vat by a guy in a white lab coat and has no xenoviruses and no bacteria, nothing, no antibiotics were used to pump this thing up. And it's just the cells you want. People start to, there's kind of an ick feeling that I think we're going to get over, but it's interesting psychologically that it's there in the first place.
Did you get that ick feeling, or you just talking to the people?
No, I understand it. I mean, I'm past it, but I understand it.
How do you know they got it?
That's I just see the reaction. When I actually polled this on Twitter, and 25% of 15,000 people answered the poll. So it's not a scientifically valid poll of the general population. It's just whoever got it on my feed, but. It was interesting to see. I asked, of the people who wouldn't switch, so I asked, would you switch? And something like 80% said they would switch if this was affordable and available and safe. But of the people who wouldn't switch, it was 25% wouldn't switch because it's just creepy, and 25% assumed that it was not healthy. I think I forgot that before the breakdown. Another 25% were already vegan or vegetarian and didn't want to eat meat. But there was an ick factor for at least 25% of people who wouldn't do it. I understand.
I wonder how many people would go back to eating meat if they could phrase it this way. Like how many people who had gone vegan would go back to eating this scientifically created, lab-created beef?
I think enough for a serious market.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Well, there'd be a serious market for it, for sure. If they could get it cost effective, because last time I saw it was like $250,000 for a cheeseburger.
I think it's down to $18,000 for a meatball.
It'd eventually be like, the Apollo computers now fit the pocket. Much stronger, in fact, than Apollo computers.
Well, the sequencing the genome, this I just noticed, which is fascinating. Sequencing the genome 15 years ago cost $3 billion. It's now 3,000.
Whoa!
So what? It's a millionfold reduction in cost in 15 years.
That's insane.
So it's something like that. Things tend to scale that way. So
yeah, that's a giant scale, though. When you talk about human history.
Yeah.
Good Lord! Imagine if you're a guy who spent $3 billion of it 15 years ago. And you're like, God, if I just fucking waited.
Yeah.
It saves so much money.
And we don't anticipate that when we think of how difficult it is to solve certain problems. We don't. This is Ray Kurzweil's point. Ray Kurzweil, who I think is a bit of a cult leader and a carnival barker on many topics. This point he makes again and again, I think is quite valid, which is when you're factoring how difficult it will be to get into the end zone, whatever that end zone is, you're not tending to factor all of the improvements and the compounding improvements in technology along the way.
So I would love to get back to Ray Kurzweil, but I wanted to bring up this point about, one of the things about going vegan, especially when you proclaim and you go public with going vegan, if you back out of that, that's where I am as a vegetarian. They get fucking mad at you. They get mad. Did you see that family, couple that runs a bunch of vegan restaurants? And they decided to start eating meat again, even though they run vegan restaurants. They decided to they have their own farm, they raise their own cattle, and they started eating their own cattle. It was real weird, too, because there was a lot of Jesus in their message. There was a lot of, Jesus said that, we're supposed to take care of the animal. Biblical quotes, like really obscure biblical quotes about food. Like, okay, what are you doing here? But they have, here it is. Vegans revolt against owners of famous LA vegan restaurants after meat eating outed. I don't think you could say they outed because I'm pretty sure they put it on their Facebook page. Oh, where the guy was like first cheeseburger in 15 years.
Is this kind of gratitude?
Yes.
Oh yeah. So well, the other thing that's hilarious about that restaurant, which I like, is that the food is good, but you've been there?
No.
So everyone, now forgive me if this is no longer true, but at one point every employee there did the landmark forum, the successor to EST.
Oh, that's right. They get sued for that.
Who does it?
This restaurant's one of the reasons why they closed one of the restaurants. Yeah, explain that though, because
okay, so landmark, so EST, which I've never done this, so again I'm speaking outside the cult walls. But Werner Erhard was a 60s human potential figure who started EST. Never met him, but obviously impressive enough as a person to get a lot of people to spend a lot of time doing whatever he said. And he had this the growth course called EST, which has been, you've seen it in many movies, no name comes to mind now, but some version of this where you can keep everyone in the room and people have to ask permission to go to the bathroom, and there's kind of a pressure cooker situation socially. You have everyone sort of torn down. Actually, the classic case, I think this wasn't EST, this was the Forum, which is now the successor to EST. They were at one point hired to do coaching in various companies, and I think they're hired by the FAA. I wrote about this in one of my books. It was the FAA. Hired the Forum to coach their administrators. And one of the exercises they forced these guys to do is, certainly most of the guys, they chained the boss to his secretary and had for like the whole day, and they had to go to the bathroom together, and it's this sort of ego annihilating experience. Anyway, this is the recipe that one of the recipes that has inspired. This is not to say that people don't go to the Forum and get a lot out of it. I've actually met those people, but every employee of this restaurant apparently has gone, or used to go do the Forum. So it's you walk into the restaurant and your interaction with people in the restaurant is unlike most restaurants. It's there's lots of eye contact, and it's intense. It's an intense restaurant. And also the stuff on the menu. This was just so lacerating I could never comply. But the name of everything on the menu is like, I am humble, I am magical, I am self-assured. So you have to, you're meant to order it that way. Like, I am humble.
Oh God, I'll have an I am humble.
Yeah, so and then when it's given to you, it's you are humble. So that becomes a little of that goes a long way.
Okay, well they're retarded. That's what's going on. And if you go,
food is good though. I don't get me the wrong way.
But that it makes sense then that they would go all Jesus-y, religious-y when they were trying to justify their meat consumption. Jamie, see if you pull up the quotes for them justifying their meat consumption, because it was real weird. It was like, how weird is it these guys are like using Jesus and religion to justify eating cows when they've been a vegan for all those years? Like, did you not listen to Jesus all those other years? Like, you're like, fuck you, Jesus, I'm not eating meat. Like, what was the turnaround there? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't think you can pull veganism out of the Bible unless, I guess if you go back to the garden, there's nothing about them eating meat, right? It was all provided from the trees. There's no slaughterhouse in the garden.
Well, vegetarianism is fairly old. I mean, vegetarianism has been around in Hindu cultures and so many different cultures forever. Yeah. But not veganism, right? I mean, veganism is really fairly recent. It's
pretty impractical.
History. Okay, herding remnants of our best tool to restore fertility to the earth, keep the earth covered, and reverse desertification and climate change, he wrote. We need cows to keep the earth alive. Cows make an extreme sacrifice for humanity, but that's their position in God's plan as food for the predators. Whoa. Huh, that's a strange quote. But I think there was more of them, but that's good enough. But there was more of that kind of stuff, like all of a sudden he's a predator. Like, predators go after animals, they chase them down, and they kill them. I guess we're kind of predators in a way, but we're some new thing. We're some completely new thing. We use weapons or we corral them. And if you've got them corralled and you're just sticking that no country for old men thing in their head and killing them with it, I mean, that's what they're doing, right? If you're doing that, I don't know if you're allowed to call yourself a predator.
Well, historically, we're predators.
Yes,
And chimps are predators. Not entirely, but they are that too.
We're certainly a kind of a predator, but we're so much different now.
Yeah.
And this is what we're talking about. We're talking about factory farming and these weird businesses where they slam all these animals to these entirely too small places, and they live in their own feces and urine. And I'm sure you've seen that drone footage from the pig farm.
I've seen a lot of pig farm footage, but I don't know if I've seen the drone footage. I don't think I've seen
Lakes of urine and feces. It's disgusting. And it's unbelievable. This guy flew this thing. I mean, they have these ag-gag laws, which are evil.
Oh, yeah.
And if you don't know what those means, what that means, ag-gag laws are laws that they make it a federal crime to show all of the abuse of these animals, to show factory farming, because it'll affect the business so drastically and so radically when people are exposed to the truth. They've made it illegal. Those laws should be illegal. Those laws are scary. That's a scary aspect of human beings.
I've never seen this, but it's some toxic lake.
It's a lake of pee and poo.
Yeah.
And all those things are stuffed to the gills with pigs.
There's a book, Eating Animals, Jonathan Safran Foer's book, which is worth reading if you think you're immune to the details, because it's just, I mean, there's two aspects to it. There's the cruelty aspect, which is actually three aspects. There's the cruelty aspect, which is horrific. There's the environmental energy use issue, which is also just totally untenable. And then there's just if you have any concern about your own health and the contamination, I mean, just getting all these antibiotics that weren't prescribed to you, that you don't want, but it's still getting into you through this food chain. And just the stuff that they, like the chickens, the details about chicken farming is almost the most horrible, but I mean, they're covered in just the most foulest, no pun intended, just the most disgusting material. They go into like a broth that's just like pure bacteria, and I mean, they have to be washed with, just ammonia or whatever they put on them. I mean, it's just, they really wash with ammonia. I forget the details, but it's just, read Jonathan Safran Foer's book on this. It's just the details of what goes on. The chickens actually, I think largely because they're so small and more of the process of killing them is automated, that they almost get the worst of it, because they're getting singed before they're stunned, before they're, I mean, it's just not. I mean, at least with a cow, you've got a single person interacting with a single cow, however briefly, and there's less chaos and machinery. But chickens just get pulverized, and I mean, that's arguably that's one of the greatest pain points ethically comes around just egg industry, because fully half the chickens, the male chicks, just immediately get thrown into literally like a meat grinder, because they're not the same chicken that is a broiler chicken. Genetically, they're not the same. They don't grow into the same kind of chicken that would be useful. So they're useless, and so they don't lay eggs, and you don't eat them, and so they just get literally just fed into a wood chipper. Alive. I mean, and again, this is in some ways an artifact of them being so small that it would be so much of just too much of a hassle to stun them appropriately, right?
Imagine if they made a law where you had to bury them all, put little crosses in the ground.
It'd be labor intensive.
Jesus. I mean, I was on the highway.
Billions and billions.
I was on the highway and there was a chicken truck that was passing me. One of those trucks that's containing live chickens. And they're just stacked in cages on top of each other, cage on top of cage, and just shitting on each other. And I'm watching this and I'm like, it's so weird that we're allowed to do that with some animals. Like if you were doing that with horses, people would lose their fucking minds. If you had dogs in boxes like that, stacked in the open air on the highway, and you're driving down the road with them, people would freak out. But no one bats an eye at these chickens. This chicken truck chickens are a weird thing. We have like a hierarchy of animals that we love, and we're not really big into reptiles.
No.
We're not really big into birds.
It has something to do, I think, with facial expressiveness a little bit, and so fish are also way down. Like the fact that fish have these cold, expressionless faces, no matter what happens, that cuts down on empathy. But I think it's size, it's facial display, and it's also the sounds in it, right? So if a lobster could scream every time it went to the pot, it would be a different encounter with just how much do I want to eat this thing. And so something obviously like an ape or something that's cute. I mean, it's amazing what a fluffy tail will get you. There's a squirrel and a rat, right?
Yeah,
it's not.
It's crazy.
It is crazy.
Squirrels can just hang out with everybody. We're cool with them. They look so close to rats. They're like, God, I'm so close. It's like a hot girl's sister. It's like, what the fuck? Like so much is so close. There was an article today about some woman who had rescued a lobster from a restaurant and dropped it off in the ocean, and the journey of this all, and how you should think of this lobster as something with a cute face, and if you did, then you would appreciate her efforts and understand that this lobster, even though they're not even capable of feeling pain, lobsters, they don't have enough nervous system. Their nervous system's not strong enough for them to feel pain. They don't have the same sort of sensors that we have, allegedly.
Yeah, I threatened to do this. Actually, when I decided to become a vegetarian, I said at some point maybe I will just do a taxonomy of the kind of a comparative neuroanatomy across species, just to see where we could plausibly say the suffering really begins to matter.
Like clams. Do clams feel anything?
No, actually there are what are called bivalve vegans who eat clams and oysters and mussels.
Oh, I could get into that.
Because they think that there's no. I mean, you can make an argument that there's no basis for suffering.
Yeah. Well, if there's no feeling, there's no suffering. My argument against that, though, is lobsters are clearly not happy when you throw them in boiling water.
Yeah.
So what's that reaction?
I think anything that can behave, that can move, right, and move away from the stimulus, the evolutionary rationale for it to experience pain. The question of consciousness is difficult. Where consciousness emerges, and I think there is clearly unconscious pain mechanisms. The same mechanisms that give us pain at a certain level, we can be unconscious, and yet they can be just as effective. I mean, all of our reflexes are like that. So you touch a hot stove, you're pulling your hand away actually before you consciously register.
Right.
And that's as it should be, because you're faster that way. So it's possible to have unconscious pain, but anything that can move very quickly is going to evolve an ability to move away from noxious stimuli, and that there's every reason to make that, in evolutionary terms, as salient and as urgent as possible. And our pain response is that for us, and there's no reason to withhold that from any other animal that's clearly avoiding stuff with all of its power.
Right.
DraftKings, the leader in fantasy sports, just dropped a brand new fantasy app, Pick Six. Pick Six is the newest way for you to get in on the fantasy football action with DraftKings. Just pick between 2 and 6 NFL players and choose if they're going to have more or less of a stat. For example, will a player have more or less than 100 rushing yards, or will a player have more than 1 touchdown? Track your lineup and compete against others for a shot at huge cash prizes. Download the DraftKings Pick Six app now and sign up with promo code ROGAN. That's promo code ROGAN. Only on DraftKings Pick Six. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 18 and over in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. Valid only in states where DraftKings Pick Six operates. Pick Six not available in all states, including but not limited to Connecticut and New York. For up-to-date list of states, please visit dkng.co/pick6states. Void where prohibited. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. One common misconception about any type of relationship is that it has to be easy to be right. And the truth is the best relationships happen when both people put in the time, love, and commitment to make them great. That might look like scheduling regular calls to keep up with a long-distance friend, improving communication with a partner, adapting to a colleague's working style, or reconciling a difference in values with a parent. Therapy can be a place to work through the challenges that you face in all of your relationships, whether it's friends, work, your significant other, or anyone. But working on your relationship isn't easy, and sometimes you need a little support to navigate the most difficult and challenging parts, and that's where therapy can help. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime for no charge. There's so many different kinds of relationships in your life. Give them all some love with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/JRE to get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/JRE. Yeah, it seems to me that there's got to be all the way down to mushrooms. Because everybody eats mushrooms, even vegans. But mushrooms breathe in oxygen and they breathe out carbon dioxide. They're way closer to humans than they really are to plants. They're weird. They're a strange sort of an organism. They're not necessarily like a plant. I mean, we think of them as a plant because they grow, but they're a fungus.
Yeah.
It's a type of life form. And they interlink through the mycelium.
Yeah. Well, Terrence McKenna, if you got him talking on mushrooms long enough, he would some very spooky stuff that he thought about them. But there's no nervous system there. I mean, I think the crucial variable is the complexity of a nervous system.
So suffering and pain and emotions.
Yeah, I mean, just when you're so there's suffering is one component of it, but then there's just the question of what sort of experience can this creature be deprived of? Right. So when you ask, like, why is it a tragedy, or why would it be a tragedy to kill someone painlessly in their sleep? Right. So there's no suffering there, right? If anything, you've just ended whatever suffering they were going to have in their future.
Right.
Why would that be a tragedy if it happened to all of us tonight? Right. Just some neurotoxin comes down from space and kills us all in our sleep. And no suffering is associated with it. The only, ethically speaking, the only problem there, and it's a huge one, is that it forecloses all of the possible happy futures most of us, or all of us, or at least some of us, were going to have. So all of the good things that we could have done over the next million years aren't going to get done. All of the beauty, all of the creativity, all of the joy, all of that just gets canceled. And so leaving the painfulness of pain aside, why is it wrong to deprive any given animal of life? Well, insofar as that life has any intrinsic value, insofar as the being that animal is better than being nothing, right? Then you're also just canceling all of that good stuff. And for that, for any good stuff, you need a nervous system. And for any pain, you need a nervous system, so far as we understand this. There are people who say,
when you say any good stuff,
like experience, like any richness.
Isn't that just movement, though, right? Like, being prejudiced about the experiences that plants are having by being immobile. Have you ever paid attention to some more recent research on plant intelligence and weird stuff that's going on with them, calculations that they're exuding, expressing some sense that causes, when they're being eaten, causes other plants downwind to change their flavor to avoid predation?
There was a New Yorker article on this. When this came out.
It's weird.
There's weird stuff that plants do, which, and I remember the details of that article aren't so clear to me. I remember not knowing what to think about some of it, but some of it clearly can be explained in evolutionary terms that doesn't imply any experience. It could all be dark.
Right.
Like it's all blind mechanism. But
so the experience, the consciousness as we know it is what's most valuable to you.
Well, I think it's the only thing that's valuable to anything. It's like when you're talking to him, talk about value. Right. So it's like, if this cup has no experience, right? So if my trading places with it, insofar as you can make sense of that concept, is synonymous with just canceling my experience. Well, then there's this cup isn't conscious. There's nothing that is like to be the cup. When I break it, I haven't created suffering. I haven't done anything unethical to the cup. I have no ethical responsibilities toward the cup. But the moment you give me something that can be made happy or be made miserable, depending on how I behave around it or toward it, well, then I'm ethically entangled with it, and that begins to scale in, I think, fairly linear way with just how complex the thing is. So, and this may be something we even talked about on a previous podcast. If I'm driving home today and a bug hits my windshield, that has whatever ethical implication it has, but it's given what I believe about bugs, and given how small they are, and given how little they do, and given how primitive their nervous systems are. I'm not going to lose sleep over killing a bug. If I hit a squirrel, I'm going to feel worse. If I hit a dog, I'm going to feel worse than if I hit someone's kid. Obviously, I may never get over it, even if I live up to be 1,000, right? So the scaling, and granted, there are cultural accretions there. So can I justify the way I feel about a dog as opposed to a deer? There's a difference, but the difference is one of richness of experience insofar as we understand what other species experience.
You could make that argument to justify eating animals as opposed to being a cannibal, right? You could say, well, what kind of experience does a deer have? They're just running around the woods, trying not to get eaten. They eat grass, they mate. It's very simple. It's a very simple experience in comparison to your average person that lives in Los Angeles that reads books. Someone who goes on a lot of trips, someone who has a lot of loved ones, someone who has a great career, someone who's deeply invested in their work. There's much more complexity. There's much more complexity. And the deer behave just as deer all over the place, and it's a very primitive sort of a life form. Well, if you go further and further back, it seems like you can keep going with that. And one of the things that concerns me the most about plants, not concerns me, but puzzles me the most about plants, is whether or not the way I look at them, me personally, my prejudices about them, just not thinking at all of them as being conscious. What if we think about things in terms of the complexity of their experiences just because we're prejudiced about things that move? It's entirely possible that, it's going to sound really stupid, but I've said a lot of stupid shit. I went into a grow room once, a pot grow room. Right. This guy had this Mac Daddy grow room, and I walked in, I was like, this is like being in a room full of people. This feels weird as fuck. It felt very weird. It felt like there was a tangible, vibe of life in there. And there's no other way to describe that without sounding like a complete moron. Yeah. But it was my experience.
I know what it's like to be that moron.
But you know what I mean?
Take enough acid, you know what you're talking about.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't eat plants. I've seen people who are ready, up in arms with their Twitter fingers, ready to get off. But what I am saying is, it's entirely possible that all things that are alive have some sort of a way of being conscious. May not be mobile, may not be as expressive, but there might be the stillness of you without language when you're in a place of complete peace, when you're in a Zen meditative state. What about that stillness is really truly associated with being a human, or really truly associated with being an English-speaking person in North America? Almost nothing. It's just an existence, right? Yeah. And then everything else sort of branches out from that. And then humans, we all make the agreement that, of course, it branches out far further and wider than any other animal. Yeah. But how do we know that these plants aren't branching out like that, too? How do we know that they're having some communication with each other? If they're responding to predation, if they're literally changing their flavor, they're doing all these calculations and all these strange things that they're finding out that plants are capable of doing. What is going on there? We don't know necessarily.
Yeah. Well, I'm agnostic on the question of how far down consciousness goes. I mean, I agree that there's very likely a condition of something like pure consciousness that really is separable from the details of any given species. I mean, this is something that I've experienced myself. It feels like, you can certainly have this experience. What its implications are, I don't know, but you can have the experience of just consciousness, and it doesn't have any personal or even human reference point. So it doesn't even have a reference point in one of the the human sense channels. So you're not seeing, you're not hearing, you're not smelling, and you're not thinking, and yet you are. So there is still just open conscious experience. And whether that is what it's like to be a plant, I don't know. Because I don't know what the relationship between consciousness and information processing in the brain actually is. Though it's not, it's totally plausible. In fact, I think it's probably the most plausible thesis that there is some direct connection between information processing and integrated information processing and consciousness, and that there is nothing that's like to be this cup, and the atoms are not conscious, but the thesis that consciousness goes all the way down into the most basic constituents of matter. That thesis is called panpsychism in philosophy, and that's pan everywhere, psychism mind. So that mind is sometimes everywhere in nature. That's not, you can't rule that out. I mean, there's nothing we know about the world to rule that out. What I think you can rule out is the richness of the contents of consciousness in these species. So plants are not having conversations like this, right? So plants don't understand what we're doing. There's no way they would. There's just they don't have nervous systems. They can't be processing information in a way that would give them what we know as a rich experience. But your point about the time scale and movement is totally valid. If every time you walk into a room, your fern just turned and looked at you, just oriented toward you, and followed you around the room with its leading branch, you would feel very different about the possibility that it's conscious, right?
You'd be a good person to ask this. Is that an urban myth that if you sing to your plants, you play your plants music, that they grow better?
I haven't looked into it. I would bet that it is. Yes.
It sounds like one of those things that chicks who like crystals tell you.
Yeah. I would bet it is.
I sing to my flowers, and they grow so beautiful. Yeah, it seems like one of those things that people say. I'm definitely not insinuating that plants would have as rich an experience as human beings, but I don't think a deer has as rich an experience as a human being either. And it's just, to me, my curiosity lies in the future of understanding plant intelligence. Like, wouldn't it be fascinating if we found out that one of the reasons why psychedelic drugs puzzle me so much is that they exist in, there's a lot of plants, you can just eat them, and your brain already has this place it'll go if you eat these plants. Like if you eat peyote, if you try the San Pedro cactus out this spring, you can have these really powerful psychedelic experiences just from a plant. Like, why does the human mind interact with these plants like that? Like, especially fungus. Like when you have major league mushroom trips, it's a very strange sort of feeling like you're in communication with another, and McKenna described it best in that way, that there's someone there, that it's not just you and hallucinations. It has this distinct feeling that there's someone there.
Yeah.
And that someone, according to the hippiest of hippies, is plant intelligence. It's Mother Gaia. It's the earth itself. It's all life. It's love. It's God. It all exists inside the intelligence that's intertwined in nature. It's one of the things that's most puzzling about the most potent of all psychedelics, which is dimethyltryptamine, that it's in so many different plants. Like, to make dimethyltryptamine containing plants illegal would be hilarious, because there'd be hundreds and hundreds of plants they'd have to make illegal, including phalaris grass. It's just really rich in 5-methoxy dimethyltryptamine, which is the most potent form of it.
Well, also our own brains.
Our own brains make it. Every brain makes it. Weird little lizards that have retinas and lenses where their pineal gland is. They're making it in their little screwy little lizard brains. We don't even know what the hell it's for.
Yeah.
The questions about it are just so much there's so many more questions than there are answers. They're like, you pay attention to Rick Strassman stuff. Did you know that book? Did you know that the Cottonwood Research Foundation actually found mice brains producing dimethyltryptamine? So it's been proven that it's actually growing in the pineal gland, the gland that they had always suspected.
I assume that.
Yeah.
I got the book or not, but
That's crazy. As a neuroscientist, like, doesn't that kind of freak you out that those Egyptians had those third eyes and like all the Eastern mysticism had that pineal gland highlighted? It was like on the end of shafts or staffs, they put those pine cones. Like, how the hell did they know all that?
well, there is the third eye metaphor, or I mean, it's more than a metaphor anatomically, but it correlates with the kind of experience you can have. I don't actually know if the experience people have that's this chakra, talking in yogic terms. I don't know if that has anything to do with pineal gland. It may be, because I don't think anyone's done this.
Right.
This neuroimaging experiment where you can get people who can reliably produce a third eye opening sort of experience and scan their brains while they do it. In fact, I'm almost positive that hasn't been done. But there is a phenomenology here of people having a kind of inner opening of, it's almost certainly largely a matter of visual cortex getting stimulated, but you can meditate in such a way as to produce this experience. And it's also it's an experience that you have more or less on different psychedelics. Some psychedelics are much more visual than others, and at certain doses, in particular, like mushrooms and DMT, which I've never taken, which is, you can say better than I, but it's reported to be quite visual. And the experience, so most people, when they close their eyes, unless they're having hypnagogic images before sleep, or they just happen to be super good visualizers of imagery, you close your eyes and you just basically have darkness there, right? Now, if you close your eyes, and if you're listening to this, and you close your eyes and you look into the darkness of your closed eyes, that actually is that is as much your visual field as it is when your eyes are open, right? It's not like your visual field hasn't gone away when you close your eyes. It's just it's now there's not much detail for you to notice again, unless you are in some unusual state. But that, based on different techniques of meditation, and this happens spontaneously, again with hypnagogic images or with psychedelics, that space can open up into just a massive world of visual display, right? So you can just see a full-blown 3D movie in there, and it's but most of us just take it for granted that when you close your eyes, you're functionally blind, you can't see anything, and we're not interested in that space. But you can actually train yourself to look deeply into that space as a technique of meditation.
I don't want to interrupt you, but does that have implications in people having eyewitness testimony and eyewitness experiences that turned out to not be true at all? Because if you think about the human mind and the imagination being able to create imagery once the eyes are closed, like you can in sensory deprivation tanks. Like sensory deprivation tanks are that a lot of people's experiences are very visual, even though it's in complete darkness. Now, you know how people see things and they thought they saw something and it turns out to not be true at all, whether it's Bigfoot or whether it's a robbery or a suspect, and they get the details completely all wrong.
Yeah.
But isn't it possible that under fear and when your pulse is jacked up and your adrenaline's running and you're worried about all these possibilities and your imagination starts formulating predetermined possibilities you should be looking out for? Like, what if it's Bigfoot? What if it's a robber? What if it's an alien? What if it's a this? And then these people that swear they saw these things that everybody knows they didn't, like maybe there was video footage of it or whatever it was. Is it possible that your brain can do that to you and can literally show you things that aren't real?
Well, yeah, it can do that, although I think the unreliability of witness testimony, and it's shockingly unreliable, is more a matter of memory, the corruption of memory, and the way memories are they're especially vulnerable when you're recalling them. They have to be revised when in the act of recall, and it's very easy to tamper with people's memory, albeit inadvertently. I mean, you can do this on purpose too, but people just do it with bad interrogation techniques. So, the cop will ask you, so when did you see the woman at the crosswalk? And he's just put a woman at the crosswalk into your memory, right? So, because you can't help but visualize a woman at the crosswalk.
Right.
And it's just memory is very fragile. And so whenever you're giving an account of an experience, even if it's an experience that happened half a second ago, now we're in the domain of memory. Now we're in the domain of just what you can report. It's not a matter of what you're consciously experiencing.
Now, I know there was a case in India where I believe it was a woman was convicted of murder through the use of an fMRI, or functioning magnetic resonance imagery machine. And through this fMRI, they determined in some strange way that she had functional knowledge of the crime scene. And the argument against that, I believe, was that she could have developed functional memory of the crime scene by being told you're being prosecuted for a crime. You might go to jail for murder. Here's the crime scene. It's
or just being unlucky enough to be familiar. I mean, normally when this gets done, and there are people who do it in the States, but they don't use fMRI as their modality, but they do sort of interrogate people's familiarity, and they use EEG as a way of monitoring their familiarity with it. So they'll show them, if you are shown evidence from the crime scene that only the perpetrator could have seen, hopefully it's really something that only the perpetrator could have seen. But if they show you the picture and, you see that, I have that IKEA end table, and, I have that dress from Banana Republic, whatever, that just by dint of bad luck, you're familiar with something that you've been shown in the crime scene.
Especially if it's a murder, you're talking about someone she was probably intimate with. She probably knew them at least, so she's probably been at their house.
Yeah, that would be obviously a case where you really couldn't do it at all.
How does it work?
Well, no one in the States, as far as I know, unless this has changed in the last year or so since I've paid attention to this, you can't. None of this is admissible in court.
Right. Only in India.
Yeah,
it's only the one case that I ever heard of.
I mean, it's a crazy, premature use of the technology.
But how does the technology work? What is it actually see?
Well, you have with EEG, I think this has worked out more. You can have a canonical familiarity response to the stimuli. If you've seen something again, if you've seen something for the first time, would be a novelty response. Seeing something for the third, fourth, fifth time would be a different response. And you can, this has been, again, it's been a long time since I've looked at this particular research, and I don't know how, I don't know what they're calling these waveforms now. There was a P300 waveform at one point. There are waveforms that come from certain areas of the brain at certain timing intervals based on, from the moment of receiving a stimulus, let's say a photograph, and they are the hallmark of either being familiar or not with this thing. And so it's not. There's no question that at a certain point we will have reliable mind reading machines. I think it's really just a matter of time. I think there's also no question that we don't have them now. It is at least not in a way that we can send someone to prison on the basis of what their brain did in an experiment. But just as anything. Well, a lot of this, the most interesting stuff is unconscious, but anything you're consciously aware of having seen before, right? So if you were to show me this cup, right, and then 5 seconds later say, "Is this the cup I showed you?" I have a very clear sense of, that's the cup, right? So, and if you show me a completely different cup, I'm going to have a very clear internal sense. No, that's not the cup. if you're having that experience, that is absolutely something about the state of your brain that can be discriminated by a person outside your brain running the appropriate experiment. It's just our tools are still sufficiently coarse that it's not like sequencing your DNA where we can say, yeah, that was you and it was your blood at the crime scene. But eventually it will be just, there'll be no basis to doubt it, because I'll be able to put you through a paradigm where it'll just be clear, I know your thoughts, right? So think of how much faith you would have in this technology if you could open your computer and read any file, a file of your choosing that I have never seen, right? So the contents of which are completely, I'm completely blind to. And I'm scanning your brain while you're reading this journal entry or a newspaper article or whatever. And at the end of that, I can say, well, based on this report, you clearly read a story about Donald Trump. And you actually don't like Donald Trump, and I could tell you, in detail about, what you were consciously thinking about. If you did that, if you could do that 100% of the time, right? At a certain point, the basis to doubt the validity of the mind reading machine would just go away. You would just be like, it's like, are you really hearing my voice right now? Yeah, you certainly seem to. It's just, it would become just a background assumption that the technology works.
Just as the meat is scary, the fake meat, that idea is terrifying. The idea of losing losing the
privacy of your thoughts.
Yeah, the ownership, like losing a thought becoming non-autonomous, like the idea of everybody sharing thoughts, it seems almost inevitable.
Well, this, I don't know that we would decide to do this. Certainly, I don't think we would do this all the time, right? I mean, it might be fun to do it, might be
no option.
We might be compelled to do it. I mean, if you're at a murder trial, right? If you're someone who may have killed somebody, I mean, the Fifth Amendment becomes interesting in that case. But we have worked that out for DNA evidence, right? So you have a right to take the Fifth, but you don't have a right to withhold your blood from the proceeding, right? So I get to look at your blood or your saliva.
So you don't have to talk, but I can read your mind.
Yeah, and that's I think that's this is like the iPhone case. It's like we've thus far decided that we can't compel Apple to unlock an iPhone. This is just the ultimate case of that. So the argument in favor of Apple is this is far too intimate and far too comprehensive a look at a person's mind. Once you have cracked their iPhone, you're basically walking around the corridors of their brain. That's a slippery slope we don't want to go down, but ultimately we will be able to do it with brains. And I think obviously you're going to want all of the safeguards that you can easily imagine, and probably some we have yet to imagine on this process, but safeguards in place. I think this would be the best thing that could ever happen to us in terms of the criminal justice system. When you look at the price we pay for not being able to tell whether someone is innocent or guilty or whether they're lying, it is the most intolerable price that I see in society. It's just the amount of human misery born of not being able to demonstrate that someone is lying reliably. It's the biggest lever that I think we can pull.
Certainly when you have prisons that are filled with a lot of people that are probably innocent.
Oh yeah. People have gone to the gallows, no doubt. And we know the innocent people have been killed. And I mean, so one way to deal with that is just be against the death penalty, right? So there's always a chance to find their innocence. But imagine being in prison on death row for 30 years, and you're, for a rape you didn't commit. It's so horrible. Yeah.
It's horrifying. So yeah, that would be the major argument.
It would be such a simple solution, really. Now there are corner cases that wouldn't be solved. I mean, there are people who are delusional or easily self-deceived who either would be lying but so convinced of the truth of their lives that they would pass this lie detector, presumably. And then there are people who are so suggestible that they can be led to believe something that's not true. There are people who can be convinced. So you get these false confessions in response to a crime. This is one of the strangest things in the world. But when someone gets murdered, this doesn't get publicized very much, but it's a very common experience of police officers or in the police departments to hear from people in the community who are confessing to the crime and they didn't commit it. They just come in and they say, "I did it," and they give all this this bogus account of what happened. And this is a sign of mental illness, or these are people seeking attention in some morbid way. But there are people clearly who are so suggestible that they can either lead themselves to believe or be led by others to believe that they've done things they didn't do, and in just shocking detail. There was another New Yorker article on, I think it was written by William Langewish, this is years ago, but on the satanic panic case where a guy got accused of running a satanic cult by, I think, his daughter, who was in hypnosis recovery therapy, right? So she had been led down the primrose path by her therapist, and so she obviously was fairly suggestible, and she recalled the most lurid, just insane Rosemary's Baby style, cult imaginable going on in her town, where the friends of Dad were coming over and raping everyone, and there was a human sacrifice of infants, and the infants were buried by the barn. And she recalled all this. The dad was so suggestible that he just confessed. Like he was giving more details, and he went to prison. I don't know what this is now an old article. It's probably like 10 or 15 years old. But this guy just fully confessed, right? And the journalist, I believe, was language. At the end, they actually did a test. This guy's now in prison, right? The process is completed. Justice has been done. The daughter's convinced that her dad is a satanic monster, and as is he, and he's now in prison. And they went in and interviewed him, asking follow-up questions with just details that they made up, right? Because they began to suspect that he was just this kind of suggestibility machine, right? Who just would cop to anything. And so they went in and they just made up stuff like, there's, a few more details we want to iron out. Your daughter said that there was a time where, you brought in a horse, and then that you were riding on the horse, and then you killed the horse. I'm not making these details up because I don't remember, but something that they just concocted, right? And he said, "Oh yeah, that's and he just copped to that. It became like a Twilight Zone. It's like a perfect Twilight Zone episode where now you realize that this guy has been put away. Is just saying yes to everything, right? And that's so clearly how do you resolve it? I don't know. Again, I don't know if he ever wrote any follow-up on this, because this was, as I recall, and this is like a 15-year-old story. They ended with the Twilight Zone moment where now you realize this guy is innocent and just saying yes to everything.
And his daughter's crazy. She shares his genes, probably.
I don't recall what the daughter did with that, but he, the story, perhaps there's more to the story, but the story on his face was totally exculpatory. Like the reader experience was, you got to let this guy out of prison tomorrow.
Wow, that's fucked. I mean, even if he gets out, his mind is probably so screwed up by this whole experience. And if he really does believe that he ran these satanic rituals, just the guilt and shame of it all. I mean, we're assuming that his mind works. I mean, this is the thing that I wonder how many people are functionally deeply damaged, but they're functional. Like they're going to the same schools that you go to. They work where you work, but they're barely a person. They're like all their connections are all fucked up. Like if you went into the back wire near their head, if you were like an appliance repair person, like, so your TV's not working, huh? Let me go back here. What the fuck is all this? I mean, how many people are like that? They're just sort of kind of functional. My question is, if we do get to a point where you can read minds, what if you go into their minds and you find out, well, this is what they really think? Like, this is not a liar. This is a person who's seeing things that aren't there. Like a person who's completely delusional, like people that have these hallucinogenic visions. Like some people have like really like deeply troubling visual images that they see. Imagine these poor fucking people really are seeing that. And if you could read their mind, you would like literally be inside the mind of a person whose mind isn't functional. We can get sort of an understanding about what that would be like.
Yeah, well, I mean, this has been done in a very simple way where with schizophrenics who mostly have auditory hallucinations, you can now detect auditory cortex activity.
So mishaps, misinterpretations.
Well, we just know that their auditory cortices are active in the same way that when you're hearing my voice, it's going to be active. When you're hearing internal voices, it's active.
Whoa, that's crazy. This episode is brought to you by ShipStation. Listen, these days, no one wants to pay an excessive amount for shipping, and they definitely don't want to have to wait weeks or months for their package to arrive. It's just not how you should run your business. If you want to do better, start using ShipStation. Over 130,000 companies have used it for their e-commerce business, and for a good reason. It can help optimize how you ship your orders and help you stay competitive. And I think their dashboard is very easy to use and it's very effective, from printing labels to sending notifications, automating tasks, and more. It does a lot. I think you'll especially like the discounted shipping rates. You can get up to 89% off USPS and UPS rates. See how effective it can be for yourself. Optimize and keep up your momentum for growth with ShipStation. Use the promo code JRE today at ShipStation.com to sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com, promo code JRE. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. If you ever have to hire, you know how amazing it is to find the right person, but it's also so hard to get that right. If you're an employer and you need to hire, here's the good news. ZipRecruiter has smart tools and features that help you find more qualified candidates fast. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. It's cool because they bring you a bunch of great people, but you can also use the invite to apply feature to send candidates a personalized invite to encourage them to respond to your job post. Let ZipRecruiter help you conquer the biggest hiring challenge, finding qualified candidates. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/ROGAN. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more.
Which is what you would expect. I mean, the surprise would be the other way. If nothing was going on in the auditory cortex and they were hearing voices, then that would be more surprising to me.
That's fascinating. You can watch the hallucinations take place inside the mind of the person.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And you can stimulate hallucinations in people. You can stimulate out-of-body experiences in people with transcranial magnetic stimulation.
Yeah, how do they do that? They've been able to do that recently, and to try to give people the same sort of experience that they claim to have had on the operating table.
Yeah,
that's what people have a lot, right? When they're almost dead.
Yeah.
What's going on? What is that?
Well, that is there's an area. I believe this is at the temporal parietal junction, which is sort of here.
What he's pointing to above his ear.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm talking to you, not talking to the millions. but it's where the temporal lobe and the parietal lobes intersect, and the I think it was first discovered in surgery on an epileptic, where they or in any kind of resection of the brain where people are awake because there's no pain sensors in the brain, so you can stay awake while you're getting brain surgery, and they tend to keep you awake if they're going to be removing areas of the brain, let's say a tumor or focus of an epileptic seizure, and they don't want to remove working parts, especially language parts. So they're keeping people awake, and they're probing those areas of the cortex to see what it's correlated with in the person's experience. So they're having them talk, they're having them answer questions, and they're putting a little bit of current in that area, which would be disruptive of normal function. And you can see that they're almost entirely mapping language cortex when they do this. But there have been experiences where a neurosurgeon will put a little current in an area near this region of the brain, and people will have this out-of-body experience where they're up in the corner of the room looking down on their bodies, or the classic astral projection experience, where the near-death experience, where people have risen out of their body, or seem to have risen out of their body, and consciousness now seems to be located elsewhere. And that's it's just that region of the brain is virtually every region of the cortex does many things. There's no one region of the brain that does one thing. But the whole brain is participating in much of what we do, and it's just greater or lesser degrees of activity. But in terms of your mapping your body in space, the parietal lobe has got a lot to do with that. And when that gets disturbed, you can have weird experiences. You can have the experience of not recognizing your body or parts of your body, like alien hand syndrome, where your left arm seems like another person's arm. Right? People just try to disown half their body, and you can trick people with visual changes of display. Like you can wear headgear where you can make me feel like it's called the body swapping illusion. I can feel like I am located, my consciousness is located in your body, looking back at me. There's a clever experiment that they did where there's the ultimate extension of what has long been called the rubber hand illusion, where you can put, like my two hands are on the table now, you can set up an experiment where if you put a rubber hand, if you set this up in a way where I am assuming I have my two hands here, you can put a rubber hand in its place and touch this rubber hand with a brush, right? So I'm seeing the rubber hand get touched with a brush, and I can feel like my hand is being touched. So it's like if my hand is being touched, my hand is elsewhere under the table being touched with a brush at the same time. I can feel like my hand is now the rubber hand. Right? So my hand is in place of the rubber hand, based on visual and tactile simultaneity. My seeing the rubber hand get touched with a brush, and my feeling my hand, which is now under the table, being touched with a brush. I'm not explaining that setup great, but they can look it up. But you can do the same thing to a kind of ultimate degree with this video goggle display, where I'm getting visual input from where you're standing. So like if you come up to shake my hand, right, I'm seeing you come up to me and shake my hand, but I'm seeing it from your point of view, right? So like I'm getting visual input from I now feel like I'm walking up to me and shaking my hand, right? And you can just kind of feel like your consciousness is out over there, outside your body. And it's just to say that our sense of self, our sense of being located where we are in our heads, is largely, and in some cases, almost entirely, a matter of vision. Right? It's a matter of the fact that you feel you're over there is because that's where your eyes are. Right? You're behind your eyes. You feel like you're behind your eyes. And tricks of vision can dislodge that sense of being located.
So stimulating one area of the brain electrically has been shown, like even just transdermally, just in the, I guess, what do they do? What are those things called? Those little gluon things, electrodes, is that what it is? And they can.
You're talking about EEG, right? That's reading from the brain, rather than.
No, I'm actually talking about some new experiments that they've been doing that they were talking about on RadioLab. And apparently, there's a bunch of do-it-yourselfers that are. You know, you ever listen to RadioLab?
Yeah,
amazing podcast, one of the best out. But it had this one episode that dealt with people learning certain skills while the outside of the brain was being stimulated with an electrode. And this woman, who was one of the reporters, went to a sniper training thing where they set up a scenario and they give you like a fake gun, point the screen, you try to hit the target, says all these things are happening. She did it once. 9-Volt Nirvana is the name of the episode. It is an outstanding episode. It's so fascinating. Anyway, she goes through one. She's terrible at it. She sucks terribly. Then they hook her up to this machine. They attach this electrode to a certain area of her brain, stimulate one area of her brain, and she goes through it like a fucking sniper. Time slows down. She gets 20 out of 20. So she goes from being a complete failure to being awesome at it in some weird flow state that she described. And they're talking about the U.S. government's using it. They're trying to train soldiers and snipers and people to try to understand this mindset and try to achieve this mindset. And if they're trying to do it, when there's certain companies that are experimenting with it, at least by stimulating the outside of your head.
So I could not know this particular story. I remember hearing that title though, but so transcranial magnetic stimulation is magnetic energy, which is the flip side of electrical energy. So you apply a big magnet to the side of your head, you are changing the electrical properties of your cortex.
Is that what they're doing?
Well, no, I'm wondering if they've just made a transcranial magnetic device so small that it's
I don't think it's magnetic.
direct current.
Okay, direct current stimulation. Transcranial direct current stimulation. Yeah, that's what it's called, TCD.
Yeah, so I'm unaware of the specifics of this, but it's been true for a long time that with a much bigger device in a lab, you can change a person's performance for good or for ill on various tasks just by and it's just an electromagnet which is focusing its energy on various areas of the cortex.
It's so bizarre.
Yeah, because what you're doing, you are disrupting neural firing, but you can disrupt areas that are inhibiting other things you want to release. So it's not always synonymous with the degradation of performance. You could increase performance on a certain task by taking one region of the brain offline, more or less offline. But I'm not aware of how far they've taken it in terms of doing anything that seems useful in performance. I mean, the research I'm more aware of is just using this to figure out what various regions of the brain are doing, the mapping function, because you want to see if I disrupt an area here, how does that show up in an experiment? and that gives you some clue as to what that region's doing in these tiny antennas.
As much as we know about the mind and being able to do things like this, like overall, if you had to really like try to map out the exact functions of the mind and how everything works, how far do you think we are along understanding it? Are we half far? Do you think we understand half of how the brain works?
No, well, I mean, I wouldn't even know how to quantify it at this point. It's just, we know a ton, right? And we know, it's like, we know a lot about where language is and where facial recognition is, and the visual cortex has been really well mapped, and we know a lot. And the last 150 years, based on just neurological injury, and the last decades based on imaging technology, we know regions of the brain that absolutely govern language, and regions of the brain that have basically nothing to do with language. And we know a lot about memory, and we know about a lot about different kinds of memory, but it's there's, I think there's much more we don't know. What's even more kind of the greatest friction in the system is it's like there's not often a lot to do with what we know, right? So like knowing is not enough for certain things. It's not to intervene is another part of the process, where there are no guarantees. The way we can intervene in the functioning of a brain is incredibly crude, pharmacologically, with surgery, the device of that. So to get from a place of really refined knowledge to a place of being able to do something you want to do with that knowledge, that's another step, and that's a step that is, there's no reason to think that we're not going to take it at some point, but it's an additional complexity to get inside the head safely and help people function. Even if you know a lot about what those areas of the brain do, but we don't know. We haven't cracked the neural code. We don't know how consciousness is arising in the brain. We wouldn't know how to build a computer that does what we do. It doesn't have an experience, experience it yet, and we may be going down paths where we will build it more by happenstance, whereas we might build it and not quite know how it's doing what it's doing, but it's seeming to do more or less what we do. We'll be doing it very differently. And so there are two paths, at least two distinct paths in artificial intelligence, and one path could take it, could try to emulate what the brain is doing, and that obviously requires a real detailed understanding of what the brain is doing. Another path would be to just ignore the brain, right? So there's no reason why artificially intelligent machines, even machines that are superhuman in their capacities, need to do anything that is similar to what we do with our brains and neurochemical circuits. So it could be organized differently, and could be organized quite differently, and obviously made of totally different stuff. So whether you want to go down the path of emulating the brain on the basis of understanding of it, or you just want to go down the path of maximizing intelligent behavior in machines, or some combination of the two, they're not necessarily, they're distinct, and one doesn't entail really much about the brain.
So there's really two different ways that they go about it. You can try to reproduce a brain.
Yeah, sure. People are doing that.
Yeah, I mean, if they can make fake meat, why can't they make fake brain tissue? It seems like they could. I mean, I know a woman got her bladder replaced with stem cells. Did you hear about that? They took stem cells and recreated her own bladder, and she had bladder cancer. And so they built her a new bladder in a laboratory and put her own bladder back in her body. That is insanely fascinating. Now, if they can figure out how to extract a little bit of brain tissue
thing is that the brain is famously the most complicated object in the universe, and the bladder is essentially a bag. So it's not. I think it's a leap we take, and it may be a leap we take in this stepwise way where we build machines down a path that is not at all analogous to recreating brains, which allow us to then understand the brain totally. It's well sense where we upload ourselves, if that makes any sense. But it's I think information processing is at bottom what intelligence is. I think that is not up for dispute. Any intelligent system is processing information, and our brains are doing that. And any machine that is going to exhibit the kind of general intelligence that we exhibit and surpass us will be doing, by dint of its hardware and software, something deeply analogous to what our brains are doing. But again, it may not get there based on directly emulating what our brains are doing. We may get there before we actually understand our brains and what allow us to do.
It's always very interesting to me how it seems to be there's always pushes and pulls in life. And when you have things that are as horrific as factory farming and people are exposed to it, and then there's this rebound and where people are trying to find a solution. And I always wonder, will that be the first artificial life to be created, like zombie cows? Maybe if we figured out that meat in the lab is not good because it has to actually be moving around for it to be good for you. Maybe they'll come up with some idea to just, look, we're going to make zombies. We're going to make livestock that essentially can just move forward and consume food. There's no thought whatsoever. These are zombies. You go right up to them, you wave your hand in front of them, they don't even move. Is it okay to kill those? And then go from that to making artificial people. It seems to me that artificial people, it's gonna happen. I mean, it's just a matter of how much time. If they're making bladders, then they're gonna start making all sorts of different tissues with stem cells to try to replace body parts and organs, and they're gonna work their way through an actual human body. It's gonna happen.
You mean a brainless person that would be like spare parts for you?
Yeah, for sure. That's an option. But I think also an artificial human. I mean, it might take 1,000 years, but I think if we stay alive, if human beings continue to evolve technologically, within the next 1,000 years, we're going to have artificial people that are completely.
So you mean that people sort of build a biological person 100%. So it's a synthesized person. So it's not. You're not talking about the perfect robot. You're talking about an actual person, built up cell by cell. There's no reason why that's not possible. Whether or not we would do it is another question. But I had to side with China. Presumably there are limits even in China.
I think to experiences already with human embryos. I believe they are. I believe they got to go to that dog festival every year and see. China's a big place there. I can't remember all there, but what's that cheese place in Southwell? CRISPR. They're using CRISPR on human fetuses or human embryos. So good luck with that.
Well, so
China's creating super athletes.
There are many issues there, but so when you're talking about changing the genome, especially when you're talking about changing the germline, that is passed on to future generations, that has big implications. But I don't see why this goes to, it's like the artificial meat conversation. So to grow meat in a vat is ethically the same thing as, in my view, would be the same thing as producing a brainless cow, right? So you have the whole cow that you can slaughter, but it has no brain, so presumably there's no experience in this animal, but it is the fully functioning animal, right? So let's say you reproduce that and it would be reproduce healthy meat. It's just a messier, presumably you have to feed this thing, right? How do you get to eat? But you feed it intravenously, it begins to look weirder and weirder, but there's no suffering there because there's no brain. I think we have decided to bypass that vision and just go straight to the vat and just build it up cell by cell and build up only what we need, which is the meatball or the steak. So why have the fur and the organs that you don't want and the mess and kind of the energy intensive aspects of producing a whole animal? I think with like spare parts for humans, rather than create a clone of yourself that has no brain, you just keep that somewhere in the garage where you can get spare kidneys when you need them. We would just be able to print the kidney. That, because that gets around a lot of the weirdness. It would be weird to have a copy of yourself. Just spare parts. Whereas it wouldn't be weird, at least in my view, it would be very fantastic to just go into a hospital and your kidneys are done. So, yeah. I think that could be expected. That's going to, if it's possible. It seems like it's going on. The other example you just gave is what's happening. It's amazing. But I always want to extrapolate things to some bizarre place 1,000 years from now or something. Because I've been, since I got into Dan Carlin's hardcore history, I've really fucked my mind up with how I think about the past in this way that I lived like 1,000 years ago in comparison to today. And I try to think how much different it would be 1,000 years ago. Probably not different. I mean, the fascination that we have with ancient histories and obviously I know where we came from, but also we kind of see people today doing similar shit they were allowed to. If everything went horribly wrong, people at their base level are kind of similar today as they were 1,000 years ago. One of them might be running for president. Talk about that. When I think about the future 1,000 years from now, with the way technology is accelerating, just the capacity that we have and ability to change things, to change the world, to change physical structures, to change bodies, to dig into the ground and extract resources. Like we're getting better and better at changing things and manipulating things and extracting power from the sun and extracting salt from the water. There's all this bizarre change technology that's consistently and constantly going to keep us and continues to get better. When I think about 1,000 years from now, artificial people and this concept of being able to read each other's minds and being able to map out imagery and passing back and forth from mind to mind in like a spreadsheet form of what is that movie? Minority Report. I mean, that's on the way. It's on the way. It's going to be incredibly strange to be a person. Yeah, whether we will be people 1,000 years, I think unless we've done something terrible and make ourselves back 1,000 years. Designed to change ourselves in ways that make us many different species. It's like a lot further if you just get into everything. Oh yeah, if you want to get into or just give yourself just fundamentally different genetic abilities, right? Like you just go become a different species if you took a farm. And that's why they're all the same. So you figure it out. You look alike. Otherwise you can't appreciate each other. One guy's weird looking, one guy's short, one guy's got a big nose. Everybody's so confusing. There's so many people I can hate. Everybody looks exactly the same. So the government gets together. Equals their planet. We have a problem with this good looking thing. Bullshit's holding us back. A lot of people are stupid, they're getting ahead. We gotta all look the same. Blank, emotionless, and big giant eyes. That's it. We all just went in. Passion, thermal, listening cattle. allegedly. I think that's people. I have this guy on my podcast, David Deutsch. He's a physicist in Oxford. Yes, I have. Why have I heard of him? He wrote a book. He gave one TED Talk, which was very good book. The first came out about 10 years ago, The Fabric of Reality. And extremely smart guy and very nice guy. He has this thesis which he and I don't totally agree about the implications going forward for AI, but he's convinced me that his basic thesis, which is fascinating, is the role that knowledge plays in our universe, the potential it plays. And his argument is that in any corner of the universe, anything that is compatible with the laws of physics can be done with the requisite knowledge. So that it's this argument about how deep knowledge flows, therefore how valuable it is. So peeling off your building an artificial person, literally cell by cell, and atom by atom. If that, every reason to believe that's compatible with the laws of physics really exists, right? So that's built by biology. If we had what he calls a universal constructor, the smallest machine that could assemble any other machine atom by atom, we could build anything atom by atom. And so he has this vision of, like, you could literally go into an area of deep space that is as close to a vacuum as possible, and begin sweeping up stray hydrogen atoms and fuse them together and generate heavier elements. I mean, literally, so you can start with nothing but hydrogen, and with the requisite knowledge, you build your own little fusion reactor, create heavier elements, and based on those elements, create the smallest machine that can then assemble anything else atom by atom, including more of yourself. Right? And you can start this process of building anything from a person to far more advanced than a person to a planet. Anything that's made of atoms, right? It's organized. And so the limiting factor in that case is always the knowledge, right? So either the limiting factor is either the laws of physics, either this can't be done because it's physically impossible, or the knowledge is what we like. And given that human beings are physically impossible, there should be some knowledge now whereby you could assemble one atom by atom. There's no reason why, there's no deep physical reason why that would be the case. The reason is we don't know how to do it, right? But presumably, possibility for us to acquire it. So the horizon of knowledge is just extends functionally without limit. It's just nowhere near the place where we know everything that's knowable. It's right back to the human atom by atom. But imagine just the changes that could occur with the frontiers of knowledge explored 10,000 years ago, like where we are now. So everything would be equivalent to magic, we could see. And most of human history is not like that. Most of human history, if you dropped into any period of human history, it was, for all intents and purposes, identical to the way it was 500 years before. It's only very recent where you can drop in and be surprised by the technology, by the culture, what is being done with language and the consequences of cooperation among apes like ourselves. And so I think that this is one place where someone like Kurzweil makes a lot of sense. This is really accelerating. We don't do something catastrophic to set us back. This acceleration is the implication is that the future is going to be far less recognizable than it has been in the other periods.
The idea of creating a little machine that you could shoot out into the universe and build your planet.
Yeah, but the planet's not the most. Planet's obviously big and the basis for our biosphere and everything we care about. But the planet is not what's complicated. It's the ecosystem, the life on the planet. Our own brains being the ultimate example. But presumably, intelligent systems can become much more complex than that. There's no reason to think we're at the summit of possible intelligence, biological or otherwise. And it's once you begin thinking about building things atom by atom, then the future begins to look very weird. And automated that process, right? Where you have this is the promise of nanotechnology, where you have something, tiny machines that can both build more of themselves and more of anything else that can be made of tiny machines, or assemble anything atom by atom, or treat your own body like a machine that it is, and deal with it atom by atom. And that's the possibilities of intervention in the body, virtually limitless. So it's that's where the physical world begins to just totally fungible. I'm not talking about surgery where you're cutting into someone's head and hoping, in a very coarse way, hoping you're not taking out areas of brain that you need. What you're talking about actually repairing. You can tinker with atoms in a way that you understand. You're talking about repairing anything
And creating it. Yeah. Like literally Dr. Manhattan style, build ice condos on Mars. I mean, you can create art with it. You can do anything with it. It would just somehow or another have to be programmed with whatever pattern you're trying to create. So you could essentially like make an Earth somewhere else with all the biological diversity, water, even intelligent life. It all could be done through some sort of machine. Ultimately, one day.
It is at bottom, again, just the information, it's the knowledge of how it's organized and how to. So it's like, it's analogous to what has happened in films now, where like animation in film has gotten good suddenly, right? Where you can see, like they can animate water and flowing water, and it looks pretty damn good. It looked terrible 30 years ago, right? And we just acclimated to it looking terrible. But now you can really trick the eye. You can build up scenes of nature where they're not actually using any photography of nature to build it up. It's all confection of ones and zeros, right? They just built it in software.
Like the Rebel, perfect example. The giant bear. They're tackling the camera.
Right. See, I don't know how that was done, but I had heard that was all just pure CGI.
Yeah, but there's a dude in a costume that acted it out with them, but essentially it was just all CGI.
So the fact that that's beginning to look good, that's just on the surface. That doesn't building a rendering of a bear on film is not the same thing as building a bear, but the fact that we can move so far into building, modeling that kind of complexity visually, just imagine what a super intelligent mind could do with 1,000 years to work at it. We're on the cusp of, when I say cusp, 5 years, but let's say a century, we're on the cusp of producing the kind of technology that we will have.
And if we put it into perspective, photography, I don't believe was even invented until the early 1800s, right? Is that when it was first? Is there photographs of Lincoln? There are, though.
Yeah.
So was that the early 1800s when he was Lincoln killed? 1865. So somewhere after that, or somewhere before that, rather, they invented photography. 1820. Yeah. So that's so essentially, give or take 10 years, 200 years ago. That's really amazing. If you stop and think about the revenant from 200 years ago, we couldn't figure out how to sound in our movies. But that thought right there just actually just freaked me out. With a 200-year thought, like how little 200 years is in the Mongol days. And now 200 years ago they didn't even have cameras, and now they do. And now they have this insane ability to recreate things like Game of Thrones, wolves and dragons, and she's riding around a dragon. I'm like, yeah, it looks like she's on a dragon. It doesn't look like old school King Kong movies. You know, you ever try to watch those? Yeah, gray hair he uses. Yeah, they're awesome. There's a pleasure in that. They're so awesome to just get into for fun. But as far as like visual effects, what they can do now, and the idea that it's all been done over 200 years, it's just spectacular. Not just capturing the image, but then recreating an artificial version and projecting, which is 1,000 times more difficult. And there's another feature here of compounding power of knowledge. Yeah. There's certain games that are truly incremental, where it's just everything is hard won, everything is just 1% better than its predecessor. But then there are other games where it's just you have created an ability that takes you. It seems like a quantum leap beyond where you were, and you go from just fundamentally not being able to do anything in that domain to being able to flight. So for the longest time, people couldn't fly, and it was obvious that you can't fly. You're heavier than air, and you don't have feathers, and you're not able to flap your arms fast enough. We're never going to fly, right? And then at a certain point, flight is possible. It opens this whole domain of innovation. But the difference between not being able to fly, there's no progress you can make on the ground that doesn't avail itself of the principles of flight as we now know them. That's going to get you closer. You can't jump a little bit higher. It's just not. So doesn't matter what you do with your shoes. So there are fundamental gains that open up whole DNA sequencing. Understanding and having access to the genome. And that's where you go from the only way to influence your descendants is to make a good choice of wife, right, or husband. You can just create a new species and test tube if you wanted to. And that's that kind of compounding power of understanding how things work. That's the beginning of a process that could be very, very strange very, very quickly. Good and bad ways, but I don't think there's any brake to pull on this train. Knowledge and intelligence are the most valuable things we have. Right? So we're going to grab more insofar as we possibly can, as quickly as we can. In the moments of us deciding not to know things, not to learn how to do things, and those are so few and far between as the possible reference, right? There are moments where people try to pull the brakes and say they hold a conference and say, should we be doing any of this? But then, China does it or threatens to do it, and we wind up finding some way to do it that we consider ethical. So there are things like germline tinkering, as far as I know, don't do, decided for good reason not to. But
stop people from
Right? They're more worried about actual real diseases than man-made diseases. When we went to the CDC, is that disease control, CDC in Galveston, I guess that's what it is. I guess the name of the organization, but it's a building that housed some of the most horrendous viruses and diseases known to man. Like they had anthrax in there.
You know, the CDC has
Yeah, they have these crazy walls, like thick walls, and vacuums in the ceilings, and everyone's wearing suits. And they wanted us to get the suits. And I'm like, fuck yeah. There's no way I'm going.
you did this for one of your shows?
Or it's for a TV show with Duncan Trussell, the Questions Everything show.
Right.
Because we were talking about weaponized diseases, and the CDC was like, forget all that. Like the real diseases that are constantly morphing, you have to stay on top of. Like that's what we should be terrified of. Actual real diseases. Like no one's shown any ability to create this stuff that's more fucked up than what we have. The weaponized anthrax and things along those lines. Like these Russian guys we talked to, they were talking about how they had vats of this stuff. They had all kinds of crazy diseases that they had created just in case we had gotten into some insane, mutually assured destruction, disease spreading thing. Like they were down for that. They were like, well, we have to be prepared in case the United States does that. But what their concern is the Center for Disease Control's guys. They were concerned with things like Ebola, things morphing, things becoming airborne, natural things, new strains of the flu becoming possible. MERS is a terrifying one. MERS is one that has a lot of people scared, a lot of doctors scared. It's a medication-resistant staph infection. It kills people. I mean, it can absolutely kill people if you don't jump on it quick and take the most potent antibiotics we have. And even then, it takes a long time.
Yeah, well, I actually just tweeted this recently. With some billionaire, with some 0.1%er develop some new antibiotics because clearly the government and the market can't figure out how to do it. It really is, it's falling through the cracks in the government's market paradigm. The government will do it or the market will do it. Neither are doing it because if the market can't generate the rationale for developing antibiotics because it's so costly. And you take them, you take them once every 10 years for 10 days. That's it. It's not like Viagra or any antidepressant or any drug that you can take regularly for the rest of your life. And so there's no real market incentive to do it. It's not enough to spend $1 billion on antibiotics. And the government is not doing it. And we're running out of antibiotics. It's been in the news a lot recently. We're close to being in a world where it's as though we don't have antibiotics. We're super bugged away from
You're freaking me out, Sam Harris. I don't like to get freaked out. So superbugs are the big concern.
What do you think about that? Jiu-jitsu?
Yes, I've got staph. My friend Ari had it, and we were playing pool. And I go, what's going on with your leg? He goes, I got a spider bite. I'm like, let me see. He pulls up his pants. You got a staph. You got to get to the doctor. And he hasn't even done jiu-jitsu in years. And I think he got staph again. And I think it's one of those things where I guess everyone has it on their body. And when you get an infection, it spreads and grows. And apparently it can be a recurring thing. So people who get it, particularly MRSA, apparently they can get it again. It can get pretty bad.
There was a fighter who just died. I don't think we can relate to that, but he had
Kevin Randall.
Kevin Randall, yeah. Was that was MRSA, right?
100%, yeah. Yeah, he was in the hospital. Well, it was staph. I don't know if it was MRSA. It could have been just staph that he ignored for long periods of time, but it was 100% staph. And he died I don't know what exactly was the cause of his death, but I can't think that helped him. I mean, it had gotten so bad that it had eaten through his body. If you're interested in this, yeah, for people online that are listening, Google Kevin Randleman's staph infection, and these are horrific photos that look like something took a bite out of him. Like under his armpit, I'm like a fist-sized chunk of meat was missing. Yeah, it's really, really scary stuff. So yeah, skin infection, there it is right there. You can look deep in and see his muscle tissue. No exaggeration, it's like a baseball-sized hole. And he's got two of them. He's got another one lower down on his back. It's just eating its way through his body.
That was years before he died, right?
Yeah, it was years before he died. But who knows, like how devastating that might have been. Like that's a really, really bad infection. And I think that when your body's that compromised, you're like really close to death. He was a really tough, strong, healthy guy. He was a super athlete. So I'm assuming his body probably fought it off pretty well. So it's probably one of the reasons why he let it go so long. Or didn't even understand like how dangerous it was. Or who knows? Maybe it just jumped on him really quick.
My dad's girlfriend just got it on her face, and she's in the hospital for 2 weeks. And they were afraid it was going to spread to her brain, and it almost did. And she's not 100% out of the woods yet, but she's back home now. She's got a little scratch on her face and it spread into her cheek, and then from her cheek she's got a little red swelling, and then she couldn't see, and she had to go to the hospital. We got staph. Chill out, heavy antibiotics.
Yeah, that's it. Like this is one area that this worries me. Where they're the bad things we do, and obviously that's just a lot to be worried about there. The stupid wars and things that it's just obvious that we could stop creating needless pain for ourselves and needless conflict that we need to choice for life. And then there are the good things neglected based on the fact that we don't have a system where the incentives are aligned to just make it easy, truly compelling to do them. And the idea that we are not producing the next generation of antibiotics as quickly as possible is just unthinkable. Simply, we're just hamstrung by the fact that we have a political and economic system that is incentive. I think the government, we don't want to raise taxes, right? We're so overcommitted in the ways we spend money, public money, and we're so short-sighted that even if we suddenly save money in one area, it's not like we immediately direct it to this life-saving necessary work, right? And the market can't get on top of this. So it really would be like, something that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation would do. And maybe they're actually doing this, I just don't know about it. We're talking about some billions of dollars to just get this laser focus on this problem. It's such an obvious problem.
That's really the only thing that's holding it back. That's what's going on. It's not a research issue. It's just a financial issue.
Well, I'm sure the research has to be done because it's totally obvious how to build the next generation of antibiotics that would not be vulnerable to having their efficacy canceled in 3 years by just natural selection of microbes. So we do it very, very cheaply. But so I'll admit that it's probably not easy to do, but it's got to be doable. It's super important to look at just cesspools, hospitals that become where people come in, something like 200,000 people a year die in the U.S. based on essentially getting killed by the machinery of the hospital. They're getting killed by their doctors and nurses. Some of this is drug overdoses or incompetence in dosing or giving some wrong medication.
200,000 people.
Yeah, 200,000 people a year. But a lot of it is just doctors not washing their hands, right? But some of this is also superbugs, whereas it's the burden on hand washing in the hospital is higher and higher because the hospital is just covered in super germs, right? So it's
like a haunted house. It's like when you're trying to fix people, and around the house are a bunch of demons that are trying to kill people you're trying to fix. I mean, look, obviously it's not, but if you were a person who was inclined to believe things like back in the day before they figured out microscopes, I mean, what else is that other than a demon? You got a hospital that's filled with superbugs. And where else are they? There's nowhere else. They're just in the hospitals.
Yeah, right. And gyms.
And some MMA gyms where they're getting them probably from the hospitals. But I mean, it's like a haunted house. It's like a haunted house that's trying to kill the people that live in the house.
It's, well, and it's also just ironic. You go to the hospital to save your life. You go when you are, by definition, your most vulnerable, and you are, and you're laying your body open to the intrusions of the place, because that they have to get into your body to help you, right? And yet that is the very mechanism that it's misery and death imposed on you. And it is as simple as hand washing in these cases. It's just doctors and nurses not washing.
That is insane. It's so insane to think that is a gigantic issue. You have these bugs that try to get into your body and kill you.
It's one area, I don't know if you ever had the bad luck to be associated with a NICU in the ICU. But our first daughter, who's totally fine, was born 5 weeks early. Had to be in the NICU for a week, and there are people who are in the NICU for months. It's born 23 weeks or something. It's just totally harrowing, but also just it's incredibly compassionate, just amazing place. Doctors and nurses are total heroes. But that's a space where you see the hand washing protocol just exactly as it needs to be. People, they just have understood finally that you're going to go into the NICU and see your baby, or be around anyone else's baby. You were going to wash your hands and lead away. It's 20% of the science. It's almost like the decontamination zone of Silkwood, where the reactor. But it's hand washing. You can't do that.
Now, is it a fact that MRSA was created by medications, or is that a myth? Has that been proven that it was created by a resistance to medications that get stronger?
Yeah, well, no, yes, it's a fact that all of these bugs are evolving, and just by dint of happenstance, they are producing changes in their genome that leaves them no longer vulnerable to antibiotic X, right? So whether it's methicillin or it's related antibiotics, and so that this is what antibiotic resistance is. These bacteria, their genomes mutate, and unfortunately with bacteria, they also can swap genes laterally across bacterial species. So it's not like only their descendants in that line can inherit these genetic changes. They can transfer genetic changes across bacteria. So it optimizes the process. Again, this is all blind. It's not like bacteria want to become drug resistant, but some percentage of them in any generation will tend to become some generation drug resistant. And then in the presence of the drug, they will be selected. If you keep bombarding people with penicillin, you will be selecting for the bacteria that isn't sensitive to penicillin. So the overuse of antibiotics and the overuse of antibiotics changes. don't know what the percentage is, but it's more antibiotic use certain cattle and people. And the same evolutionary principles are happening there too. So we don't know what we're doing to ourselves. I mean, it can't be good to be using antibiotics everywhere in agriculture.
Well, we know for a fact that diseases in swine flu,
The xenoviruses,
yeah, and a lot of these are coming out of these facilities where they're processing cattle, processing pigs.
and that's another element to it. So it's just that most of infectious disease over the ages has been born of proximity to animals as the result of agriculture. So the fact that you have people in bird markets in China, they're dealing with chickens and ducks endlessly confinement, and then you've got wild birds flying overhead, dropping their droppings into that space. And you have viruses that jump species from birds to pigs and back again. Some of the stuff only stays in those animals. It doesn't. But again, it's just like this evolution. It's just this endless lottery. You just have change and change and change upon change, and something makes the jump, in this case, between species thrives or not based on the opportunities to thrive. So you have something that becomes airborne, right? You have a virus that is absolutely deadly in people, but isn't airborne and is difficult to track, right? And it's fairly well behaved. It's scary, but it's not going to become a global pandemic. And suddenly you get a mutation on that virus or that bacteria that allows it to be aspirated in airborne cough and inhale and spread that way. Well, then you have this possibility of a pandemic. And also the time course of an illness is relevant. So you have something which kills you very quickly and horribly. Well, then that's the kind of thing that is going to be harder to spread because people become suddenly so sick they're not getting on airplanes, they're not going to conferences, they're not starting new relationships. They're in bed dying, right? So, but if you had something that had a time course that you felt great for a month, but you're infectious, and then it kills you, well then its spread is only limited by the damage you can do in that month gallivanting around. Right? So it's and again, these mutations just happen spontaneously. So it really is. It's a matter of good and bad luck.
They all have one function. What kills things? They devour, they overcome bodies with their life form. They spread.
Well, they have other functions. I mean, obviously, it's blind and there's no intention or purpose with it, but there are viruses and other infectious diseases that produce functions which are behaviorally relevant, so that they just spread. It's a toxoplasmosis that makes mice less fearful versus cats. Yeah. And so they're behavioral changes. Right?
Makes them attracted to you.
Right.
They're erect around the cat.
So
leads them to their demise, so it spreads to cats.
And there are theses that there are various infectious diseases that can change human behavior. Depression, infectious. Yeah, there's a lot that could be going wrong with us that we haven't attributed to viruses and bacteria, which is a lot of viruses. Actually, Alzheimer's, there was recently a report that suggested that Alzheimer's is the result of the brain's immune response to infectious illness. It's just the last week or so. The plaques associated with Alzheimer's response to something aggregated across the so Alzheimer's is the result of infectious disease, and that is to score that as a major problem that has to solve.
Could you imagine? I mean, that would have been fascinating if that existed during Reagan's time. If you just clear them up. Because you remember when someone publicly starts to go like that, and it's a guy like Ronald Reagan, who's an actor, president, you see him starting to lose his grip on his memory. You hear all the reports about it. That it's particularly disturbing because it's exhibited. That's the head guy. To think that was just a disease. That's crazy.
I don't remember when that became at all obvious. I know people were trying to do a retrospective analysis. So I don't remember when anyone started to talk about the possibility that it was not all there. I don't remember it happening actually during his presidency.
I do remember comedians doing jokes about it. That's like one of my main points of reference. They have this like weird sort of out of it grandpa type character that they would do. Right. That was towards his second run, Right. I don't know if that was years before they were referencing, when was it all going bad for him?
I mean, neurologists are very good. Neurologists can spot neurological illness really well. They walk around seeing neurological illness all over the place. I'm sure there were neurologists who were talking about Ian long before. What else was it?
There was this old joke that Jimmy Tingle did. Jimmy Tingle's this political comedian from Boston. He had this joke about Ronald Reagan's trial where he couldn't remember if he sold arms to Iran. It's Mr. President. Next time you sell arms to Iran, jot it down. Make a note. Put it on the refrigerator. But it was just that was his excuse when he was in trial, and everybody thought this is bullshit. This is too fancy. He doesn't remember. And then it started coming out at the end. And then the conspiracy theory was he was always fine. It was like what was that guy's name? Vincent the Chin Gigante. Would walk around in the bathrobe, pretend to be crazy. Remember that guy, the mob guy? No. There's a famous mob guy who was running the mob but pretended to be a crazy old man. So he would walk around with people. I forget how they busted him, but he had it nailed. He'd walk around in the bathrobe and talk to himself. He'd put on an act. Like, go down the street and act like a crazy person. And then he would go on walks with like these capos and tell them, oh, kill this fucking guy and get me $1 million and all that kind of crazy shit. But all the while, he had an act. Somehow or another they caught him. I don't remember exactly how they caught him, but everyone knew. Like, they kind of knew who was doing it. And so some people would think that's what Reagan was doing. He was getting things. I don't remember what I did when I ran. Matter of fact, I don't remember shit. I think I got a disease. I can't remember anything. And just started pretending it was out of it.
Both could be true. Yeah. Clearly did have Alzheimer's in the end.
What if he didn't? What if it was a big conspiracy? That would be a great movie. How good of an actor was Ronald Reagan? He was such a good actor in the latter days of his years. He avoided interviews by pretending to have Alzheimer's. He felt like that was the only way out. So it just, him and Nancy, they prepped their lines, and then, go out there to the public and just start acting like a kid in the movie.
Alzheimer's, unfortunately, is going to be a bigger and bigger story. It's really a baby boomer moment coming. This is something to press on to.
Yeah, if you can find that that's actually a disease, and you can cure that disease, that's infectious disease. Well, have you ever seen the Sapolsky stuff on the toxoplasma. Robert Sapolsky, from Stanford. Right. He's the guy that's like one of the forefront researchers and one of the guys who's really vocal about stress. But they were also talking about a direct relationship between motorcycle crashes and people who were testing positive for toxoplasmosis. And they felt that it might have either hindered reaction time or loosened inhibitions, the same way it sort of triggers these mice to go into your cats. Yeah, that's what I was referencing. Yeah. So I think it's a lot of it's speculation, but there's a strong correlation apparently to motorcycle crashes. And that is, I guess one of his professors had told him that when he was younger. He remembered it while they were dealing with some guy who came into the victim of a motorcycle crash. But it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, well, the underlying biology of risk avoidance, not risk seeking, is fairly well conserved in mammals. It's the reason why we do most of our research on things like mice. It's not a totally analogous brain, but the mice are similar enough to us that doing research on dopamine receptors in mice allows us to extrapolate to humans. So it's not a surprise.
Was it Steve? I remember I was supposed to bring this up to you before. When you were talking about plants and plants having some sort of consciousness. Was it Steven Pinker, see if you could find this, who gave a speech where he talked about how some plants, you can actually use sedatives on them, and that some of them actually produced certain neurochemicals like dopamine, if that makes any sense? I think it's Steven Pinker. That didn't make any sense, right?
Well, it would surprise me if Pinker said anything about this, but I haven't heard anything about it.
I think it was a speech he was giving about something, but I think it's controversial. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring it up to you, because I had never heard that before, that a plant can produce is either dopamine or serotonin, and that somehow the sedatives would be effective on a plant. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know what effective is.
I don't know either. That's why I'm waiting for you.
The plant is pretty well sedated as far as I'm concerned.
I remember as soon as I saw this, I'm like, must get this to Sam Harris. Please decipher.
But actually, almost everything I remember about or that I learned about plant biology, I'm pretty sure you can't find it. It's not in the brain.
The stuff with Steven Pinker in plants and consciousness, but nothing with sedatives specifically.
So maybe it was two. Maybe I combined two different articles. Maybe I did. The Pinker one I know was
what did Pinker say about plants and consciousness?
Oh, he was just talking about the surprising amount of calculations. I think that was one of the. You'd have to read the entire piece, but I think it was just highlighting what we know so far.
I've reached the limits of the human bladder.
Oh, how dare you? This is early. You're too healthy, man. Coffee and water. So what have you found on it, Jim?
Really?
Oh, okay.
But I did have something earlier that was kind of interesting. You guys talking about AI. I pulled up something on Minority Report and it pulled me to this article, which Microsoft has an app that it's actually developed by Hitachi. It's called Predictive Crime Analytics. They can predict crimes up to 91% accuracy. Then it's also already being enacted in Maryland and Pennsylvania as of 2013. They have crime prediction software that can find out if an inmate that's going to be released is going to predict or commit another crime. And so they're using that to follow them. And there's some civil rights people that are saying you can't do that, obviously. It's not good.
Whoa, hold on. Scroll down just a little bit. What is it? Professor Burke says his algorithm could be used to help set bail amounts and also decide sentences in the future.
And then I got down to this part in Chicago. They're doing something. It's called a heat list in Chicago. They have 400 residents that are listed as potential victims and subjects with the greatest propensity of violence. And they go and knock on their door and tell them that they're being watched. And I clicked on this thing, and it's an actual Chicago directive citizens.org. It's a pilot program about going to tell people that are being watched for someone might be after you or some shit like that. Wow, really crazy. I didn't want to interrupt you guys to tell you about this, but
Custom notification under the Violence Reduction Initiative in partnership with the John Jay College and Criminal Justice Community Team, who will serve as outreach partners with the social service and community partners. Show him this. This is crazy. While we were doing this, Microsoft has these programs. Scroll up to the top, Jimmy. They revealed an application that can predict crimes in the future and decide if inmates get parole.
it uses all sorts of data, public data from Twitter, closed circuit camera feeds, public Wi-Fi signals. There's like in LA, there's all sorts of microphones all over the place. Start listening for gunshots and whatnot. There's those new light poles I told you about that are adding 4G connectivity to the city.
Yeah.
That obviously can be added to this problem if you needed it.
I'm sure.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. All of that's coming. If you just look at just consumer behavior, just look at how much someone can understand about you based on your zip code, and your last 3 Netflix movies you watched and just a few other data points, right? And we basically know to predict with some horrendous accuracy what you're going to like, given the menu of options being advertised to you. Precision. Facebook obviously is talk about and everything else that's coming, more intrusive technology. That's what we've been talking about. None of that is surprising.
Nothing surprising anymore. If you had read that 30 years ago, it would have looked like an article in The Onion, right? You'd be like, what? They're going to have this is Judge Dredd. This is crazy.
Well, here's the Onion version, which did just happen, right? Microsoft, where they put out what they were calling an AI bot on Twitter. There's an AI Twitter account that just became a Hitler-loving sex spot because it was being tuned up by its interaction with people trolling on Twitter.
Did you see the guy who got arrested for falling asleep inside his Tesla when he was on auto drive?
No.
Yeah. He got busted. I don't know if he got arrested. He got busted though. They have camera photos of him rolling through an intersection, completely unconscious on his way to work. Look at this guy. Look at this. The car's driving him, and he's asleep while it's on autopilot. This is insanity.
So this is going to be a great moment to see. I'm sure this is coming where once self-driving cars become just obviously the only truly safe alternative, then you'll be arrested for the opposite violation. You'll be arrested if your hands are on the wheel. If you are driving a car that is piloted as opposed to robot driven, and that's a maybe 30,000 people a year dying every year based on ape driving. So the moment we crack that, which we're very close to doing, it's just going to say, you've got your old muscle cars or whatever you're into. It's going to be like, that's going to be the equivalent of like celebratory gunfire. Like you're going to reserve the right to like at your wedding, shoot your AR-15 into the air and not care where the bullet lands.
You don't have to get a license to operate them. Take them somewhere. You can take them to the hills and unload them out of the back of a truck. To drive for a very short distance. You know, monitor how much.
Governor on 5 miles an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you look at it in terms of safety, for sure. And it seems to be the thing that's the recurring theme, right? You give up your privacy for safety. You give up your ability to drive a car wherever you want, whenever you want, however you want. Give that up to. Give that up for safety. And people are really reluctant to give up fun shit, like lying, driving their car fast. Like those two things. People can have a hard time with you, like actually getting into their mind, seeing their actual mind, and being able to do that so we can know without a doubt whether or not someone's guilty or innocent. My question to you is, if you could get inside someone's mind, it was like that really super suggestive guy that we talked about earlier that just confessed all the horrific demonic possession stuff and eating babies. What if it's like getting to that guy's mind? What if you can't tell?
Well, the case that worries me, inept segue to politics, but in people's minds, you get someone talking long enough, you know their minds. They can only conceal what they're about so well, right? And
you can, because you're a super smart wizard type. No, just Jamie. I don't know about. I don't know if it's mine.
But the question is, will people care? You know, it's like if you have, we don't even need a lie detector to have someone who's openly lying, right? Who just gets caught in the eyes. And
you can see it too, you feel it.
Yeah, but people don't seem to care, right? In the political process. And I'm thinking in this case of Trump, where you have someone who, it is in some cases lying or just changing his mind in such an incoherent way that it's the functional equivalent of lying. This is someone who becomes totally unpredictable. He has a stance that is A on Tuesday and it's B on Wednesday. And when the discrepancy is pointed out, he tells you to go fuck yourself. Right? So it's just, there is no accountability to his own states of consciousness that he's going to be held to. And the people who love him don't seem to care. They actually, as far as I can tell, I don't know so many of these people personally, but it's based on social media and seeing a few articles where someone has explained why they left Trump. People view this as this sort of this dishonesty, what is in my view, dishonesty and a kind of theatrical hucksterism. So a person who's pretending to be many things that he probably isn't. They see it as a new kind of authenticity, right? Like this guy, he's just letting it rip. He doesn't care what is true. He doesn't care what your expectations for coherence are. He's just going to tell you to fuck yourself every which way. And this is the new way of being honest, right? This is the new form of integrity. It's amazing to watch. It's been, I'm someone who actually, I remember on my own podcast, I was talking to Paul, the CL psychologist, who's great. And we talked about politics just a year ago. But at that point, I said, there's no way we're talking about Trump. And I don't tend to make predictions, but this was a clear moment that I remember of making a prediction, which is obviously false. But I just couldn't imagine that this was what people were going to find this compelling enough to cusp of getting elected. Have you talked this issue to death on your podcast? Or?
I guess we kind of have. Well, I think this is how everybody feels. Everybody feels like you're supposed to be like with their person, whether it's Bernie or whether it's for Hillary or whether you're a Trump supporter, whatever it is. You have to be all. But like, if you look at the choices that we're given, none of these can really be described as ideal. Like Hillary Clinton, you could want a woman in the White House, and you want to show everyone that a woman can do that job just as well as a man. She's got the most experience. She certainly has the most experience dealing with foreign governments. And she certainly has the most experience in politics. You can make an easy argument, but she's also involved in 2 criminal investigations. She had a server in her bathroom. And there's all this squirrely stuff going on.
She's terrible in many ways.
She was anti-gay marriage until like 2013.
And then wouldn't admit the change of mind.
Yeah, she's a politician. She's probably a brilliant woman, but she's also set in her ways and a politician to the end. And part of being a politician is being a fucking huckster. You got to be able to get those people to see your side. And the way you do that is to talk like this. You can't talk like a normal person.
Needs a speech coach.
They all do. He's terrible too. Trump's not even good at it, and he kicks their asses.
But her voice, she has a kind of, to use the sexist trope, she has a shrill voice. When you get her in front of a mic and there's a crowd, and she thinks she's talking over the crowd, and she doesn't have to do it because she's in front of the mic. the sound you get is just she's yelling when she doesn't need to yell. Someone has to teach her how to dial it back.
What you just did is called mansplaining.
No, I'm explaining to the men in her crew who should talk some sense into her, but she's a bad candidate. Right? I have no doubt that she's very smart and she's well informed and she's qualified. And she's absolutely who I will vote for given the choices. But I totally understand the reservations. She's a liar. She's an opportunist. She's just almost preternaturally inauthentic. And she will just focus on every third sentence, and you feel that from her, right? And this is all true, and yet I also believe that people who say, I've never met her, but people who know her and met her say that behind closed doors, one-on-one, she's incredibly impressive and great. But that doesn't translate into her candidacy.
She feels she has to do it old school, you know? I mean, the way she's doing it.
But the thing is, look at what worries me is, so I went on Facebook the other day. I've said very little about this, but I've made enough noises, the sort that I just made, that people understand that I voted for Clinton, despite all my reservations about her. And when I got on my own Facebook page, which you have to assume is filtered by people who are following me on Facebook, or like me in some sense, just 1,000 comments were pure pain. No one loves Hillary. No one said, "Oh, thank God, someone smart is for Hillary." It was all just Bernie people and Trump people flaming me for the most tepid possible endorsement of Clinton. All I said was, "Listen, I understand Clinton's a liar, and she's an opportunist, and I completely get your reservations about her, but at least she's grown up, right? And she's going to be the candidate. It's not going to be Sanders. Now's the moment to put your political idealism behind you if you're a Sanders person, and recognize that there's a vast difference between Clinton and Trump. And no, she's not going to change the system, but she's also not going to run civilization off a cliff. And I forget how I said it on Facebook, but it's just it really was a lesser of two evils argument. And it's amazing to see how energized and passionate people are in defense of Trump and Sanders. And there's almost none of that. It's like people are just sheepishly saying, just divulging that they will vote for Clinton. But they are, maybe somewhere I haven't noticed, someone absolutely loves Clinton. She does not have her defenders like this guy.
Have you seen the man enough to vote for her campaign?
No.
It's with like hipster dudes with tattoos and beards that are going to vote for Hillary. No, I hope it's fake. Because it's so brilliant, I hope it's not real. Is it fake? Thank God. Is it? Thank goodness. It's so good though, because it's not that fake. It's pretty good. Like you could almost see.
So wait a minute. This is not bad for her, right?
No, it's not bad for her. It's just funny that someone would like make a joke political ad, that you have to be man enough to vote for Hillary. Like, there's guys out there that would buy that. They would they'd do it. It's a scary time because it doesn't seem like anybody that you would want to be president wants to be president. And so we're left with, all right, what do you pick? It's like as if we're going to play the Super Bowl with three of the shittiest teams we can find. We're just going to go get some drunk high school kids. We're going to get some inmates with club feet. We're just going to throw whoever. We're going to have the worst game ever. And that's what this game is. It's not a good game. This is not a game where you've got like a John F. Kennedy versus a Lyndon Johnson, or it's not like powerful characters. It's Trump, I guess, is a really powerful character, but in more ways like a showman character. Like what he's doing is like he's putting on a great show, and he's gonna win probably because he's putting on such a great show, and people like a great show.
But I do think I'm now among the people who think something new, witnessing something new. It's not just the same old thing where the process is so onerous that it's selecting for the kind of narcissist or thick-skinned person who is willing to submit to the process, and then there are many, most of the good people just aren't put up with this. I mean, yes, there's that too, but there's something, there's a moment among the electorate where it's anti-establishment. There's enough of an anti-establishment move and vote now. This is happening with the Sanders too, where people just want to jam a stick in the wheel of the system just to see what happens. It's just like, this is the main gripe against Hillary really is that she's politics as usual. She's not going to change the system. Right. People want to change the system, but they're not really thinking about the implications of radically changing the system. And in the case of Trump, here's someone who is advertising his lack of qualifications for the office in every way that he can. There's no. I mean, I'm not even bothered by his racism or his misogyny or his demagoguery or his bullying. All of that, I'm willing to guess is an act, right? That he's decided that that's somehow pandering to his base, and he's actually, in truth, he doesn't have a racist bone in his body. So I'm willing to believe that. I don't know why I think that's plausible, but it's I have a hunch that he's far more liberal than it seems, and it's just pandering. But the thing that can't be true is there's no way he's actually brilliant and well-informed about all the issues, and he's saying that he's not pretending to be as uninformed as as irresponsible as it seems.
Because you wouldn't withhold information.
It's just the vacuousness of his speech. It's like he'll say the same thing 3 times in a row, and it was meaningless the first time. Like he'll say, "It's going to be amazing. It's going to be very, very amazing. Trust me, it's going to be so amazing." And he does this with everything. If you look at the transcripts of the speeches, and the fact that he has never, so far as I've seen, he has never once strung together a string of sentences that was even interesting, right? But he's never, there's never a moment where I say, oh, this guy is smarter and better informed than I realized. That moment never comes. I keep expecting to see that happen. And it's a little bit like, I have this image of, like, imagine you have an urn, right, and you just keep pulling things out of it, and all you pull out of it is junk, right? You pull chicken bones and broken marbles and gum, and it's still possible that if you root around in that urn long enough, you're going to find the Hope Diamond. Each round that you pull something out, that really has no logical implication for the next thing you might pull out of the urn. But minds aren't like that. When I see what this guy says, he does not say anything that a well-informed, intelligent person would say. And it's just, and ideas are connected. Right? So you can't fake this stuff. You can't fake being this uninformed, and you can't fake being really well-informed. It's just, we just look at one policy that he puts the rounding up of illegal aliens, right? Round up 11 million. Now this gets stated as round them up and send them back to Mexico. And what worries me is no one seems to care that if you just look at the implications of doing this. It is this one policy claim alone is so impractical and unethical. It's just what are we talking about here? We're talking about like your gardener, your housekeeper, the person who works at the car wash, the person who picks the vegetables at the wine market. He's going to get a knock on the door in the middle of the night by the Gestapo, and gets sent back to the vast majority of these people are law-abiding people who are just working in jobs that Americans by and large don't want to do. And many of them have kids who are American citizens, right? Sometimes someone's got kids under the age of 10 who are American citizens, and we're going to send that person back to Mexico. And you're going to do this by the hundreds of thousands and millions. It's just that one point alone, held in isolation from all of the other things he said, the crazy things like climate change is a hoax concocted by the Chinese to destroy our manufacturing base, and the fact that he likes Putin, and everything else he said, right? This one policy claim alone should be enough to disqualify a person's candidacy. It's so crazy at the moment you look at it, and yet no one seems to care. In fact, it's just more energizing to the people who already like him.
I know that he said that he wanted to build a wall, but I didn't know he said that he wanted to get rid of illegal aliens.
Round them up.
And he did do that.
Send them back to their country.
It's such a crazy idea, and it's so brutal. The idea that, I mean, it's a subhuman thing. The only reason why people would come to America is because they felt like it would make their life better. So people would take a big risk. It's not an easy way to do it if you're poor, you don't have any qualifications for any unusual job, or you're trying to get across to Mexico. But everybody who does it because they want to improve their life. And the idea that one group of people shouldn't be able to do it, one group should, just because they were born on the right side of some strange line that is only a couple hundred years old.
But I'll go further in meeting him in the middle. So I think we should be able to defend our borders. Right? So it is. I don't have a good argument for having a porous border that we can't figure out how to defend and we don't know who's coming into the country. Right? So I think building a wall is almost certainly a stupid idea, one of these many stupid ideas, but I think it would be great to know who's coming into the country and have a purely legal process by which that can happen. And ultimately, that's got to be the goal, right?
Right.
And we are imperfectly doing that. And so I don't have an argument for open borders or porous borders, but the question is, what do you do with 11, 12 million people who are already here doing jobs we want them to do, help our society? And the vast majority of them are law-abiding people who are just trying to have better lives. The idea that you're going to break up families and send people back by the millions, and the idea that you're going to devote your law enforcement resources to doing this when you have real terrorism and real crime to deal with is just pure insanity, and also totally unethical. And yet he doesn't get any points down with his aspiration. It's just one of the things around which people are around. But the climate change thing is also insane and dangerous.
So he was a birther.
Right.
He was one of the original birthers. He was saying that Obama's birth certificate was bullshit. He was born in Kenya, right? Wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. He was
I would love
self-funding that for a while.
I would love if he got into office. So listen, folks, nothing like this person pretending to be the presidency. I just want to show you manipulated, get it together. You just I'm going to hire some people who actually know how to run things.
Well, see, that's the smart people who are voting for him think this is, I think, actually a really crazy position. They think that he is just pandering to the idiots who he needs to pander to get it done. So he's not disavowing the white supremacist votes, the alacrity that you would if you were a decent human being and David supported you, because he needs those votes, and he knows that most of the people in his base aren't going to care and they're just going to move on in the news cycle. And he's doing this on all these issues where where smart people see that he looks like a buffoon, and they're treating him as people who don't like him are treating him as a comic figure who they can't believe that stuff. It's too sophisticated to really believe that stuff. So it's just pandering. One is that people aren't seeing if that's true, just how unethical and weird that is, right? The guy has no compunction about lying and demonizing people. It's like, let's say he thinks that Clinton isn't guilty. Bill Clinton isn't really guilty of rape, right? Now he's calling him a rapist, right? At the time, he was saying he wasn't a rapist, he's just being defamed, this is outrageous, he was taking the side of a friend who was invited to his wedding. But now he's calling him a rapist, right? A sexual predator who's harmed women's rights more than anyone. So which is true, right? So there's no version of the truth here that makes Trump look all acceptable as a person. So either he knew he was a rapist and was defending him because he was just cozying up to power at that point, right? Didn't care that he's a rapist. Or now he knows he's still the guy who thinks he wasn't a rapist, but now he's just for purely opportunistic reasons. He's willing to call a guy a rapist. They're both wrong, right? And it's not like there's new evidence has come forward in the years that this changed his mind about the presidency. So he's, but I think people think that he's got to be much more sophisticated than he is, and that if he got into office, he would just be a totally sober and presidential person. There's just no reason to believe that. If he thinks climate change is a hoax, and that we should pull out of the Paris Accords, and we should ramp up coal production, and bring back the coal jobs, he's insane, right? There's no reason to think he doesn't believe this, because that's just, it is a disastrous thing.
The only fascinating versions of this that I've heard from people that I respect are that the idea that he's like the political version of the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs. Like he's going to come down and smash it, and it's going to be so chaotic that they're going to be forced to reform the system, and people are going to respond in turn. Like the way people are responding against factory farming, and more people are going vegan, like that kind of a thing. They're going to see it and they're going to respond in turn.
That is such a
so he's going to toss the apple cart up in the air. He's just going to fuck this whole goofy system up, and then we'll be able to rebuild after Trump has dismantled all the different special interest groups and lobbyists and all the people that we really would like to get out of the system. We really don't like the fact that there's such insane amounts of influence that big corporations and lobbyists have had on the way laws get passed. This might be the way to do it. You have some wild man. Yeah, everyone's fired. You're fired. You're fired, Jetson. It's like a character. He's coming in. His hair's plastic. He's all fired up. He's a billionaire. Made all his own money, sort of. Dad gave him some money, but he turned it into a lot of money. The point being, he doesn't need anybody's money.
The truth is probably lying about the amount of money he has too.
But he's a baller for sure, though, right? At the very least, he's got to be worth some cash.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a big difference between what he's claiming and what is in fact true. But he's a there are many pieces here. I mean, people assume that because he's a successful businessman, he must understand the economy. There's no necessary connection. There's a lot of rich people who are totally confused about economics, and most economists don't have a lot of money, so there's no real connection there. But so what you're describing is a kind of just random, like you're just let's just smash the window, and then see what happens. Right? We're going to light a fire to this place, and see what happens. And that's if almost any process by which you would change the system is more intelligent than that. And it's also not valuing how much harm one bad president could do, right? Like there's no, I think even, I haven't tested this, but I'm imagining that even Trump supporters would answer this question the way I would hope, which is, like if I had a crystal ball that could tell you, can't tell you who's going to be president, but it tells you how it works out for the next president. So like, if I look in this crystal ball and it says the next president of the United States is a disaster, it's like the worst president we've ever had. Just think of just failures of governance and toxic influence of narcissism and hubris that comes along with once every 1,000 years, right? Just disaster. I think you know, even if you're a Trump supporter, which candidate that was. Like only Trump is likely to screw things up that bad. It's not. Clinton is going to be almost perfectly predictable. She's going to be a politician. She's going to be basically centrist on a lot of on foreign policy and domestic policy. And she's going to be liberal on social issues. She's not going to try to dismantle NATO and to get into a war with North Korea, or get into an alliance with Putin. Or I mean, she's not going to do something insane. And
alliance with Putin.
Yeah, he said basically only favorable things about Putin. Yeah, they're tight. So we should get. Hopefully, we'll see pictures with both of them on horseback, shirtless. And,
I think Donald
spread those
probably keep his shirt on. He'll probably keep his shirt on. I don't see him as being shirtless. When you just look at the landscape between Bernie and Hillary and him, and to me it looks like the last gasps of a dying system. It's like a representative government system.
But yeah, a lot of people are saying that. Things like that, but they're not hearing just how nihilistic that is, if true.
Right.
It's like there's so much stuff we have to get right. And there's so much, and the only tool to get it right is having your mind actually understand what's going on in the world and how to manipulate the world in the direction you want it to go. So you have to understand whether or not climate change is true. Your beliefs about it have to be representative of that truth, right? So, like, let's say I'm mistaken. There is no human caused climate change. It's not a problem, and every moment spent thinking about it, worrying about it, correcting for it is just a waste of time. It's just throwing out, wealth of the world, right? That would be a terrible thing, right? So it really matters who's right about that. And the fact that we have a president or a candidate who is coming in saying this is all bullshit, in defiance of all of the science, is just
there's a problem.
He doesn't know anything about. I guarantee you, he doesn't know the difference between Sunni and Shia. Which country is Sunni predominantly, which is Shia. I mean, I'm sure he's going to do. I don't know when he's going to cram for the final exam. I'm sure before one of those debates, he's going to get someone's going to sit down with him and give him some bullet points he's got in his head. But his head is just not in this game. It's never been in this game. It's obvious from everything he says. That is something you can't say about Clinton. Right? For all of her flaws as a person, I don't care how much you hate her as a person, she understands what's going on in the world. Right. And that difference is so enormous. Forget about all the other character flaws of this guy who's just obviously.
Are we attached too much to this idea of one person being the figurehead?
If it's not a figurehead, someone has to be. Right, someone's the decider.
If we all woke up today, if everybody woke up and there was just no government, it was nothing, we're all just like, what happened? I don't know, but we got to figure out how to run this thing. We had no previous understanding of government. Would you think anybody would say we need one dude to just run this whole giant continent filled with 300 million people? Most likely, if we woke up and we had technology like we have today, we have the ability to communicate like we have today with social media and whatever, we would probably say we need to figure this out amongst each other and find the people that are the most qualified for each one of these positions and start running our government that way.
Well, that's what we're attempting to do, but it's just, and I totally agree with you that it is astonishing that out of a nation of 3 billion people, these are the choices. Yeah, you would think, starting from your basic, your zero set point of just reboot of civilization, you would think that if you had this kind of process, each candidate would be more impressive than You'd be like, I can't believe that. Each person who came to the podium
Like
was
looking at like
so
LeBron
impressive.
James.
Oh yeah, it'd be like the dunk contest, for the NBA. It'd be like, oh my God, like just when you thought you saw the best dunk in your life, the next guy comes along.
Exactly.
And it would be that on every topic, right? It'd be like, you'd be talking about the science of climate change. You'd be talking about the actual dynamics of the war on terror. So topics that seem to have no relationship, where you would have to you'd be amazed that you would be an expert in all of them. You would find someone who was an expert, a functional expert in all of them.
A Jeopardy winner.
Yeah, but someone who was also ethically wise, who wasn't obviously an asshole. And who had a mature relationship to changing his or her mind, right? So like this whole bit about flip-flopping and not being like someone who could honestly represent changes of mind across a political career, right? It's nowhere written that it's a good thing to believe today what you believed 20 years ago. Right. They do that on every topic. It's basically having a dialogue with the world. But there's something, it's so taboo to change your mind that either you have to lie about it, or you have to pretend it was always that way, or it's just a system. The system is broken in that respect. But given the choices, when you have a choice between someone who is, for all her flaws, been in the game for long enough to be really well informed and capable of compromise, and capable of not just breaking the entire machine. And you have someone who's just stepped off the set of his reality TV show and then lied about everything and elbowed his way, onto your television set and never left because CNN couldn't figure out how to give the mic to someone else. It's amazing.
Well, he's a product of attention because they realize that there's a.
Do you have any idea what biological thing on Earth, if you put it hand to hand, would stretch 200 million light years into space?
So everybody had to tune into him. So because of him saying crazy stuff, he accelerated the amount they were talking about. So they're constantly talking about him and barely talking about other people.
But he's created a
from Micro TV.
Process now where
this is beyond the noise.
That could disqualify him among the people who like him. So he could just keep just like nuclear bombs of craziness that the press can't ignore. That every time they think, okay, this is the crazy thing he said that's going to harm his candidacy, so let's shine a light on it. It just helps him. He could just say, he could get on Twitter right now and say, who I'd like to fuck Nicki Minaj, and it would work for him. You would see a tweet storm of 1 billion people who say, I'd like to fuck Nicki Minaj too. Like, go get her. And it's insanity. That's where we are.
But in a sense, if we do admit this is a fucked up system, it's not ideal. It should definitely be reworked, and it's so hard to rework. Wouldn't the best way to rework it? A Trump asteroid just slams right into the White House. Boom! Blows the whole thing sky high. Who knows what terrible things have to happen? Maybe that would be enough.
But the thing is, we have those asteroids are coming anyway. So when you look at 9/11 was an asteroid, right? So it's like a superbug that becomes a pandemic. These are things that are coming, and you need people who are in touch with reality to deal with it. And so, like the moment someone advertises not only their ignorance, but the fact that they don't care that they're ignorant, and they do this again and again, they keep doubling down. That person is like, if you put that person at the helm, what you have done is basically put chaos at the helm. Right? So like this person's going to believe whatever he believes, regardless of the information coming in, regardless of the consequences. that's just it's worse than having no one in charge, because you put the power in this person's hands, right? So this person everything has to go through this node in the network that's just like an information scrambling device, right? So like no matter how good the information is coming in, you have everything. You've got a bottleneck here which just screws up the signal, right? That's what you're doing if you're hiring someone like this who, in the best case, what you stated earlier would in fact be true, which is he'll get into the Oval Office, and even he will be scared about the prospect that he's now running the better part of human civilization, and he will hire the best people, or some semblance of the best people he can get access to, and say, tell me how to not screw this up, and that will be, and then it'll essentially be business as usual, right? Insofar as you hire the best people, will be people who are deeply in this game already. We'll defer to the generals when it comes time to
being really pragmatic about how they pick politicians and how they push certain people and decide not to push others. Do you think that something like Trump completely changes how they move forward now? They realize that this can happen. Like now that you see that people are so goofy, we're so WWE'd out that you can get this guy. You know, I mean, this is where we're at. We've got a guy. I told him the wall just got 10 foot higher. Yeah, everybody gets crazy. Like, how could you say that? Once they realize that that's possible, how long before you get like some motivational speaker type dudes? How long before they start jumping in there? Tony Robbins for president. That's what we have. This is way worse than Tony Robbins. Oh yeah, way worse. Tony Robbins is a positive dude. But I'd vote for him. Yeah, no, Tony Robbins, very positive guy. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, but that sort of ability to excite people. Right. Like if we're gonna get like one of those motivational speaker dudes, like those guys who wears a lot of yoga pants, he's gonna be the next president. He's gonna get us in shape. It's gonna be a reality show. America's a reality show. We're there. We're awesome. We're the best. Did you see this press conference he held? It was yesterday. No, I did not. There was a very funny moment where there was one journalist. I don't recognize who it was. So Trump was being very combative with the press corps, and he was basically shouting him down, not answering the questions. And one journalist just gasped, said, "Is this what it's going to be like when you're president? Is this what it's going to be like to be in the White House press corps and deal with you?" And he said, "Yes, this is exactly what it's going to be like." But if you could just see that, like the journalists, like they turned the camera on the room of journalists, and they are astonished by what is happening. They don't know they're participating in this process. Sometimes they created this process.
Is this, no, not all of you, just many of you. Enough of this. Is this what it's going to be like covering you with your president? Yeah. Let me just have this kind of conversation with the press. Okay, yeah, it is going to be like this, David. If the press writes false stories, like they did with this, because probably half of you were amazed that I raised all of this money. If the press writes false stories, like they did, where I wanted to keep a low profile, I didn't want the credit for raising all this money for the vets. I wasn't looking for the credit. And by the way, more money is coming in. I wasn't looking for the credit, but I had no choice but to do this because the press was saying I didn't raise any money for them. Not only did I raise it, much of it was given a long time ago. And there is a vetting process, and I think you understand that. But when I raise almost $6 million, and probably in the end we'll raise more than 6 because more is going to come in and is coming in. But when I raise 5.6 million as of today, more is coming in, and this is going to phenomenal groups, and have many of these people vetting the people that are getting the money.
You played the moment I was referring to. So here is a case where he's probably in a certain line about his history of giving to Veterans Affairs. And he gave money very recently after people started fishing around to see if he actually had given the money to veterans. But this is what's difficult about this is that yes, there are press is highly imperfect. also partisan, and there are false stories, and there are exaggerations. It's screwed all over. Yes, and there are reasons to not trust the press from time to time. But in this case, you have someone that there is no amount of fact checking and disconfirmation of the statements that forces him to ever acknowledge anything that he's done wrong. And the lack of acknowledgement, he's no price for it among people who like him. And so the press is powerless. And then the net result of like a press conference like this, if you are Trump's follower, is he just showed how biased and petty the press is. And press do need to just be beaten up by a strong man who is not Hispanic or bullshit. But
it's unbecoming, at the very least. That kind of communication, it's kind of unbecoming that person that we expect, and that's pretty mild.
No, that's mild compared to his parodying of the disabled reporter. Saw that bit where he cerebral palsy imitation in one of his speeches. He was interviewed by and his reporter was he was making fun of somebody with cerebral palsy. He's done so many things that you would think would be fundamentally canceling of a person's political aspirations. Like you cut Marco Rubio pretending to just be on someone's cerebral palsy at one of his campaign events. Just be the end, right?
It was just that video of him and his family, the outtakes, where they were like, "Oh, you didn't see it? It's a gem. It's spectacular. It's him with his mom. And he's like, my mom prays for me, often for hours every day." She looks at me like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Hours every day? No, I don't. You can't even say that." And so they have all these really awkward moments, like, "Okay, am I going for a hug? I'm going to say I love you." It's all like weirdly mapped out, and that got online. People were like, "Oh, Christ, this is a bad game. You're not even good at this game. You're terrible at this game."
Yeah, he was objectively.
Well, that's Trump's competition.
Well, the thing about Cruz that never even got out, which was the reason to be scared about Cruz's presidency, is this level of religious craziness. No one was even pushing on that because it was just enough to push on before you got to that.
Yeah, you have to hold on to those weapons.
Yeah, but if it hadn't been a good Cruz move, all about religion.
What's odd is that it's not a handicap in 2016. You could have that and people consider it massive.
Well, the one thing that's surprising and actually hopeful in Trump's candidacy is the fact that he has dissected out the religious, social conservative so evangelicals, for the most part, were going for Trump over Cruz, when it was pretty clear to them that Trump was just pretending to be religious. And so Trump gave one speech at Liberty University where he spoke. He said, Corinthians 2, and that's not the way a Bible reader would speak about 2 Corinthians.
How would you say?
2 Corinthians.
That's how you would say it?
Yeah. And so Corinthians 2 is like, as though this is something just opened every night before we went to sleep. And so it was clear to them that he is just miming the language or impersonating a person of faith, and but they don't care really as long as he does it, and that is for silver lining to this. It shows that it's not. They just want a space where their religious convictions are not under attack, and they don't really care that the person in charge share them. Just if you pretend to share them, that's good enough, and that's better than actually caring that this person really believes in rapture. Yeah, so I don't think any Christian who's voting for Trump thinks, they'll say, I'm not going to judge another man's faith. Right? I'm not going to say what's really in his heart. He'll say that, but he's just given attention to Ben. Talks about these they're willing to vote for someone for other reasons that are fairly depressing in their own right. They're willing to vote for someone. You have to believe in God to be president in 2016, right? You say that you have to pretend to believe in God. I think with Trump, I think it's pretense is obvious enough that he's fooling the better part of the people who would say they care about a person's faith. So if anything, one thing he might be breaking is the barrier on having an atheist president. It's just nobody thinks he might be our first atheist president.
He would help us in that regard as well. Another Trump media, right? In the White House. I'm starting to sound like a Trump supporter.
Occasionally, an asteroid does something good.
Who would be the ideal president? I mean, like, what kind of a person? Probably a person who doesn't seek attention. Probably a person that...
Well, I don't think it could be that. I mean, the process is, even an optimized process will require enough sacrifice of what ordinary people want most of the time that it will be an unusual personality that has to get promoted. You will be on some metric it's almost by definition narcissistic to think that you should be in this role. Right? Who are you to think that you should be running civilization at this moment? And for you to be honest, for you to honestly stand at the podium and say, I'm the guy, or the woman, like I am the most qualified, I should be doing this, right? I can help. If you're going to scrutinize the kind of personality that give rise to those opinions, it's not, there are some dials you would probably want to change or tweak if you had to be married to this person, or it's not an optimal personality. So there's going to be this kind of pathology of power seeking that might be just intrinsic to it. But you want someone who is actually wise. Just try to map that on Trump. Like imagine someone saying, the thing I like about Trump is that he's so deeply ethical and wise. Right? It's just not. It's like saying it's because his hair looks so natural. There's just no. It's the antithesis of what he is. Right? The thing I like about Trump is that he's so well informed about the way the world works. And where he's not informed, he recognizes his ignorance so quickly and he remedies it as fast as possible. He seeks out the best experts, defers to them. He's mindful of the limits of his knowledge as he is about his expertise, and his expertise is vast. You'd want to be able to say that about a president. You could not begin to say that about Trump. You could probably say that, honestly, you could probably say that about him. For all her defects, she's very knowledgeable, and I'm sure she will just try to, where she doesn't feel like she's got the knowledge, she's going to try to go to the source of the knowledge, grab the best experts. And I think she would be as aware as you or I would be of the consequences of not knowing what's going on. Right? She's just going to want to find out what's going on. Whereas all Trump has advertised about himself is that he thinks that bluster, banality, The guy is it could not be more obvious that this guy runs every level. Like, it's just, there would be no way for him to signal the fact that he's more that he is with everything. Do you think it's possible that in this age of communicating to each other, that we're going to experience these cycles, these waves, these in and outs, these high and low tides of really smart presidents and really stupid presidents? And we just, people revolt, and it's so easy to stay alive. There's plenty of stupid people out there, and so they're only willing to vote for other dumb folks. So other dumb folks get in position, they send out the frequency that only the dummies hear, and everybody else is going, what the fuck is everybody voting for this guy for? What is happening? And then it makes the smart people rebound in 4 years and challenge themselves because they need some sort of an angle to rally against to reach their full potential. And without the low tide, you cannot have the high tides. Hopefully that's not an analogy that applies to maintenance of civilization. The smell, yeah, the tide, and at the very least, it's a wake-up call for the political establishment. This silly game it's just doesn't work. Somebody can co-opt the candidacy, get in there, throw the fucking monkey wrench in the beer system, and guess what? Trump's running for president. He's the head guy for the Republicans. How is that even possible? Well, they don't know it. It's amazing. It's June. Yeah, it's June. Everything's decided, locked down. So we have July, August, September, October, November. We're that close. Not someone who virtually no one knows what the policy are his position on things like taxation. Actually, there's no piece of said he's talking on both sides. For issue, for Republicans, but in many ways, he's left.
What's it, Pimp?
So the unconscious Stop and look and see if I take the brain story and roll it past the other time to see so much of the way they say, well, 50 with people will lie you. Look at the 50s with a college degree, only teenage or second or thunderstorms and they lose in body with talent for even those of age, living the 50s can make a higher HP. I'm to be upper 40s, higher 50s in the valleys and in the higher seas. So the behavior with a characteristic and thunderstorms, tomorrow maybe more either early in the afternoon. And tomorrow at 50 can make a higher OT, the valleys, i.e. low 60s at the beaches or home. 52 degrees in April, 53 in Florida, 57.2 days, 51 degrees in Texas. Even local, honestly, 3 or 5 free properties and I'm saying, if you think you free studio to share your music, share, then we're supposed to be seeing a sizable storm of significance that should be beginning for most of us right about now. Because it's not really just kind of rain. There it is. Here with you on this rainy Southern California Sunday morning. It's just a little bit after 9 o'clock and I'm going to whether you're listening to the local broadcast here in Southern California, which, is a huge broadcast area. Or streaming us live from here or anywhere digitally on the iHeartRadio app. Or just for you to get another episode of this podcast, you can find it anywhere that you are listening. The home screen is here for you too. Ed Nelson is on the board. Good morning. Welcome home, Dean. Good morning. So I'm so excited for the listeners out there. Wherever you're listening on iHeartRadio app. And we'll keep Facebook for keeping it alive. We are listening to the California State. Stay well. If you're saying that, about the way it was, sounds like it. And we start. We usually, look at this. Double dip with Spencer Benson. Producer Michelle Hughes is with us today. Now, nowhere near a microphone. So, Michelle is not near a mic because she is getting ready to bring us back to phone lines live. Okay, so we're going to be taking calls. The legendary Michelle Hughes with us producing the show today. This is coming on and filming some down there as we lost Michelle. She has moved on to senior pastors, Ireland, Oakland, and Michelle is a deputy Daniel, I can figure out after settling our next move and producer. She's always he is a very nice he's here and she is great, and you're going to hear a voice when you call in, by the way, of course, because you call in. Number listen, 833-2-2. Sorry, 833, the numeral 2, 833-2-2.
That was one of the best commercials we ever did. Come on, folks. I know you don't like the commercials, ladies and gentlemen, but it's a fucking free podcast, okay?
I didn't know we were doing commercials.
I know, they're ridiculous. They're ridiculous. They need to be edited. This is a good argument for the
That was
necessary having a producer. All right, you need a real producer. Yeah, it was fun. It was a fun argument. It was a fun commercial.
How would you know the difference between that?
You don't. That's the fucking
because you just hit a button and now we're actually talking.
Now it actually is talking. I don't no longer have to promote anything. At the beginning, before we start. The way we got it out of the way, we used to just talk about the fleshlight all the time, and then we figured out somewhere along the line, it's best to get it out of the way and then go about the podcast. So that's good. Yeah, it just might seem a little disingenuous.
Yeah, no, I'm just
it's a vehicle. Yeah,
it's scattered.
Stuff. Yeah, no, it's maybe a year and a half since the last time I did Yeah, man. Yeah. And when we went to see your live show, dude, I learned something. I learned that I don't like going to shows where I have to stand up.
Oh, that was a couple years ago.
Was it?
Fucking Kit Kat Club. Yeah, that's like 3 years
sit
ago.
down? Do you have people sit down?
Yeah, no, I'm doing. Yeah, now that I cut my own deal, I'm fucking back to the improv.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, so they gave up.
Well, now that I can do an off night.
Oh, Mike, they need fucking bacala. They got all these open mics Tuesday too. This done fucking stand up. It's all over. You got all these fucking books during the week. This fucking Saturday shit.
No, but I can do one night there on an off night and bring my own fucking crowd.
Yeah, you did. You were one of the first guys to figure out how to get your own crowd online. You know, what you did was really a smart move by just leaving the comedy clubs almost completely and just going to little rock and roll clubs, looking at yourself.
Yeah, it was all out of spite. Spite does it drives you a lot. Well, it's like a sex drive.
It was genius.
Yeah,
It was
hate and needing to fuck.
Let these motherfuckers know you're a voice. You gotta get the fuck out there. Give a fuck what you do. You don't want to hire me. I gotta keep doing what I do.
It's the best way. You did it the best way, though. You found your own audience. You're one of those dudes that you go to see a stand-up show. You know, it's a fucking stand-up crowd when you're walking down the street. You know, they're all days from suicide. They're all smoking.
I was in Calgary where I actually crossed the street. I'm looking for the gig.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So we talked about this.
But tell it anyway.
Yeah. Calgary, there's a train station in front of where the gig was. So I see all these fucking hooligans standing. I think they're waiting for a train, so I cross the street to get away from them. And then only to realize they were waiting not for the train, but that was my gig. That was the fucking cue for my fucking show that I'm crossing the street to get away from my own fans.
That's one of his fans right there. Look at one of Stanhope's fans right there. That's how he shows up with the outfit.
Stop making me look at fucking.
There's a dude that's on Fear Factor, this new season of Fear Factor, and there was a thing on CNN about a
Last
guy
time I
living in
saw
a tree.
you were saying, oh yeah, if they did Fear Factor, I'd suck the devil's dick again. And then now I'm fucking watching football and here's
Can't believe it's back
Joe
on.
Rogan's big fucking huge head in my face. It's 55 inches. Fear Factor, I love it.
They came with the long money Stanhope. They came with that
no
vacation home cash in the middle of the fucking world falling apart.
We're way too old to fucking talk about selling out or all that shit that young comics care about. Rivalries. Dane Cook. Hey, Dane Cook, thank you very much. Dane Cook, like I'm doing this fucking benefit show in Tucson. It's a long story, but like Dane Cook said, hey, I haven't done stand-up, but I'll help you out. Like, thanks a lot. Like, gives a shit. Someone emailed me today about Mencia. This new Mencia thing is, I hope it's so hot right now. Kind of touches on your bit. Like, who gives a fuck? I fucking internet snipes.
So what Dane's doing the benefit?
No, he's not. He hasn't done stand-up in almost a year.
Yeah, he stopped doing stand-up in February. I ran into him at the premiere of Warriors. Not to name drop, just on the red carpet, avoid the paparazzi.
But even people are like snipey about that. Like, yeah, Dane Cook, well, you didn't put I don't know how Twitter really works, but he didn't put the apostrophe thing in front of it, so he's just telling your own thing.
Oh, I see.
I don't know how Twitter works.
Yeah, he didn't put the A.
People are just still so fucking.
Yeah, they're very old people. Well, people are looking for a reason to be cunts because they're trying to distract themselves from the shit life that they live. Instead of looking at their life and trying to fucking figure out their real problems, they just go online and just.
But you don't give a fuck about comedy anymore, do you?
I care about good comedy. I still like it. I still enjoy it.
Politics.
I don't care at all. I realized somewhere along the line it's mostly just jealousy and insecurity. You know what? One of the things I realized is people had a shit way of looking at comedy. When I used to tell people that I do Joey on the road, I take people, like who'd you do Rasmus with? Oh, I took Joey Diaz and I. Would you bring fucking Joey Diaz on the road? Like, what are you, crazy? Like, you follow Joey Diaz on purpose? I was like, and I couldn't understand it. I was like, why would you even think like that? Like, why is everybody's worried at every moment that they're not the life of the fucking party. Like, at every moment. They can't even enjoy when other people are funny. I'm like, you don't want to be around funny people? That's all I want to do. I want guys to fucking crush in front of me.
Yeah.
You know, I want the whole thing to be fun. I don't want to just be the only one who's having fun up there. Spoiled socially. Because, yeah, my fucking best friends in the world are literally the funniest people alive. So spoiled. So if you try to hang idiots, go to your fucking in-laws or some shit, like,
You can do this joke on stage. But it's you can do this joke on stage.
they don't understand. They don't
Take this
understand.
on stage. See if you like it.
You know, when I was dating this girl one time, she's a nice girl, but I was at a transitionary point in my life. There's nothing bad about her. She was just who she was. She was a young girl, wanted to do what she wanted to do. She was always upset. She was a good girl. She was a really good person. But she was always upset that I was doing other things and I was hanging out at the pool all the time. And she would always give me shit about it. But, you know, I had to sit her down and have a moment. I have fucking fun there. Do you understand? Again, I have to remind people, I'm sure they're just picturing you at a pool hall. I get that flashback in a movie. Weird hair. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. One common misconception about any type of relationship is that it has to be easy to be right. The truth is, the best relationships happen when both people put in the time, love, and commitment to make them great. That might look like scheduling regular calls to keep up with a long-distance friend, improving communication with a partner, adapting to a colleague's working style, or reconciling a difference in values with a parent. Therapy can be a place to work through the challenges that you face in all of your relationships, whether it's friends, work, your significant other, or anyone. But working on your relationship isn't easy, and sometimes you need a little support to navigate the most difficult and challenging parts, and that's where therapy can help. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime for no charge. There's so many different kinds of relationships in your life. Give them all some love with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/JRE. This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy. And with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing, just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now, you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG, vitamin D3, and K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1. Yeah, a full head of it. Yeah, that's my pool hall days. No, it wasn't in Boston, it was New York. I became obsessed with my first pool hall. But she fucking hated me because I never wanted to hang out with her. And I would tell her, look, you know, and I had a conversation with her. Look, you're a very good person, very sweet. I don't want to date another girl, but I don't want to fucking hang out with you. No, you hate chicks. I don't hate chicks. I hate dumb ones, though. I hate dumb dudes, but I hate dumb chicks equally. It's not a gender thing. It's just dumb. But when you're in that situation, man, where you're just like, God, I can't hang out with you all the time. It hurts me. It hurts me to know that there's all this fun going on over there. I'm hanging out with you, and there's dudes are gambling and staying up till 3 in the morning, and no one's married. No one knows what the fuck is going on the next day. They're all wild gambling motherfuckers, and they're my friends, and they're funny, and they say funny shit. And I'm like, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna hang out with you? What are you gonna tell me? Like, what movies you like? What are you gonna tell me? What you like to eat? You know, what your mom said that was mean? You know, Jesus fucking Christ. I want to go have fun. Yeah, no, God. Are you too far gone? Are you too far gone to talk?
No, I'm good. I just that thought was cramping my mind.
It's so important to have friends. It's fun. You know, it's the one thing that you get out of podcasts and shit too, though. It's like people that don't know anybody like you, don't know anybody like Joey, they get to talk to you essentially on a podcast. They get to kind of feel your vibe and see how you think about things. You sit down and you see somebody talk for an hour, you don't just see them talk, you see how they think, you see how they decipher stuff. And it kind of can give you insight on how maybe you're not doing it that way, or maybe you could do it that way and it would enhance your shit. You know? Right. It's so important that you can get stuck in a fucking bad place with bad friends.
No, I'm not freaking out. I'm just enjoying the entire
experience. Yeah, man. Led Zeppelin's on the wall. We got this new studio for the folks who are just listening on iTunes. If you go to ustream.tv/Joe Rogan, you can watch all these now. And we actually have it set up where we have.
Oh, now we're on fucking TV on delay.
Yeah, weird.
I should not look in that direction.
I did that for you. Yeah.
One of my favorite stand-up stories that I tell is when you and I did mushrooms, and then we went out to the desert and the day of the war started.
Yeah, watching the pregame for the war.
I'll never forget this. You and I were sitting in Jan Irvin's living room, twisted to our balls, right?
They had a fucking giant kettle of some kind of ayahuasca they were trying to produce.
Amanita muscaria, and
whatever.
It gave us just a weird feeling in the head. It didn't get us off at all.
Nothing. And I felt like a popper.
But I'll tell you what, I think.
A little bag of mushrooms in my pocket, and then I come in and they have this whole fucking giant kettle going.
But you know what? The two of them together, though, I think that's what really blasted it off. You know, that's what they think Soma was. They think Soma might have been, Soma from an ancient Hindu religion. They don't know what it is, but it was like the basis of a lot of their belief and a lot of their ancient scriptures talk about it, like reading about Soma, and they think that it was Amanita muscaria mushrooms mixed with cubensis mushrooms, like mixed like that. But that might have been. That's what we were fucking Alaska root, dude. I remember staring at the wall and looking at this crazy geometric pattern that the universe was made out of. And
we were watching Countdown to the War.
Right. Like fucking, but you go. This is what you were standing there.
And all it was
holy
shit
shit.
was fucking what's his name, Frank Caliendo,
doing the
picks as. I'm gonna give you my picks as John Madden, who hasn't been relevant for fucking 7 years.
We're sitting there blasted, and I'll never forget this because you just go, "Holy shit! There's a fucking kickoff!
There's a kickoff to the war.
Kickoff!" And we were both like, really just starting a trip, like it was just coming on, and then you go, "Holy shit! There's a kickoff!"
It's at 6,
and we were sitting. We just sat down.
5:45. We should get a cocktail and some snacks.
We sat down and we're like,
Terry Bradshaw's gonna fucking come on and tell you how we feel.
It's like it's the strangest time ever to be alive. What kind of a world is this? No, tell us the war coverage begins at 5. What are you saying? They timed it? You telling me they timed it? They waited. Isn't it like a different time over there? So they waited all day.
Yeah, and it's not like it was their time. But yeah, it was prime time here. It was like 6 in the afternoon.
Could you imagine if they actually timed the missiles to prime time in America?
They probably had it.
Probably fucking did.
Fucking
Right after Law and Order.
CNN had fucking advertisers.
Oh, God.
Well, George Bush, Sizzler, we can get fucking time to sponsor it here.
This is a strange fucking moment, bro. What a weird moment.
Stand up, remember those two broads that lived next to you? The tall German chick that was lanky, cute, short from them. And then there was the chubby chick Sage. Chubby.
Oh, those are the you did like heroin or something like that, or something.
Oh, I did everything.
Sage is the one I
stopped there.
Sage is the one I did.
Sage's father at one time was the Rolling Stones manager. Blockbuster. She said,
I think you turned her on to heroin and she was telling me shit about herpes. I go, yeah, I got herpes.
I didn't give her no fucking herpes.
No. She was giving me shit about having herpes, but she's over there fucking like heroin with Joey Diaz.
I was homeless. She would come to the store on Sundays. And give me pills. And she was an expert in mixing. What was that shit that was big? MDB, Ecstasy water. She'd drink it, the other stuff. GHB. She'd bring it to the comedy store. And I'd be hosting on Sundays, and she'd give me drinks of the GSP, whatever the fuck. GSP? Whatever the fuck it is, GSP, whatever. So this happened. This went on for 6 months. She'd take me on Sundays. I'd go to a house. Rogan, I go to her house on Sundays after I'd host. She'd come down, we'd buy Coke and Chewy. We'd go to her house, we'd eat her ass, bills. I'd whip her. She'd make little shows in lingerie for me. She was 100 pounds overweight.
I was going to say, it's not an ass you want to eat.
No. She lost the weight. That's not I didn't see her for a long time, right? And she's going to come around the comedy store and give me GSP. So one funny, this is a great story. I was thinking of stand up on the way up here, and our friend Mike was selling weed. At one time he worked at CNN. He was also an intern. He blew up. He ended up being with the Houston manager, the tour manager. Looking them out. So every day they would come over and I would say, Bobby Brown would be Houston. They would come over like $1,100, which was per diem money. I was taking Whitney's per diem money, right? Every day they come over with a little white envelope and give me the per diem money. And I go up to the Martel cartel and I bust 14 grams of blow, take an 8-ball out, cut it, and give it to Whitney Houston. And they were fucking going crazy. This went on for 30, 40 days. But I couldn't snort all the blow. I couldn't snort it. It was just too much. So I was giving it to Marilyn Martinez the whole thing. That's the coke that killed him. So okay. I got like 2 ounces of blow, plus I snorted all this coke, but I can't snort no more. Right? So one night I call Marilyn. I go, Marilyn, bring the coke down to the fucking store, right? I'm selling coke. Agent me on the red tape. I'm coming downstairs, getting the coke, going to Martel Cartel with his brothers. Going to the house with 2 grams of coke already cut in my pocket. And I would just go and take rocks out, go to cut it, mix it up, and give it right back to them in the car. And they happy with shit. They were invited me to A&M Records to party with them. I don't party.
So how much coke were you stealing?
I was selling them. I was getting them a half ounce, taking an 8-ball out, an 8-ball and cut it.
What is an 8-ball?
3.5 grams. So
I've done coke my entire fucking life, and I don't know
percentage,
like what it costs.
Percentages.
Isn't that crazy? People are so sleazy that it's all cut.
No, this is
I don't know what it's like.
I always know what the fucking shit is.
I know, because someone goes, "Hey, do you want to do a bump?" And you go, "Okay."
Right.
I don't.
But you don't know what he's never bought it. He does whatever. When you go out with Stanhope, somebody got coke, he'll do coke. You got elephant tranquilizer. Stanhope's like Uncle Joy. We don't give a fuck. The train's already running. I got nowhere to be tomorrow. Fuck it. We're here already. You know what I got in? And he said he had mushrooms. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, this is the cocksucker that knocks me in over rolling papers and no weed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got no roll, I got no weed, but I got rolling papers. Next time you bring those fucking mushrooms with you, and we're gonna be right here. This would have been a great fucking podcast. Not for this. So I'm robbing Whitney and Bobby Brown for a fucking month. I'm robbing their blow every day. I can't do it. I can't store it fast. How much are they doing? They're doing a half ounce of shit. This is what? This is 90. This is 98. They're doing a half ounce a day, which is 3 ounces a week. And singing. What does that look like? Oh, an ounce is like this, like a half ounce of weed. Oh my God! They're doing one of those a day. Oh my God! Bobby Brown, his face twisted, and I was getting this shit that was flaking. So, oh my God! So right. I tell Meryl to bring the
You
coke to
would
the store.
say like, well, aren't they feeding an entourage at this point?
No,
But that's the thing about Coke.
It's just those
yeah,
two.
you start. Oh, there's only so much Coke left. All right, you gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go.
Right. So this went on. So on Saturday night, I called Maryland. My kid is like, Maryland, if they bring the bologna down the store, because I'm just gonna sell. And my kid, after my set, was a little baggie with the bottle of it. Not even the clients. And I put it in my pocket and I take it home. And I get home and I it's not Coke, it's cream. So I'm on fire. It's 3 in the morning. I'm in my house. I'm on fire. I got the Coke in.
His shoe hasn't stopped shaking.
All right, I have the Coke in the fucking car. No, I'm not bouncing. I have the Coke in the car. I always do that shit. I have the Coke in the car, right? And I would bring it upstairs. I don't like Coke. So I go down to the front. Well, you would always keep it in the car, right? I don't
Paranoid is a good thing.
I don't like it at the house. I don't like it at my house.
To be paranoid.
But I don't like it at my house anyway. I never like Coke. It's just bad, but I don't like it. Right. I used to leave it outside of the garage, somebody else's garage, and then I would go over there and do a bump and go back upstairs. So it was one night I got upstairs and the page is going off. It's Sage. And I said, I'm going to bring 2 ounces to the house of blood. And I brought, at that time it was like an ounce and a half, 3/4. This bitch picked me up at 6 in the morning with a case of Starbucks coffee. MDMA, GSP.
How many days? How many days?
Just 2 days. One day after I had to get scheduled with Josh, who's brother, Fredo, to get me over by the director's guild.
Oh my God.
For 2 days, I puked till Thursday.
Jesus Christ.
Here's how sick I was. The fucking useless kept calling me. I'm like, fuck you motherfuckers, I'm out of commission, right? So finally, that next week was the Grammys. It was the last time I saw it. I think I told you about this. The last time I ever saw Whitney Houston. I just would roll up the back of it. Come get me. Pull up to the fucking house where I live by the YMCA. To the manager. Whitney Houston. Ricky Martin. In the fucking back. They're all so they're going from the Grammy. That jaw. All them jaws are fucking going, Jack. And I get in the car with them. I drive to the Martel cocktail. I'm sitting there. I don't even know it's Ricky Martin. I was more paranoid than he was. I got it, brought it back to the car. They drove. That's the last time I fucking seen. Shit, they went out of town after that. They were here to sing. What year is this? It could be 98, 97. The soundtrack was Jamie Bell. White Cliff G, who just robbed half a fucking Haiti. That cocksucker. That's why I'm Haiti. You can see that he robbed his own fucking earthquake relief fund. $1 million. Yeah, bro. That's why I don't send them. Unless I see the guy on the street bleeding, I give him money. When you send $100, they get 30 of them.
Did you steal my change jar in the late 90s?
No. John. What's a change jar?
Is this like the thought he had your head?
Out of the fucking blue.
He was just talking about Robert. Yeah, he was just thinking about the 90s where we lived on Curacao, and there was that fucking change jar. I go, I called you Joey Jingles for a while.
No, I would never rob change. I rob something.
I know. Like, that's it was someone who just fucking.
A change jar, like a fucking cup of change.
Yeah, yeah. It's just a weird thought that just came into my head. No, it's just. Now I've smoked pot, which I never.
What the fuck is wrong with that change jar? I'm a professional.
Yeah, no, I remember calling
you a change jar. We were doing Seattle one time. I was opening up for a stand-up, and I picked them up. It was snowing in Seattle. Went down a hill. And the puppy Carol, who I stuck the fucking little ball for ass. He was around for that. He knew all about that shit in Seattle.
Hey, Brian, you should probably put copyrighted shit on the background like this. All right, we're looking at all these images. Probably not fucking start defamation suits.
That's defamation.
Ricky fucking Martin.
Yeah, it's a true story. Defamation. If it just fucking happened, then it wouldn't give a fuck. Ricky Martin cleaned sober now. He came out of the closet, got kids. So
these opinions of the stories are not representative of how I love.
What is this, Law and Order? What the fuck is this?
No, I was actually promoting copyrighted
stuff.
What is this? You know, they all this story. My think my always in the video.
You know this story's gonna be on the internet.
You know, I've never played the brain.
11 years ago, when he was gonna say to me, "No, you better be bitch." No, I'm the fuck, Satan, bitch, Satan. I kept her alive for 3 fucking months. Giving her rocks, rocks and shit.
So you think it was just them doing that about it?
Joe Rogan, you could go crazy. You got a chick that's something.
I got no experience with this.
No, you
zero. I've never. I don't have any experience.
You fucking changed, John. Jesus Christ.
What happened?
They break it in your house.
No, I just noticed all the change had been taken out and nothing else was stolen.
I think Joey's back on drugs. Fucking psycho. Is it possible, Joey, you might have done it, forgot about it?
I think the last time was just staying home.
It was like someone, like I had an open house policy.
He had an open house policy.
Still do. Like you were just like, I was just going, this is the fucking like 1996, we were all broke. I'm going, which one of my friends would be broken enough to just fucking, and I thought of you.
I was at the coaching course
Joey
Dingle out of my fucking mind, and I couldn't walk the Bristol, so I went to stand. No, at this time, we just had a cot. On the cot, because I couldn't even make it to the fucking bed. That's when it was written. I wake up in the house, and I open my eyes sideways, and I see the clock. So I'm focusing on the clock. But the fucking earth was moving, you know what I'm saying? And that was just, that's I think the last time. Do you still have that one?
Yeah,
it's subsidized.
It's right.
I still beat the fucking horn.
I still live there all the time.
I still beat the horn when I go by like a motherfucker.
Out of Hennigan's there.
Is Hennigan here in town?
Yeah.
You ever miss LA?
Yeah, now.
Yeah.
Right now, the fucking drive here was horrific. I was gonna change. I was trying to get a hold of you. Like, if we have to do this the next day, I'm gonna change my flight. I'm like, I can just fly. I can just fucking 10 days off. And just fly to fucking somewhere. I never do that.
Just fly somewhere for vacation.
Grab my passport.
Costa Rica.
If I'm gonna extend my stay here and fucking hang out with you, I'll probably be fucked up when I leave. Why not? And then just the thought of LAX fucking ruined that entire fantasy. Really? No, bro. It's fine. Well, my audio.
DraftKings, the leader in fantasy sports, just dropped a brand new fantasy app, Pick Six. Pick Six is the newest way for you to get in on the fantasy football action with DraftKings. Just pick between 2 and 6 NFL players and choose if they're going to have more or less of a stat. For example, will a player have more or less than 100 rushing yards, or will a player have more than 1 touchdown? Track your lineup and compete against others for a shot at huge cash prizes. Download the DraftKings Pick Six app now and sign up with promo code ROGAN. That's promo code ROGAN. Only on DraftKings Pick Six. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 18 and over in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. Valid only in states where DraftKings Pick Six operates. Pick Six not available in all states, including but not limited to Connecticut and New York. For up-to-date list of states, please visit dkng.co/pick6states. Void where prohibited. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com.
This episode is brought to you by Me Undies. I think a lot of us have some pretty common dreams, like catching a Super Bowl Hail Mary, winning the gladiator games in the Roman Coliseum, and finding underwear that looks good and feels good. Me Undies can't help you relive the glory days or send you back to ancient Rome, but they do have some of the best underwear. It's all I wear. And just in time for Valentine's Day, introducing the contoured pouch and ball caddy from Me Undies. Like a lot of their other items, it's sustainably sourced, super comfortable, and very flattering. You can get it in classic colors like black or be a little more adventurous with a fun pattern. They even have some new V-Day prints, so check them out. If you're looking for more than great underwear, Me Undies has you covered there too. They have the ultimate collection of loungewear, joggers, hoodies, robes. You can find all that and more. And it's all made with Me Undies signature fabric, so you know it's going to be soft, stretchy, and breathable perfect to wear all day long. Plus, this Valentine's Day, good things come in big packages at MeUndies. Get 20% off your first order, plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/Rogan. That's MeUndies.com/Rogan for 20% off, plus free shipping. MeUndies, comfort for the outside in. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Oh, yeah. Medicinal. You know, why'd you move there in the first place? Why'd you decide to live in Bisbee, Arizona, in the middle of nowhere, right? What was the, just wanted to get away? Impulse buy. That's the place I found when I was driving on the road. Really? Impulse buy? Yeah. Did you know anything about the town? Did you know anything about the town? Yeah, I've been there a lot. Sorry, I had a fucking... It's fine, dude. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So, so what's the downside? What's the downside of living in a tiny little town like that? If you're in like a town like that, it's not yeah, Jake LaMotta. Jake LaMotta, the fighter? The guy who they made the movie Raging Bull about? Yeah. What's that? You know what? That's the downside. He lives there? Yeah, no, but yeah. Any good story that comes out of there, that's your neighbor. That's the downside of living in a small. Yeah, you can't talk about can't flip it off and fucking stop saying cut you off. Yeah, like how often do you run into the same people over and over? All the time. So yeah, you could have this really funny fucking bit about your neighbors.
So do you guys think that your ideas to do this change?
There's the spot. There's a spot on the microphone. It doesn't matter. I was looking for it. Do you want to me? Not to you, really? It's not a fun. Yeah, I think it's probably just no, it's edit. Yeah. No, it's so what's the good side? There's got to be a good side. You know, I fucking love it though. One of the bad sides is I hate the road now because I want to be home. Really? And now you have a lot of friends. Fucking joy in Cleveland. Like, what am I going to accomplish without having it? Right. Same thing. Throw soft cock at a younger girl all night, so she's deluded enough. What are we going to do with fucking triple one? Let's do a triple one. Let's take Red Band and run. I'd fucking love to do that. We did a 10-year anniversary. Me and Becker. Yeah, Becker and I. We did 10 years from now, we're going to go back and we're going to do a triple run. Triple runs are these legendary one-nighters in the Northwest. I forget what on radio. We should probably fucking entertain ourselves. No, this is entertaining. Yeah, but so you'd play Idaho Falls. That's where I met Joey Coco Diaz on a triple gig. I was a Boulder, Colorado. I was a host at the Boulder Broker. The Joker Broker. The Joker Broker. He came out on a Tuesday. My driver's license for a long time, because I lived on the road. I didn't have a home. Was the fucking Joker Broker's address in Boulder, Colorado. I got a Colorado license. Mike Kessler's house. You bought the car from Mike Kessler. Oh, that's right. Piece of shit. That's right. You bought that fucking Dodge Neon. That's right. Forever. Jay Moore, fucking spotted near the parking lot of the comedy store. He said, Dodge Neon. He had some condescending thing where I'm good for the environment or something. But we met her. The Boulder Broker run was Tuesday in Boulder. Then you had Wednesday off. And then you had Thursday in Craig, Colorado. Friday in some other Gunnison. And it ended up in Colorado Springs and some fucking barn. So Tuesday, you got to go to Boulder. That became friends and Wednesday we got off. We were going to have to stay in a hotel. Stayed at my house. That's when my wife and I first broke up. That's when I first met him. He was still telemarketing in Vegas. The second time he came back, he just done even at the end. Yeah. And you stayed again. That's when we became friends. I didn't see him again. Went to San Francisco and came to Seattle. Well, it's fun when you go on one of those big real products. You know, because you never know. Well, Joey came into the
joke broker. He was like the house MC guy, but he didn't give a fuck. You're like, hi, I'm the comic, and he's like, I don't know. And he goes on stage, and I just had to fucking push me, pull you. Like, that's how I remember. He was doing a bit about having the shits and vomits at the same time, but you knew it was honest because you could tell by Joey's face. He was a fucking sick person. He was like sweating profusely, and it was about having to push me, pull you. Shit, but trying to figure out which end to aim towards the toilet.
I got $50 a show, and I would sell that.
Pull you.
I would take $100 and sell steak. Material every fucking Tuesday, so I'd have to get the fold of paper, write 5 minutes. No place to practice. I didn't know about that. I think we just wrote it and put it up there. Like, you know, and it was the same people. I remember that. If you got them to lift their head up, they would not lift the steak. They just paid $6.95 for the whole type of thing. That was their thing on Tuesday. You comics and steak, $14 or whatever. It's amazing how that's how I got to come. You can get them to look at the job.
I did a gig once with Mike Clark, Lenny Clark's brother. Mike Clark is a great guy. Lenny Clark is one of the legendary comedians in Boston. A fucking awesome guy. And Mike used to book me on a lot of road gigs back in the Boston days. But one of them booked me was the waiting room of a restaurant. So it was, as your people are waiting to be seated, they have like a room where they all sit down. I don't know why they didn't just make that part a part of the restaurant too. It was real weird. But they had a band and then they had a comedian. So these people are just sitting around waiting, and you can just go up and start talking about blowjobs and taking shits or whatever stupid act I had at the time. And as I'm talking, like I'm in the middle of a bit, right about to hit the punchline, and over the PA system that I'm using, it's like, Johnson, party of 2, your table's ready, please come to the front desk. So I'm like, oh no, it's the same sound system. So every time when you were on stage, you would be in the middle of talking, and they would just start announcing people's names. And it would happen like every 15 seconds. It was the most ridiculous thing of all time.
And I replaced the host that was a magician that came out with a bird on stage. The bird would ever get stuck in the hands. Shit on him. So we had a fire. That's who I replaced. That's how my comedy career fucking started. And I'll never forget when I seen a parrot or whatever it was shit on him. I went right to the manager. I'm like, dog, you got the hosting job was the winner of the Beck's comedy competition, Beck's beer.
Right.
And that's how I won.
You're more popular than that brand of beer right now.
Yeah, Beck's beer. Yeah,
Beck's.
Beck's.
What happened to that beer? How come that beer never caught on?
I still drink Beck's.
Yeah, it's something stanky to it. Beck's. Yeah, it's like a little.
If they're out of Heineken, you'll get a Beck.
Yeah, I'll take it, but I don't
Honey
prefer.
Brown. Remember Honey
Why don't
Brown?
you just make it taste like Heineken?
Remember Honey Brown? It was really popular in like the early 90s.
When you were a kid, what do you think sells more, Beck's or Heineken? I don't know. It has to.
I think we got commercials on it.
Is that what it is?
I guess so.
Beck's got a lot of commercials.
Do they?
I haven't had a Beck's in forever. Maybe I'm just prejudiced. Maybe I need to drop the Beck's. Go give me a Beck's.
You are pretty prejudiced with beer, though. I've noticed just from being in comedy clubs, you're always like, what the fuck is that? Why are you drinking that? You got to get man's beer, like Sam Adams.
Well, you start drinking those little light fairy drinks, but that's not really a beer, goddamn. Trying to get me a fucking light beer. Get out of here, bitch.
It's not light beer.
It's not beer.
It was
fucking Sam Adams.
like
That's
a
a
light
man's
beer right
beer.
now. There's a Heineken.
I hate the beer that I like is Adams. Beer Stein?
Yeah, you want some?
Fuck yeah, son. That's
Are they light beer?
Huh?
They're Stellas and
Sam Adams.
Sam
Adams. Stella.
Yo, in Hanover, Mass. It was at the club Real 93.
Oh, yeah.
And there's 3 clubs in there.
Time I had to follow Joey.
No. There's
On fire.
There's
There was nobody with a mullet.
Oh, please. In the middle of his set, a priest walking by. And Stanhope sees him out of the corner of his eye. He goes, hey, Father, where you going? I got a tit fuck joke. Look, blow your fucking socks off. The whole fucking room, like the shit. The priest just ran out of there. Him and Chris motherfucking McGuire. That's who it was.
I think that might have been
yeah. Aku, me, you, and Chris McGuire. You're Joey? And then, no, good. We did, the priest was there with me. We did Aku on Friday night, but we did Real 93 on Saturday night. That's where I had to follow you in that monster fucking, I was booed off the stage. No, he was. I got booed off stage and I followed Jim Brewer once. Yeah, Nanuet, New York, I think it was. Maybe not Nanuet, somewhere in the outside of New York. It was really, I died a brutal, horrible death. I didn't know how to get myself out of a bad mindset back then. And if anything happened bad during the day, if I got in a fight with a chick, anything that went wrong, I can spiral on stage. Like I could do good, I could hold it together, but I really had no business headlining. And Brewer was having good sets all week. We were both having good sets. It was a real fun crowd. Last show on Saturday night, it was a late show. The crowd was fucking drunk. He fucking killed. And I was standing backstage, and this is when my manager just convinced me to start dressing nice. So I was wearing like club pants, like wearing like a nice pair of slacks and some nice shoes. And I looked like the most unfunny fuck on earth. And I knew it. And I felt it. Like I'm like dressed like this fucking stylish douchebag, and I'm gonna go on stage and I don't dress like this. This is not how I would dress if I was hanging out with my friends. Like this is not comfortable. This is fucking the clothes of an asshole. And so I felt backstage, I was like, shit. I'm like, I can't be thinking like this. I can't be thinking that I shouldn't be dressed like this. But I couldn't help it. Man, my knee was fucked up at the time. I had just gotten, my ACL just torn. I hadn't had the surgery yet, so I couldn't move good on stage. If I moved funny one way or another, my leg would pop out. So I had all this shit in my head. Like, oh, what if my knee pops out? Fuck, I don't feel funny. Fucking, I went on stage and just ate dick. I mean, every joke that came out of my mouth, I didn't know how to say it right. My timing was off. I was panicking. And the worst part about it was this dude fucking in the crowd goes, man, you're not fucking funny. And I couldn't say anything to him. I couldn't say anything to him because I know he's right. You know, all I could say to him is, you're not helping. This is not helping. You know, but there's nothing bad. This is, you know, just pointing out that he's an asshole. He knows he's an asshole. He thinks he's entitled to be an asshole. He paid to see my shitty act, you know, and that was a huge learning point for me, man, about the mindset that you have to have when you go on stage. When you're young and your life is in disorder and you go on stage like that, you can have a goddamn catastrophe. Maybe a comedy show it's great, 13 minutes. Let me just fucking address the fucking elephant in my head. I'm fucked. Listen, this is not just Joey and I are gonna come with you to the break. No, I can't go to break. All right, I'm gonna come with Brian and I will come with you. I can't break. I will come with you. I am fucked. We're gonna be whatever you passed. I don't smoke. You're on mushrooms, pal. You're on mushrooms. The pot is it? Oh, God, 5-HPP. I just wanted to. Cigarette, what do you expect? I want to just throw out a disclaimer. That's how wide you motherfuckers got me. I really have no concept of fucking time. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let it go. Talk to like. This is what it seems like. Okay, I'm gonna help you right here. Yeah, you're tripping. I'm not. So let me take care of everything. I'll get you to your show. You live on this weed. Yeah. You're fine. With the mushrooms, you're not afraid of. The weed is what's freaking out. There's more where that came from. That was just introspective juice, bro. It taps you into the fucking nature of the universe. Oh, I was just getting out the fucking like the problems that I had in my head, and then I'll be fine now. I just wanted to say I really don't have any concept of time right now. Good. I got it. I handle it. Okay, so you can. Good. You said it, so that now it's my responsibility. I'm gonna get you to your show. Who are you working with tonight? I'm not worried about anything. But I want you to not thought out. I was looking at you kind of melting, like wanted to say, but I didn't want to interrupt your story. Look at me with these. Oh, I got glasses on. I'm not fucking 22, fucking kicking on the couch saying call 911. I did Stanhope and I did DMT. One weird thing I had to get out of Stanhope and I did DMT, and Stanhope went into like almost like a semi-seizure. And it was the only time I'd ever been around anybody who did DMT. Yeah, that's what when you came out. But before you came out of it, you were moaning, man. You were like this.
And it was like you got knocked out, dude. It was the same sound that a guy makes when he gets brutally knocked out. When a guy just gets fucking smashed, they have this.
Like the guy last night, the Ultimate Fighter, the first fight.
I didn't see the fights last night. Fucking spoiler alert, Joey. Well, I don't know who it happened to, so thanks for not saying the names. But I'm gonna go check it out tonight. This weekend, man. I wish you could come. You're not around this weekend.
Yeah, I'm busy this weekend.
Dom Herrera's coming. Dom Herrera's coming to the fights. Ari's coming.
Is he working? Dom Herrera in Vegas?
No, he's just coming down to see the fights. Okay. And there's a professional. Dom Herrera is really good at pool. Right. Dom Herrera plays, and I play pool. Sometimes we're gonna go watch some professionals gamble. There's this thing called the actionreport.com. They have like professional pool players, and they have these big high-level gambling matches where they all pool together like $50,000 to $100,000. Like the buy-in is usually like $10,000 each time, and they bet a bunch of money on the side. Brian, that shit is really distracting.
Trying to put something on. No, not as distracting. Not as distracting.
He's right. I was on Opie and Anthony, like the fucking starting later. I was on Opie and Anthony the other day, and I was listening to it. I was in my car, and Bobby Kelly's like, "Joe, what are you fucking breathing? What's up with your breathing?" And I didn't hear it when I was on the phone, but then I was listening on the radio. I have a stupid headset, and it sits in front of my nostrils. So as you know, I'm talking. I don't even realize I'm doing this. Like the whole company was the most annoying fucking thing ever. So to all of you who were listening that day, I'm really sorry. I did not know that I was thinking it was annoying.
There's going to be some great fights this weekend and motherfucking next week. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We got John Jones Machida. That's John Jones Machida. They just announced Alan Berger against Diego Sanchez. Ian Edwards versus LTT on Spike TV. Oh, shit. What about fucking Phil Davis against Rashad? They're finally doing that. Yeah. Every January. Yeah. You go to Japan. I love it. They have a distance. It's going to be a crazy fight. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, I wish you were going to be there. Ari Shafir is going to be there, ladies and gentlemen. He's also going to be playing his Ari Shafir. Non-UFC sponsored, non-UFC sanctioned, Hunt for the Edible. I don't know what that means, but if you want to follow it, I have no connection to this whatsoever. Go to Ari Shafir on Twitter. ARISHAFFIR. He may or may not be high to weed. Ari, listen, to the UFC on Fox, Ari showed up with a bag of caramels. All right, Ari always has 29,000 edibles close by. I called him like, he's savage. I called him like, I can't believe I'm in traffic with him, but you know, I always have weed. Yeah, and he told me to roll the joint on the 405. He was rolling. He was like, smoking.
You rolled it while you're stuck in traffic?
Yeah. One fucking hand, old school.
You know what I like, man? I don't mind being in my car in traffic as long as I got that hand-free system. It's not bad, man. You have a conversation, and I've like nice long conversations with friends.
Well, you catch up.
Yeah,
now you catch up with 21.
Everybody's texting. That's all everybody does is text these days. You know, the calls to text. It's like the text is 5 to 1. You know,
have you been doing any of the Siri texting while you're in the car?
No, as soon as I found out that Siri goes to a fucking database, I just said,
Siri does?
Yeah, everything goes to a database. And I was like, I thought you were
like talking about that shit that.
Oh, that's another thing. Yeah, well, you know, apparently that was in iOS, the iPhone operating system, for in a diagnostic mode only back in the day. But it's not in it like Android. But Brian and I are talking about some new thing that came out. What's it called? IQ?
Yeah, IQ. Is there a reason why they say it's in there?
I don't think anybody's figured it out yet. It's just been recently discovered, and what it is. Folks don't know what the fuck we're talking about. When you buy an Android phone, Doug Stanhope, you have an Android phone now, all right? You fucked up. You should have went iPhone. I know you tried to be a nice contrarian and go against the tide.
I know what they
use a Windows computer too.
One of those things I can fucking see, so I don't have to put on reading glasses.
Well, they apparently every time you send a text, it locks it in a database somewhere.
Every key press,
every number you press, everything you do is logged in a database somewhere. All right, my girlfriend doesn't do that.
Well, you tell him
that's not even it.
You think these are the only people that do this, Joe?
No, it's not that I don't think. It's that it's been proven, and that's where it gets interesting. It's not that I don't think other people have done it. I mean, I think the FBI and the CIA has been trying to do this, trying to have the ability to spy on people. And, you know, the argument is, well, you don't do anything wrong. What are you worried about? Yeah, but that's not.
The point is, it can be done, so it won't be so you get the first database.
Yeah,
and then manipulate that.
That's a shit argument. That argument of like, if you're not doing anything wrong, what are you worried about it? Like, that's a shit argument. They shouldn't your fucking life. They shouldn't be finding every fucking number you
Then
press.
let me film you. I want to see how much you look at the paper.
You're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah, let me do it.
Let me
I
watch.
also don't want somebody to know how many times I do happy faces, or stupid stuff like that.
Right.
Like if I do stuff that I'm like,
happy faces all day.
yeah, throw it back.
These are still
It's not their business.
at the other end of this fucking wire. There's the human being that does that, and he'll be dead with all that information.
No, it's not that, man. You know what the real picture is? It's not that. What the real picture is that we're losing all of our secrets. And it's going to come to a point in time where there will be no secrets at all.
Yeah, absolute honesty.
Yeah, absolute honesty. Yeah, it's like you can't fight this. It is a compelling thought, but it's, everyone's terrified of it because it's being controlled by a group of us. It's by one group of the population, the people who have this information that's being controlled by them. And we don't like the idea of anybody having any control over any of us because we know it's natural human nature to want to dominate people. So when you see something like this, and there's a database that records everything, but that's inevitable, right? I mean, it's this direction that it's going. If you look at like just how interconnected everybody is with Facebook now, and you look at like
That's a reason.
Twitter,
There's a reason.
it's going in that direction. Everything. Twitter,
The person in the cubicle next to you is now a celebrity because she can ego surf herself and go, Candy Stover is she talks too loud and her breath smells. Like, and that's just because the fucking person next to you in the cubicle that you bitch at every morning is Facebooking about you. So and you can get famous with one fucking YouTube video. You can have one YouTube video you put up there, and you're famous, and you'll be as famous as the next YouTube video. Unless you're really good at it. But that's a good thing.
Yeah, it is a good thing. Yeah, the whole thing's amazing.
Remember Clear Channel? Yeah, just the word struck fear to put a fucking corporate. I don't even know if they exist anymore. I mean, because this is what matters.
Yeah,
podcasts. I was about to dump Sirius but now you're going to show on Sirius.
Well, we've been on Sirius for a while on Saturday and Sunday. But fucking dump it. Who gives a shit?
No, don't dump it, Joe. You don't want to dump Sirius radio.
I love Sirius.
I love
Sirius.
If I knew I could get it in my car, I'd listen. I gotta fucking drive an hour and a half.
Yeah,
I got Sirius.
Yeah. Dude, yes. Every weekend we're on the Opie and Anthony channel.
I wish we had free
Irish,
passes.
but now it's the Opie and Anthony channel.
Yeah, we should get free passes from Sirius at least.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Two of my Sirius.
We could give Doug a free year, right?
We pay for our own Sirius.
Talk good about Sirius.
But yeah, it's fun. It's cool. I love the fact that you can in the car. I listen to Sirius every day. I listen to Opie and Anthony basically every day. A lot of CNN. There's a lot of good talk radio stations.
I have this built-in thing. I can't get the XM things for some reason. Or maybe I have
You can't now.
Maybe you just need to up your prescription.
I have Stern, CNN, BBC.
Yeah, I get it.
There's no music on my fucking free zone.
Yeah. I have classic vinyl sitting down there on the and something go.
You have a record player in your car?
Vinyl's a station, you fuck.
Get it?
Oh, Brian, you gotta go, Brian. Sure. Fuck off. Come on, dog. I didn't talk. It's only 4:30. I gotta go. It's only 4:30.
Oh, good. It's only 4:30. Fucking yeah, no, I wanted to actually put my watch on the table as like.
You coming December 30th? Right, Rock Wrestling versus Al Show. Okay, we're gonna do a show.
Two UFC questions. A, does anyone in the UFC, any of the fighters not like me?
I get along with pretty much everyone. Yeah, I don't have any problems with it. If I do, I always straighten out. It's a difficult thing when you're criticizing people. Like, exactly, beat that fuck out of you, and you're criticizing them about their ability to beat the fuck out of themselves. You gotta get that. I'm not saying I can do it better than you because that's the automatic presumption. I'm just saying this is what you're going wrong. I can see it. Now, who's fighting? Who's fighting?
Earlier, did you say Bisping's not fighting the fucking guy from the show again?
No, Bisping's fighting him.
Oh,
yeah, they're fighting. Oh, yeah.
I thought I heard a different name.
No, they're fighting, and they're fighting this weekend. This is this thing. This is this brings him to like top contender status. If he beats Mayhem, he's right up there with everybody else.
Does Mayhem have credits other than the
oh yeah, stupid. Yeah, fraudulent. It wasn't fraudulent. It was irresponsible, perhaps. But,
no, just like not fraudulent from just a view. Like, oh yeah, they have a beef.
A change job, cocksucker. That's what you thought of. I rubbed your fucking change.
Yeah, that's why Joey wants to
I don't see. I'm on the UFC.com.
Just a small.
They don't have the Super Bowl card up yet.
That's how big is it? Yeah, more of a jar.
They don't have the Super Bowl card up yet.
We can all talk about Joey Jingles, watch your fucking change jar, people. Joey Jingles, that's your nickname.
The only time Joey Jingles. The only time I got in trouble, I was still change out of cars and shit. Was when I was an open mic when I sold cars. And I was there in the city, and I needed change to get back over the fucking bridge. I would steal quarters or dimes to get $1.35 or something.
It was one of those periods, and this is what you always have to worry when your friends are telling you they don't do drugs. That's when you worry about it. They go, oh yeah, I was fucking doing heroin, fucking sage all that. That's a guy you can trust, right? It's the guy that, no, I cleaned up. Do you need any landscaping done? You need me to house sit while you're gone? I've cleaned up.
That was some crazy times. Crazy fucking times.
Yeah, I mean, really, Young Hollywood. Joey Jingles thing is like Young Hollywood.
I hope he's not really fixated.
Crazy days.
It's just a weird thought that came into my head.
Being at the coaching horses, coked up to the point where I could talk. Looking to my left, James Gandolfini there, through the hottest fucking blonde you ever seen in your life, ready to get his dick sucked. Looking at me, and he's as whacked up as I am. Like, looking at me and me looking at him going, and me being fucked up with that friend of yours, the girl. I mean, that was
me and Hedberg went in there when he lived on Sierra Bonita. I was fucking staying on his couch. We went in there as like a dare. We were daydreaming. Like, we always walked past him. It's right up the fucking street.
And then you realize how cool it was?
And no one was in there. They had this bartender named Ginger. It was like fucking throw mama from the train. You know, mama? Yeah. She was that fucked up, and she like, and she was covered in liver spots or crank sores or whatever.
She's still alive?
No, she fucking, they booted. This is all fucking 90s, but yeah, she'd been a bartender there since its heyday before. You know how dive bars go.
Yeah.
They go through. So they couldn't fire her in those old alcoholic random, but she was like, she threw a blind guy out of the bar for having a dog. There's no dogs! And then the regulars that listen were trying to explain to her it's a seeing eye dog. It's blind. I don't care, no dogs! Wow. She's like a horrific fucking human being. You'd be sitting at the bar and your drink is out and good? Yeah, all right, good. No, everyone's listening to me, so I think I'm thrown up.
It's just the sound of Joey's breathing and the silence together. It was disturbing.
You know, you'd have an empty drink and she'd go out, you need another one. And people would say, no, I'm good right now. She'd go, this isn't a bus stop. Wow. Like that's why there was no one in there. But then you fucking next thing you know, you're fucking doing it's Quentin Tarantino. I think it's me and like Hedberg and Quentin Tarantino, and that's it. It's dive shithole. It's closed now, right?
Yeah. But we used to play tennis.
That place is closed.
Tennis. But we used to get tennis rackets and play tennis.
I have pictures of it. Yeah.
Him and Hedberg. What was the kid with the long hair from Seattle that was in Ireland doing comedy?
Oh, Shard Hogan.
No. Oh my God, all those guys.
Dave Fulton.
Yeah, Stanhope had to rent a car that was in front of his house again. Just jump in the car. Remember the gas gauge was broken. I got busted one time in Santa Monica. It says there fucking rush hour because you just get in the car. I'm like, fine. The car, boom, the fucking car ran out of gas. Oh my god. No fucking.
Because the gas gauge is broken. That's what.
You have no fucking idea. Another night, Stanhope is out of town or something like that. He goes, take the car, Celine. And Celine goes, take the car and just bring it to Stanhope's in the morning. I parked it on Sunset. They fucking tow it. A white deal. $200 for a white deal. Take it up. Tell the fucking
Remember when you lived in Congress in that house that was painted like the American flag? Yeah, they painted it right after 9/11. They painted this giant duplex, and it was like giant stars and fucking stripes.
Oh, so the Super Bowl weekend is Diaz versus St. Pierre. That's what it is. Yeah, I don't know if St. Pierre is fully repaired though.
He's repaired.
He had an injury.
The anger he had from listening to Diaz healed the fucking thing. Just healed it.
I hope so. You got a lot of other fights of Carlos Condit, Josh Cox.
Listen, let's stop fucking talking like fans and talk like men. We don't watch GSP for his knees, all right? Keep wearing those tight fucking shorts.
I love you, motherfuckers.
You'd like a Saturday shave? Is that what it is?
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, Sunday we're gonna have a show here at the Ice House, 8 p.m. Is that what it is, Brian?
Yeah. Podcast starts at 7. Shows at 8 o'clock.
Powerful. Yeah, gentlemen. Joe Diaz, ladies and gentlemen. Follow him on Twitter. It's Mad Flavor. Mad Flavor, bitches.
Funniest fucking guy in the world.
Love you too, man. I'll see you Sunday.
Jesus.
Ralphie May was making out with your mom?
Oh, yeah. What? We didn't talk about that. Oh, yeah, the cats. I fucking talk.
Okay, well,
I still talk about that, my ex. That leads me into plugging the Tucson, December 10th.
December 10th, Tucson.
Right. Joey Diaz hasn't shown up. Sean Rouse hasn't shown up. What is it? We already have Brendan Walsh, Brody Stevens. It's Saturday, December 10th.
What is it? Awesome. Where you at?
It's the Rialto Theater in Tucson.
Wow, that sounds awesome.
What's it for? It's a benefit for the Humane Society.
Oh, really?
Every fucking penny. I'm paying comics, fucking airfares.
Really?
That's awesome. Nothing's coming out of the gate. I got that surgery. I had a fucking umbilical hernia. So I just put on my website as a joke. And, I have this. I described the problem. So it's a belly button hernia, which is your fucking intestines pouring out of your guts. But the fatter and older I got, the more pronounced it became. People are like, you gotta get that checked. Anyway, I put on my website. I'll give you, if you're a surgeon out there, I'll give you a free DVD. You can get free surgery. And I got it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. So free surgery. What is it like getting under a fan that's gonna put you under?
It wasn't fucking wild whites in West Virginia fucking OxyContin. I couldn't fix anything for the surgery.
It was a respectable doctor.
Yeah, no, there were anesthesiologists that were fans. And you look like Robert De Niro at some place, and I'm trying to fucking
But this episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. It's New Year's resolution time. A lot of people are going to start going to the gym or eating better, but some people are going to be looking for a new job. Well, if you're an employer and need to hire, here's your chance to do hiring better for the new year. Just use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps you find qualified candidates fast. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. It's the best way to hire because they actually match you to the best people. You don't have to just post your job and twiddle your thumbs to wait. Want more qualified candidates for 2024? Resolve to use ZipRecruiter. See for yourself why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/ROGAN. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. You probably already know that Squarespace is the all-in-one platform for creating a website, but they do so much more than that. For example, you can drive sales and engage your audience with Squarespace email campaigns. They make it easy to collect email subscribers and repeat business through regular email updates. You can sell anything you want with Squarespace, whether it's physical goods, digital products, or services. They have all the tools you need to set up an online store. You can even sell in person by connecting a Square reader to the Squarespace app and keep your orders, inventory, and customer data in sync with your website. Try it for yourself. For a free trial, just head to squarespace.com/Joe. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code Joe to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Which Robert De Niro, Cape Fear one?
Yeah, I don't know. Your fucking head's just, it does that naturally. Kind of twisting out of control.
That's so
Do I still have a story?
It's all going to be groovy.
Yes, the story.
Who knows? You know what his story was about?
I can't remember.
Something about Ralph May making out with your mom.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's what it was supposed to. That's what it was supposed to go.
No, I think Joey Diaz just did one of those things where he just ran out and was like, "Oh man, drop this bomb and run." You know what I mean?
Fucks your head up. Yeah, it's so important, man. Guys like him, man, so important. It's so important. You dudes are just out there on the fringes.
We were randomly talking about this last night or this morning about people that you know that are funnier than any comics, you know. Yeah, they fucking died. It's like, oh, comedy lost a master. No, that was a funny dude in a bar. I have so many people I know that are
Comedy's
just
a lot of things,
fucking funny.
And they just never get into stand-up.
My manager is funnier than me, and I know it fucking destroys him. This is just genuinely brilliant and funny.
My manager's funny. My business manager's funny. My business manager.
But as funny as comics are,
Yeah, he could be a comic. They could easily, both of them could have been comics if they wanted. Yeah, I know a lot of people that could have been comics. There's a lot of them, you know, and it's a funny thing. Who decides to take that road? Who decides not to? It's the same, but, you know, those people that could have done it, man, they're the same type of people that get around. Some of the, like the guys I used to hang out with at the pool. Funniest fucking human beings I ever met. They're just derelict. Yeah, gambling junkies, and they're just wild motherfuckers. Just dudes who weren't fitting into some 9-to-5 suit job. It wasn't working out for them.
and it wasn't even like comics where comics try to say something funny on purpose.
Exactly.
They're just funny.
Exactly. They're not working on it. They're not working on a bit. Yeah.
Joey Diaz.
Yeah. I mean, come on. What is
Cliche is, yeah,
Do you remember the
phone book. He's that funny.
Do you remember the early days when dudes would actually try bits on you?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I still love it.
I do it all the time.
You do it all the time to people?
I don't like, it's not a bit, it's something I think of that's funny, and I'm just like, oh, I'll just say it out loud to see if I think it's funny, if everyone thinks it's funny, or, you know, but it's not like I've been writing this bit for many, many weeks, and I can't,
I
you know what I mean?
saying.
You know,
So,
like, it's more something I just thought of maybe like that minute, you know?
so you're not sure, so you try it out on people.
I don't really,
I don't think about trying it out. If you're saying, hey, listen, I'm working on this bit.
Right.
Do you have any ideas?
They'll just fucking force it.
There's a guy, I won't even say what city, because it's, you know, but there was a comic, like an old, like, fucking 30-some plus years in the business, in the green room. I haven't seen you in so long. You haven't worked on that bad one. And he starts telling me,
Fucking giving it away with that voice.
no, it's no one you probably know.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's
A British
some
guy.
kind of- no, it's some.
British.
Oh no. Am I talking fucked up?
No.
Black British.
Sorry.
Just happy to talk.
Sorry.
Anyway, no, I'm good.
Power to this.
Oh yeah, so he fucking riffs all these jokes, but at them, like from the meeting as conversation, but he's doing a guest set, and then goes immediately from the and has the exact same conversation we just had in the green room as a set.
Oh, you know what he did? He just earfucked you. He just made you sit and listen to his set so he could warm up. That's what he did.
But it was almost immediate. Like, hey,
Yeah,
man,
perfect for him.
Yeah.
He's like, if I can get it off in front of Stanley, I'll probably find
No,
it.
but it was someone I've known for like.
Yeah, but he doesn't care. There's people that are basically almost sociopathic. You know, their desire to succeed, their desire to like do well on stage, supersedes everything. Supersedes being a cheerleader. You know, and they don't care to get their shit off, practice before they go on stage. You're one of my friends. I'm a practice artist. Yeah, friends, suck my dick. They're just ear fucking you. Instead of fucking your mouth, they're fucking your ear. Yeah, like they want to get off in your mouth.
Christian
They can't.
Finnegan had their talk blockers.
Talk blockers.
That's Christian Finnegan.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, there's people that just want to talk at you. That's the cocaine effect. I don't know what that is, but I've noticed. You know, I'm very ignorant to the effects of cocaine. The only insight that I have is the one time that you and I drank that mate de coco tea. It was the same time that we did the whole day of the war. Oh yeah. And I remember saying, I can't shut the fuck up. Like I got a real problem. I cannot shut the fuck up.
I'll give you an analogy that might work. You know when you're writing really well, that's like fucking.
Yeah.
I do this to Bingo. I fucking just be with me because my head's going faster than I can write, and I just bounce ideas off of her on purpose. That's what cocaine is like.
Right.
Where you're fucking okay. I'm rapid cycling. No, you need to hear this because my fucking brain's going. Right. So, but it's two people doing that at the same time. And it's all fucking pointless, and it's a bad notebook.
It's inorganic. Yeah. Well, is Adderall the medium then? There's a lot of people that run Adderall all day. What's the difference between the cocaine high and the speed high?
Well, I know Adderall is very much a lot like cocaine. It makes me feel like I need to get drips because it just is like a constant reminder that it feels like I'm on cocaine. Yeah, but it seems like it lasts longer, and like with cocaine, you feel this like up, and then like 15 minutes later, you
Cocaine's
feel like
just like
another line.
a jolt. Where for me, Adderall that just gives me anxiety.
Yeah.
It's a long term. I don't. I like the practice of doing coke. I like the chopping up and doing a line is really romantic. So we do it, and if we do it in the fucking comedy, like the Comedy Store green room of the main stage green room of the Comedy Store. Just like I want to chop up
that mirror is just covered in
piano.
It's mirrored.
I know it's a mirrored piano.
But it's not a real piano.
Like you do Red Bull or something. Like I do. Yeah. Well, okay. I grew up on that in my life. It's like fucking energy drink.
Yeah. Really? Wow.
But it's the whole act.
I was on the highway once. I was like 18 years old. So my friends were driving home. We were in the theater near Kelly's Roast Beef. It's fucking really sketchy neighborhood, great place to get fried clams. And as we're driving, we see this car beside us. And the people in the back seat had the light on, they had the dome light on, and they were doing coke. And the girl looks over me. I looked at her and she just said, fuck you! She just looks at me and has this fucking evil look on her face. Fuck you! And I went, whoa! No, all I did was look over you, caught you doing coke. And she's and I was like, okay.
So that was weird how a little thing like that
scare you off of it. Yeah. There was that.
The first time I did acid, we lived in Vegas where I lived with this family. There was kids they play basketball in the driveway, like 8 to 12 years old every day. The first time I did acid, having a fun time. this is fucking good. And then we went back in for a second hit. And I put the acid on my tongue. And then we walked back out into this fucking tripping hard. And there's a bunch of kids, little kids playing basketball. And someone threw me the basketball, so I inhaled, still had the paper on my tongue, and it stuck to the fucking clitoris in the back of your throat. So I puked it into my mouth in front of kids, but I'm consciously thinking I don't want to lose the hit of acid that I just put. So I have a mouthful of puke, trying not to. So I try to swallow the puke, which makes you puke way harder than anything else. So I extreme vomit in front of all these horrified children. It's 4 in the afternoon. And I start picking through the puke because I don't want to lose that hit of acid. And I found the acid in my puke and I wiped it off in my beer neck.
Would it even still work?
But just the looks on the faces of the children, where some guy, just your neighbor guy kind of guy, is coming out, and now he's rummaging through his own vomit in the afternoon. Oh, such a beautiful image, and that might queer those kids off into an acid. It's my point.
You know what?
Yeah, much like you were queered off coke from a finger. Some man in a mullet rummaged through his vomit on a side street in Vegas.
Oh my God!
That might make you think. It was one of the best nights of my life.
Did you tell him?
It was one of that fucking trip was still legendary. Like,
yeah, just from eating that. You think it when you put it back in your mouth, it hit you harder?
Oh, it was a second hit. The point is, it was my first time tripping, so I was already on one hit and wanted more. Yeah, that probably didn't do it. Yeah, probably just too much. Is it okay to say queer love? No, I'm just so happy I remembered why I started this game. That seems like 40 minutes ago.
That's a long time ago.
Really, I'm so fucking.
It was weird when you started taking a nap just right there. You took like a little nap, do you remember?
Brian's fucking with you. Don't do that, Brian. Don't fucking do a trip.
Oh, come on. That was... Sorry.
Cigarette oil? I remember cigarettes more. I thought cigarettes just designed to burn forever.
There's a lot of this show that I'm just sitting listening to in my car, and I'm like, hey, I'm on. I was just a huge fan sitting back for a while.
In California, they actually have these new cigarettes where they stop burning after certain parts of the
that's
cigarette.
only California. We were talking about that. Like, that was a fad, like child-proof lighters. But it's a California thing.
Well, I don't know if it's all California, if they just did it for all cigarettes, but it's so that people, when they flick them out their windows, they will go out and not blow and catch fire. Yeah. It seems like it would be. How do they do that? What kind of chemical is that?
Who knows what the fuck they're putting in there? The FDA, they more than 500 different chemicals that are in cigarettes.
Well, that's fantastic. Philip Morris,
just buy stock.
Philip
Morris stock.
The other day,
they fucking
you don't need some money or something.
That they've talked to you.
Well, no, it is
this account. Brendan Walsh?
No, that's how I hear it. Yeah, for trying to tell me about a rainy day, like I actually said that to him. I go, I don't really have that much confidence in saving for later. So yeah, let's just keep it in the bank. Can I get it with an ATM? All right, that's all I care about.
Just kind of hope it's still real, right?
But yeah, no, I had to get comedy in their accounts. They're very cool. They listen when they're trying to talk to you. Yeah, I probably won't be alive then. How do we talk?
So you got an accountant that's just a regular dude.
No, he's the comics accountant. He has like 500 followers. I want to name drop him.
Yeah, he still doesn't think
that's something Jewish.
So he's still shocked.
Harvey Altman. His kid. They're fucking big comedy fans.
That's cool. So what he's trying to do is,
Or shysters.
we'll find out soon. That does happen on occasion.
It doesn't well by me.
You've been shysted?
No, I said that
he's
does.
done all well by.
That was my plug. I have to always mention Harvey Goldman after I stutter and try to remember his name.
Have you heard about this new fucking thing that's going down this new bill that they're trying to define the United States?
First of all, don't fucking O&A me where you're talking to the laptop. I'm trying to make it seem like
Don't you know that?
I'm trying to wonder why I don't talk for 30 minutes.
It's just for a second.
Even fucking Norton sits on there with he's constantly just looking at his cell phone. Fucking I guess he's always staring at a laptop. You're like, what the fuck is going on?
It does ruin the flow. You're correct. I just wanted to get your take
I always
on
thought
it.
I always thought it was closing. Like every time you do O&A, I love them. They're all great people. There's no pretense with them. But it all seems like they're going out of business. Like
Why?
they just have that attitude of, anytime they're going to start taking boxes out of here. Because they're all just watching, like they've done. It's not even like for the show. Like you're looking up something for the show.
They're just fucking around while they're working.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Norton's fucking Twittering.
That's a problem when nobody stops everybody from doing that shit.
I went on there last time and I felt like, are we really on the air?
So easy to just fucking check your Twitter all the time.
I think it's just because they do it every day. Can you imagine doing this every day for what, 4 or 6 hours? How long do they do it? That's craziness.
Yeah, what we do is a lot. It's still.
Don't get me wrong. I was
no problem, very manageable. But
it was very comfortable, but it was like where you go, we're just 4 of us hanging out.
They're just so comfortable with hanging out that it doesn't seem like they're putting on a show. Come on, they don't think that.
No, it just seemed like that when you're in there.
That's my favorite show to do. That show, it's just like you're hanging out. It doesn't feel like, so many shows, it's like you feel like you're upright, your posture's upright, you're just trying to give a good presentation. Like this is, I don't feel like I'm connected to you. Go to O&A, it's just a hangout, and people just walk in. There was people walking in the
Nice
hall,
walked in, just
walked in.
owned the place.
Marion Barry walked in once. Marion Barry. We were asking him questions about smoking crack.
Yeah,
he just was in the hallway.
The amount of energy Dice Clay can still put into being Dice Clay, and you don't know.
He's a master.
You have no idea what's an act.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking to Norton. He's my friend. That's what it's like on the road. They like, well, you're not telling me if this is fucking real right now. Yeah, well, he's got that. What's her name? The great chick from the comedy store.
Eleanor?
Yeah, she was.
It's funny that you immediately knew who it is. That's who I was thinking.
Oh, Eleanor's amazing.
Yeah,
She's amazing.
She is the comedy store day.
Yeah, when she's gone, that place is dead. They don't have any of the old waitresses working there.
Is she still there?
Oh, no. She's a comic, man. She's a comic. She's doing well. She's doing really well.
But all the waitresses are all
I really
gone.
thought there was someone over there.
It's Robert
Plant gyrating on it.
Look at Robert Plant.
It's a giant fucking half-naked
Look at Robert Plant balls and cock right there. It's clearly defined.
That's an 18-foot ceiling, and they're projecting Robert Plant's fucking package.
Wow, it's so weird. He's got his balls and cock are clearly on the left side of his pants.
Yeah, no,
look, there's his dick.
It's almost sculpted. It's weird.
It's not even real. And the way he moves, like he would be terrible at fucking. He's not like Bobby Brown up there. Yeah, but notice that
What they call that whiskey.
He just looks like the way he moves, like real awkward. He's a bottom. I wouldn't want him fucking me, I'll tell you that. I'm like, come on, buddy, what's this?
Never seen you dance, Joe.
You never know, bro.
This sounds like it's going to become a dance off. Robert Plant on the wall.
But they just didn't have the same awareness back there, I don't think.
Don't worry, you know it's filmed.
It looked different. If you had an all-time favorite band, Led Zeppelin, is up there? No? Really?
Pink Floyd The Wall would be like on my top 5 albums.
Yeah, I agree.
But I also have counted those. And Tim Curry, who no one knows his fucking music at all. Tim Curry,
Tim Curry, the actor?
Yeah.
Really?
Club?
No.
He had one kind of vague hit with I Do the Rock. I Do the Rock myself.
Yeah.
And that was it. Like he did Rocky Horror and they put out 2 albums and then a best of.
He was the lead Rocky Horror, right? He was wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think he's like a really good singer.
Yeah,
like,
he's
what kind of music?
He's kind of
Robert,
what's it?
You couldn't really love
Yeah, there's no Zeppelin album I want to sit on the phone and listen to.
It's crazy.
But I don't like music. I don't like it fucking just ruins conversation.
It does sometimes, but it's great when you're in airplanes.
I read or I sleep.
I do too. I do those too, but I also like listening to music and writing. Really?
Yeah, no, I want to download. And if you're out there, if you're listening, I want a lot of fucking like big band swing, but no vocals. That's what I want to listen to when I'm writing. There's no vocals. I want to have that as background.
Swing, huh?
Yeah, background music.
I do the same thing. You know what I do? I do Spanish music.
Yeah, fucking
Joe, does
classical. Yeah, it sounds just,
it
has an air of cunty right around.
Right, it does.
Makes me right cunty.
Does Ralphie May play the guitar?
I don't know.
No, but he didn't fucking die. Like Ralphie May's my death. I had to put one comic. This is up for money. It's a real death pool, not like just something we joke about. This is for money.
How much money?
$50 each person for a year. How many people? It's only 11 people. But next year we're going to I've never had more fun as being in a death pool.
Really?
Yeah, like you're calling. It's like having stocks or something. You're like checking the paper. Like you get super offended. Well, I was fucking. I had so many people. I front loaded celebrity ads. So Tom Sizemore, if you're listening, geez, you know what? Fucking remember the crackle of that rock. The adrenaline, the self-confidence. Get back with Heidi Flips. I don't think guys are great together. Because I need you to die by December 31st because I'm in 7th place. My only death this year is Jeff Conaway. And I get some,
that guy died, huh?
Yeah, well, there's a bonus system. Like if he died, if there's an overdose, I get another 25 points for the overdose. And he was a Scientologist. He went to that after Celebrity Rehab. So Scientology is another part.
Scientology is late in life, right? Very late, right?
Yeah, because Dr. Drew didn't work.
So, Brian, can you pull up the video of that guy all fucked up? Because I heard that on Celebrity Rehab he was super fucked up. I heard it like a bunch of different times, but I never saw it. Did you ever see it? The guy that got
Jeff Conaway. Yeah, that's that. Because I don't follow pop culture, but I watch Celebrity Rehab because I hate Dr. Drew with such a violent passion. Because he's a fucking shyster, snake oil salesman piece of shit. And it's all on a fucking
Dr. Drew is a good guy. I like Dr. Drew.
That's why
he was a real nice guy.
Makes him more evil because he believes what he says.
He says some crazy shit though. He said some really ridiculous shit about marijuana and the addiction properties of it. And
that keeps him in business. Again, he's one of those like
this is part of that. But he's kind of adjusted his stance on that. You know, he's kind of like, hey, this is what always pisses me off about people when they have this.
He adjusts his stance based on fucking the polls.
Yeah. Well, it's a personal freedom issue, and anybody who doesn't understand that is ridiculous. And if it was really that bad, there'd be a bunch of fucking bodies attributed to it, and it's not. And my real problem with it is that they always have this.
See me tonight in Brea. You'll be just on a fucking slab.
Dude, you're gonna be great. Great. It's only 5 o'clock. You got mad time. 3 hours from now, you'll be.
That was me. It's just self-deprecating. Like
Brea Improv tonight. Yeah. One show. What time? 8 p.m.
If you're not listening to this, then you'll have no idea why the show is 8 p.m. Yeah, I guess. It's an improv.
Usually. Who's doing the show?
It's like family.
Yeah. Yeah, always 5, always 8. Yeah, you can't have a nutty 11:45 show.
I've taken 3 improvs now. It was 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4 where they hadn't updated the fucking video screen. Stop that fucking red band right now.
Yeah, dude, you keep changing that, and it's distracting.
You want me to show you the video, to search the video for Jeff Conaway, so I was going to play it.
That's Doug's face.
Yeah,
but I was going to play it for you.
Giant head.
Okay.
that I'm against.
Okay, I love your head. Let's play that Jeff Conway thing. Let's see. Glad you got it up there. Oh, that's oh, wow. What's that music, guy? Is that in this? That's your fucking shitty music? That's really in your iPod? Oh, play this back so I can hear this guy's voice. He's Jack, dude. Put it early.
They're subtitling it for a reason. He's not making it.
I know, but I want to hear the noises.
But that guy was fucked. They showed, this is back when they glorified the Bree story.
Drugs suck. I'm killing myself. This is how you do that.
She was so dirty down here. Switch my throat with this. Jesus, glasses. I can break down. I can slit my.
How amazing would it be if this guy didn't do any drugs at all, and this was like a role he was playing to try to let people know he could still fucking act?
Yeah, and Dr. Drew is about to tell him that fucking God will heal it.
Dr. Drew doesn't say that, does he?
Yeah, it's a fucking 12-stepper. That's what AA is. They put you into a 12-step program.
Yeah, but you know what?
All about God.
You know why I think they do that? I think it's a mechanism. I agree with you that it's silly if you want to look at it as far as like whether it's plausible.
Someone got away. Talks to me. Says, you laughing or you crying?
Okay, kill it. If that guy was really acting, that's really wasn't how he really is. He was like, he's acting. That'd be brilliant. What a great move. Somebody should do that.
He acted
go on
so
Celebrity
he
Rehab.
died like that.
He wasn't doing it. What a great idea. Show people how good he act. Go on Celebrity Rehab and just fake.
That's what they do.
Up.
No, that's what they do. They've had people on there for marijuana addiction. No, they're like, I think he said he's not doing it anymore, which I hate. I love trash.
Yeah, I think he takes shit. He's got that new CNN show.
Yeah, now he's trying to. Oh, I'm not just a doctor of sex and drugs now. Now I'm a doctor of life. This is some it's CNN destiny.
They become celebrity doctors. Really tricky. Like that CNN guy, like Sanjay.
I actually thanked him on my no refunds.
Really? Why?
I just thank weird people. Just it's a name that sticks in your head. That syrup. Yeah. Sanjay Gupta. Next to it, Sanjay. Stop with saying Sanjay Gupta. Fucking just make up another name. So I put Sanjay Gupta back into the universe instead of stuck in my head like a leper.
Takes over $100,000. Always talking about take our coming over here. This is the deal with our fucking.
Where's that white guy I used to hate?
Sanjay. They're coming over here and taking our corruption.
Nonsense. So,
wow. You all right, buddy?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I haven't been high in so fucking long.
Is that what it is?
You used to not smoke weed at all.
I don't smoke weed at all. That was
yeah, but I'm in like many years. I've seen you turn down weed like every single time. So this is the first time I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Why intimidated by it? No.
You made me smoke pot.
Oh,
we throw it around the table. I didn't want to be the uncool kid.
Well, you said you were. The only reason I passed it to you is you said before that. Yeah, I'm even willing to smoke pot.
No, I really want to. It's so fucking available.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That's the thing. I want to have a taste for it. I want to stop fucking drinking so much.
You tried the edibles. The reason why the edibles have a totally different effect, man. It's like really like a strong psychedelic.
Yeah.
You know, you eat cookies. You eat one of these fucking cookies that Joey takes.
The problem is that it's like every other drug or alcohol. It would be starting. I'd be 18 years old, which is what I feel like right now, where I'm just fucking stupid and forgetting that we have to fucking entertain
We're fine. It's entertainment. You're fine. You're fine. I know what you're saying.
But the point is, yeah, I don't want to have to start with weed. Like, okay, how much did I smoke before a show?
It always amazed me that you're so introspective. You're a very introspective dude. You don't have any ego problems, and yet you didn't smoke weed. I always thought that was really interesting.
It always made it because it was never a community thing. When you trip with people, you're all like, we're together.
Right.
We're all fucking in this. And every time I smoked weed, it seemed like everyone was laughing without me or it wasn't. It never felt.
Maybe you gave up on it like way too early. Maybe you're smoking it with the wrong people. Because if you're smoking it with us, it's just a nickel fest. You know, we just smoke weed, break down the universe, and laugh at shit.
Yeah, you're probably smoking too much too. But you're probably thinking it's like a beer where you have to have many hits. Honestly, I think like even before a show, one hit usually you're awesome.
Yeah, they wouldn't want to do it before a show.
It's been so long that since I actually was like a teenage fucking weed smoker, I realized that I've given it plenty of opportunities.
The problem is there's two kinds of weed. There's indica, which is what you always get. That's what you normally get in Florida. It's what you get if you don't know a guy. It's what you get if you're not educated. Indica is the stuff that makes you sleepy. It's really bad for short-term memory loss. Sativa is not so great for it either. Short-term memory is a weird thing with marijuana. It's almost like the thoughts are coming at you so quickly you forget what they are 10 seconds later.
I should be able to do when you can do a fun.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's two different kinds of weed. That the indica is probably what you're getting all the time. You probably weren't.
I'm just saying these are you're legendary for giving a dude that smokes pot a lollipop and he can't get off the fucking couch. All right.
What was that?
Tell me. I don't know. A lot of people get it fucking. I tried to tell them that it's fucking it's supposed to be pot. Like I couldn't.
Well, you know what it is, man. I like it hard. I like it like it's gonna hit me. It's knock me on my ass. I could say. I wanted to knock me on my ass, man. When you take an edible, you wanna really blast off into the ultimate, like the furthest extent. That
But you function the same way I function, shit-faced drunk.
Yeah. I don't always function perfectly
around like
I gotta be careful.
I spent 21 years in Europe season.
Do you still get hangovers?
I just feel like shit
all the time, every day.
Every second. No energy.
I've quit smoking, quit drinking coffee. Quit drinking coffee.
For the kids?
No, just for a group.
Daddy, we don't like you.
Fucking drinking coffee. Why are you awake? Why are you awake? I just
you sleep with the TV on. It's hell. I need a shuttle bus to the other wing.
I took off for a few days. I had a cup of coffee. I don't like it. I was like, whoa, is this what coffee normally like? Because usually I drink it and feel it. It's like I'm so used to just drinking coffee. I'll have 2 cups of coffee in a day, and maybe even more when we're doing a podcast. I'll pound down 3 while we're sitting there. And you don't realize that your body just developed, whoa, we need to process this shit nice and quick. We need to develop a fucking tolerance for it. And then when you don't have it for a while, your body sort of normalizes. And then you have a coffee, and it's like, wow, like it really jolts the shit out of you.
My nerve, I attribute it to alcohol on my nervous system when I drink coffee. A lot of times I just fucking physically shake just from I drink decaf. Wow. But I don't know if it's my nervous system is like that weak where just coffee affects it. You get older and you think everything is attributed to something.
Yeah. And
I'm so happy when my friends that don't drink all the time don't remember anything like I do.
Yeah. Well, you use your mind a lot more than a lot of people like that, just because of the fact you're always writing, you're filming, you're putting your act together and organizing and putting your shit together and putting out PPCs. But, all of us, no matter who you are, eventually this thing's going to shut off.
Well, yeah, there's a water level, a high water mark to how much fun you had.
Yeah.
And it has to be more fun for that to register.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I get drunk with you in Indianapolis. That's happened how many fucking decades in a row? Okay, I don't remember you. Did we fucking kill the guy? Is that like, I don't think you have to supersede other levels. Oh, we went to a titty bar. Oh, did I see tits there? Of course I remember you from 2002.
There's been too many decades, too many. Yeah, it's interesting that you look back at it.
I've likened it to like if you went to your entire public school comedy, 21 years of comedy. It's like if you went to your entire public schooling and then college and then a couple of years of grad work, but you were shit-faced every day for your entire fucking schooling and in a different school every week. And you come up and say, "Do you remember me from 8th grade?" There's a fucking million 8th grades in this grade.
Well, not only that, this is, think about the numbers of people you meet every night. Your brain's not designed for that. Your brain's designed to meet like 50 people. You know, you're designed to have like 100 people around you.
Because Richard Jenny, when I was, remember that head of the class chick I dated forever, the fucking redhead? I was dating her, and so she had done a platypus man's like pilot for. And so she'd be at the improv and they'd like hug and kiss, and you know how Richard Jenny was a bit of a legend. And she introduced me as her boyfriend. She goes, "This is my boyfriend Doug," and I'm like this fucking friend with a mullet in the corner. Go, yeah. Anyway, it's great to see you. Want to go out to the sushi and like that a lot to me. And then he was hosting one night in the fucking Montreal, like one of the dirty shows where they tried. Yeah, it's the danger zone. And he was the MC, Richard Jenny, you know, the dangerous on the danger midnight. And get another 25 kids out of it. He says, "I've never seen this next comic before." And I went, "I go, you fucking," and my girlfriend. All the time, like
so you got this on stage?
Yeah, he introduces me. I've never met this comic before, but I've heard good things. I just opened it. You never met me. You fucking try to hammer my girlfriend in front of me like I'm nothing all the time. Wow. Did he? Killed himself because I said it.
Do you think that's what really ultimately triggered it?
I'm pretty sure that was.
It's just a slow burn.
My young fucking spirit in Montreal.
That one rant just destroyed his self-esteem. Did you like him as a comic?
He had one of the fucking best bits, and I tried to find it on YouTube. Something about playing the Fitzgerald Clear parties.
Oh, yeah.
I tried to find that on the fucking YouTube.
Yeah. He's a good comic. I didn't know him as a human being. I guess you did.
No, I didn't.
Great comic.
I was just poking fun when I said that on stage.
No, of course. I know.
But the point of the story is now I'm Richard Jenny. Like, if people like, you don't fucking remember me. I opened for you like 5 times. Like, I'm sorry. I know you when you were doing shots of igers
during that time.
Yeah. Maybe that memory comes back.
Do you know a thing called Dunbar's number? It's a theory that there's only a certain amount of numbers, a certain amount of human beings inside your head. You can only have like a friendship with like 150 people. And when it's more than 150 people, you simply don't have storage for them. So all the people that you meet, I mean, you're meeting hundreds of people every fucking weekend. Your brain is just overly burdened. You try to keep in touch with these people and stay friends with them.
And it's a building process because when you first start getting any kind of fame, you're like, oh, you traveled in Youngstown, well, I'll take you to fucking after hours, and then they think they're your friends, but then you get more fans, so there's a value to them because they're fans, and you've never had that, which is a shitty thing to say, but it's the truth. Then you get more fans, and you're like, all right, I'm not taking you to fucking breakfast every time I see you, because now I have an actual fan base, and then you have too many fans, and then you don't even understand why they like you, because you hate yourself.
Douglas.
You don't know. No, I can't be friends with your friends.
It's a tricky thing. Well, your fans, especially, you got a bunch of fucking psychos following.
Well, I have another fucking suicide. I have a suicide letter I gotta post.
Really?
Saying yes. I'm gonna 4th of July, right? I had my lawyer. Fact check.
It's a real suicide?
Yeah,
somebody killed themselves and sent a letter to you?
Yeah, they sent us letter. I wanted to see you before. You know, it's nice. It was my friend is. You get a picture. 4th of July party at the house. So I get this fan mail. I always put my address on the fucking website. Hey, steal something. Hey, today it's Friday, right? Whatever it is, Tuesday. Steal something from work right now, podcast listeners. Steal something from work. It doesn't have to have any value. Some piece of shit. Take your fucking coworkers, picture their piece on their desk, and mail it on the company dime right now to Bingo at 212 Van Dyke Street. Like Dick Van Dyke. 212 Van Dyke, Bisbee, Arizona, 85603. So I put this, I'll do this every now and then on radio or on my Facebook, just because Bingo's retarded and she never understands why all these packages are showing up fucking post-it notes. Some guy sent his coworker's phone. I don't know if it's FedEx or UPS. The guy wrote, he said, "This is my last day on the job, so I'm going to send you." He sent a scanner that's so like obsolete, like they can't replace them. Like so it has value. And it was just quitting his job anyway, so he sent something UPS or FedEx on their dime as a fucking.
Oh, that's hilarious. Jesus Christ, that's fucking funny. So what do you do with all this stuff? How much? What do you have stored?
Oh, we have that. It's usually nothing of value. I don't like a fucking UPS scanner. I drop everything in the first step. Most people like T-shirts that you get from.
Oh, so you just take them.
You mean
I
cover
started
ads?
my T-shirt company.
There's a lot of T-shirt companies. Have you noticed how many T-shirt companies there are? Everybody has
A lot of T-shirt companies,
Yeah.
especially in the MMA world. That's what I really noticed it.
Yeah, sell it to fucking the MMA world because guys with fucking beer guts don't wear T-shirts. I wear layers.
You wear layers.
Yeah.
Do you fuck with your clothes off? I don't fuck. Done.
Just lost all.
Yeah. When was the last time you tapped?
Like, occasionally you do narcotics. Oh, hey, sex drugs. So yeah, probably
Once a year?
Yeah, but it wasn't like we just start laughing. They were like, "This is so ridiculous."
Wow.
It's just it's such a non-event.
What is that like?
It's like you just weren't hungry anymore. You want to eat? No, good.
Yeah. But it's funny how many people, their lives are defined by that lust and that passion, how important it is for them.
Well, you do see where like my comedy is slouched since then. Like you realize that you boil it all down to what was the root cause of all this desire? Pussy. And then you fucking blow a load on her tits and you go, isn't there a better way to say I like you? Like,
It's not if she likes it.
Yeah,
If she likes it and you like it.
But it's a nature's fuck job where now you can think past nature. And you go, all right, now I see what nature does, but nature's fuck.
Do you just
Every entire where you can look at the actual fucking planet Earth and go, you fucked up. I know it's a pompous attitude, but it's to say that nature is fucking, we're right.
Well, we are natural.
We have logic.
Yeah, we're natural too. That's one thing that people don't consider. I think that everything we do is ultimately very natural.
Natural. Fucking the chemicals is promoting
Exactly.
fucking alien
Right.
substances.
Everything is natural. You can tell. That's true. Yeah. I think behavior is as well. I think people are so fucked up because our organism is designed to promote a purpose. And that purpose seems to be technologically related. It seems to be about...
And Red Band's purpose is to get me a cocktail, little lady.
I'll take one too, fella.
Right.
One of those
I'll take one of your diet fucking off-brands 7-Ups.
You want the food club special?
Yeah. He says, well, I keep dying for the porn stars.
Oh, they all like diet.
That's what he said. But he said like some fucking off-brand Sam's Cola.
He told me he keps energy drinks for the porn stars. So they all want energy drinks.
Yeah. Did I get an energy drink? Actually, no, you have Vitaly vodka. I drink Red Bull and vodka. I try to get rid of that fucking
Jägermeister part. Just saying Jägermeister on stage, you feel like fucking a 44-year-old man saying Jägermeister. Yeah, it's just, is that a bad thing to say? It just, at some point, at some point where you go, I'm too old to do this. You've had those moments. Sure. Yeah. When you doing shots. But somehow another whiskey, you can be 60 and still get a shot of whiskey. You're doing Jaeger bombs in your 60s. Exactly. You're a man of no class. But I've grown a taste for all this shit. Whereas all the beer that I like is just shit, horrible corporate beer, and I watch football too. So what? Embrace it. But no, the fact that you see all the ads are geared towards the dumbest people alive, and you go, I like your product. Why do you make me feel like an asshole for fucking having a giant ad campaign saying that the fucking label tells me when it's cold because I don't have fucking temperature. But that's what I like. Shit. I enjoy shit. I'm in terms of it. This thing when it's marketing towards me. I know what he's talking about when it treats you like you're dumb, but there's a lot of shit that's cool. I like muscle cars. I know they're stupid. I know they're dumb. I don't care. I have a Shelby Mustang. I like the way it sounds. I like when I hit the gas, it goes, blah, blah, blah. I'm very aware that we're on a planet, the planet's part of a galaxy, and this galaxy is part of the universe. I'm enjoying this fucking Mustang. You know what? I didn't ask to be here. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Fuck you and your fucking I didn't sue my mother. Yeah. She's the one who had the fucking gall to create life without its consent. Yeah, that's my attitude towards anybody that tells you that you're supposed to be really involved in our political system. We're born into a fucking system that we have no control over. It's absolutely, completely fucked. It's really, you want me to really get involved and invested in this? Is that really fixable? Yeah, no, you make your own fucking government. It's what the Amish do. It's what gangs do. Yeah. You make your own fucking reality. But then the federal government is always the big daddy looking over the whole But it's something that you learn to avoid the same way you avoid fucking scorpions. Right. Like I live in Arizona. I shake out my shit before I put it on. Do you really? How often do you get scorpions? Well, not often enough, but if it's been sitting there for a while, you shake it out because you know your environment. Yeah, exactly. It is. Yeah. The same way you avoid every other fucking obstacle, you just avoid the government. You vote for Ron Paul and it makes you feel good. There's nothing to do on a Tuesday anyway. And it makes you, you can't start a compound, right? They don't let you do that. You just don't call it a compound. That's the thing is people have to brag and call it church. They have to be fucking like, ooh, I'm going to get on fucking radio and tell everyone's coming to my compound. Waco. You know what? Just fucking shut up. Go down to fucking properties cheap in Texas. Get a whole compound. Say,
you think you'll ever buy Texas?
Fucking proselytize. Yeah, you can get plenty of pussy just running it that way. Yeah, that's crazy. Everyone that's in a fucking element has to be so like take it too far. What gets them to the party ultimately drowns them. They drown in their own desire to. If Occupy Wall Street would dress up like Wall Street, so they were indecipherable. It's a fucking thrift store. Yeah, you gotta cut your hair. As long as there's a dreadlocks. Exactly. So commit yourself to the cause. You know what? That's why I love Anonymous. Like if they fucking sold merch and I'd buy a shirt. Like I was thinking, Brian, we should do a Guy Fawkes mask today. Wear the mask. Fucking Anonymous. Like people like that are in they're doing something. They're fucking with the system. WikiLeaks is fucking with the system. And you're gonna camp. You're gonna walk for a cure. Well, what they are though, dude, is they're representing giant numbers. You do need soldiers. You need But you need leaders that fucking But the problem is they go after leaders. And the beautiful thing about this whole Occupy Wall Street thing, there's no leaders. That's the beautiful thing about it. But there's no guidance. There's no guidance. Leaders. But there's a pretty cohesive message. The point is, it can be done smoothly, yes man style. Right. So many. You see that fucking. It's like a Dane Cook audience without a comic. Where you see that fucking need for. You could turn this force into something, right? And there's such fucking dimwits. Like any movement, most of the populace is going to be and they need to. Well, I mean, if you want to go back and read the conspiracy theories from the 60s and 70s, the idea was that they were engineering our civilization. They were engineering the poor neighborhoods to have shit education and keeping the priorities of education at a minimum so that they can continue you can run people because most people are too fucking stupid to realize what's going on. As long as they can keep the charade going. That's why it's all falling apart. It's because the internet now has allowed pretty much everybody to see what's really happening in the world, see where the real numbers are going.
Except for what Alex Jones sees. He sees something you can't even see on the internet unless it's $9.95.
Unless you buy gold, ladies and gentlemen, right now they have baskets out in the desert where they're looking to put your gold.
Hey, Joe.
Senator McCain, you are a disgrace, sir.
Remember when we were talking about Occupy LA, and I said something silly like about how I think they should move to the trees and like make an Ewok village. I guess that's exactly what happened.
I told you before the podcast. We're saying that that guy's a guy from Fear Factor.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. Oh, he's on Fear Factor. His name is Shane.
That's great.
Yeah, he was on Fear Factor with his chick.
Yeah, so that's that they're creating Ewok village.
Yeah, it's a very strange thing, man. It's a weird movement. There's all these people camped out, man. And a lot of them, this is really.
But why do you need a fucking movement? That's what.
Why do you need a gang? You
why do you need a fucking?
You don't. But to me, this is an exciting time. This is really interesting. I don't know what's happening, but to me, I see these numbers of people moving. These numbers of people protesting are unprecedented. We've never had a public display of how fucking pissed people are like this. A public display of how many people are saying this is insane.
No, it's fantastic.
It's amazing.
I know it needs to be corralled,
but it's going to eventually. First of all, the real unfortunate aspect of it all is that they're trying as hard
Little
as they can.
Caesars Pizza. Yeah, we tell them. Occupy Wall Street brought to you by
Yeah. The most unfortunate aspect of it is that if it keeps growing, they're going to keep pushing it back, and eventually something will break. They're going to push people. I mean, we've already had people get hurt, hit with tear gas canisters in their fucking face, flash grenades. We've already had a lot of that shit happen, but if it keeps growing, it's going to keep pushing, and they're going to have to push back. I mean, it's almost inevitable. So what happens then? That becomes no problem. Where does it go?
No one's explained to me what the fucking fight is.
Well, the fight is that the system's fucked. The fight is that people didn't want all these bailouts. They don't think they're all.
That's such a broad thing.
It's a huge broad thing. It's absolutely broad.
That's what we've known for years.
You're right. This is a general ignorant reaction, or not ignorant.
Any mob action is ignorant reaction.
It is. I don't want to say ignorant, but what it is it's an unfocused anger with a good percentage of the people who have a clear idea of what's the problem. But there's a lot of them that absolutely keep running around like
from a completely military point of view. Yes, you need a bunch of stupid people who don't really know what's going on. Unfortunately, they get interviewed by the press. You need fucking numbers, and most of the populace is dumb as shit.
Yeah,
you have to get numbers.
Not only that, there's also a real tactic of agent provocateurs. Where there's cops that dress up and go in and start shit and then arrest everyone.
Why don't they do the fucking same thing back?
Dress like a cop.
Without the insignia, put on fucking riot gear. Why are you sitting out there going, I'm a weak. Dress up like a fucking Raider fan. Giant fucking Mad Max helmet, Darth Vader. Yeah, be as intimidating as the more intimidating the cops.
Yeah, put on the attire of a guy.
I just want to be a punch-up writer for fucking Occupy Wall Street. I'm not against them. I don't know what they're for. Yeah, the system's fucked, and I'm glad that you're out there doing something. I just want to fucking write some ideas for you, rather than make it so fucking obvious. I'm a hippie.
Well, don't you think that's just inevitable? Whenever you have any sort of a gathering,
that's why I want to
join.
What
are you gonna do? You're gonna kick the people that suck out?
No, I'd have a comedy and go out and go, here's a better sign. We are the 99%. All right, everyone else has that sign. I want to fucking help to make this funny. Funnier revolution.
But how is that going to help you get rid of all the retards? How's that?
There's no way to get rid of the retards.
There's no way to educate.
No, you can fucking educate your kids. You have fucking 2 kids now, and you can pretend like you're going to have an influence on their life.
You can have an influence on their life.
You can,
but you're not going to. Yeah, they're not going to run the whole thing. It's an independent human being.
Fucking Patton Oswalt had a great bit about how kids always rebel against their parents. So I'm going to be the worst parent in the world, and I'm going to have Phil Collins no jacket required framed on the mantelpiece, so my kids turn out cool.
That's funny. Yeah, it was a weird idea. You know, trying to figure out what way to push and for your kids to see them reacting to you. That's the strangest thing. You see them, you know, like getting upset, telling them they can't do something, so they bound the other way. You know, you can see that pattern developing really early. Where a lot of us, you know, I mean, I don't know how you were raised, but I met your mom.
You're the only friend I have that I don't dismiss once I have kids. Because you have kids like a fucking terrarium project. Fucking growth, monitor it. You're not a parent.
Oh, I'm a parent. I mean, I enjoy
no, you are.
I enjoy
the
it.
same way you've never been like we never met your girlfriend. Well, I guess most of us are the guy that brings the girl. No, girlfriend, my whole personal life is it's almost like your friends are TMZ. But no, I'm going to keep everything private.
I don't think you know as well as most people.
Well, that was why I never met you.
Yeah.
Exactly. Jessica.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, all right.
So she doesn't go by her yeah. Sorry. Yeah, but no, I tell people everything. I don't tell the internet everything. I just like you and I have
never like
we've got a comedy friendship.
But yeah, no, and you're just comedy love. When you said, "Hey, I'll come to the UFC," and
I don't like that, man. There's a lot of dudes that they integrate these girls they're dating into their fucking comedy life and they bring them everywhere, and
they change their personality.
Yeah,
which I've seen since then.
It gets weird. It gets weird. You know, I've seen it. I mean, something wrong. I mean, you can take your chick anywhere. There's nothing wrong with that. But I don't think you should always do things together. I think there's nothing wrong with having completely separate lives.
Bingo. It's like my best fucking friend in the world.
It works. It works for you guys. Yeah. It's like whatever works. You know, for what me has always worked is you got to separate church and state.
Yeah, no, that's always been. So yeah, it's always been kind of a border.
No, it's never a border.
No, it's just some. No, it's nothing you introduced into.
And you're just so alien from like.
I'm high as shit. If that's what you mean. Yeah, like thinking on. Yeah, I'm getting back.
I'm back. You're making a comeback? You feeling it? You want an energy drink to push you over the top?
No, I'm good. I have a cocktail. I just
centering.
Yeah, my fucking head has been in so many places. You just like, what's a microphone? It's just all that dumb fucking high shit is coming. I understand what a microphone is, and I'm not really baffled anymore by the fact that we can talk to a million people. It seems like we're all in the same.
I think it's amazing how well you've actually held it together. I could never, ever podcast streaming.
You did an amazing job. This Occupy Wall Street thing, this is why I put this article up, because I knew I'm talking about this. This is the National Defense Authorization Act, that's what I was talking about earlier, where they're literally going to define the U.S. homeland as a battlefield and make U.S. citizens subject to military application and detainment for life without access to a trial or attorney. This is amazing. I mean, there's something that they've crafted.
This is another high thing, like you're acting like law matters.
No, I'm not, but I'm acting like this is. I mean,
they do that reaction. Shit. Cops beat you every fucking day. But it's against the Constitution. No one cares. That's such a.
But they do care. I mean, people are really freaking out about.
Yeah, if you're one guy that occasionally brings something to a Supreme Court every 4 years, and they go, "You were right, you were fucked," and then you get nothing out of the battle. But in your general day, sorry.
But this is what this is trying to turn the U.S. into a place where they can have the military control things. So the military can control things like Occupy Wall Street. They're preparing for civil unrest. They're preparing to do it. They're preparing to do this to make the United States a battle. So that when we are in a situation like Occupy Wall Street, you're literally like an enemy to the battle.
Yeah, but they've been doing that for 10 years.
They're putting it in. That's what's really crazy. And they're so blatant about it that they're literally putting this on. they're trying to pass this through.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, finally. But it's still, it's amazing that this is something that they're so fucking stupid. These people live in a different age. They live in an age of the media reporting. Right. You know, and when these things get out on the internet and CNN's not covering it, Washington Times isn't covering it, but you can get it on your fucking computer. What is this shit? Is this real? And then you make some phone calls and find out it is, and everybody freaks the fuck out. And you know,
But does
these
it make
assholes,
your life miserable like that?
it scares me. It scares me. It scares me. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. They shouldn't be allowed to bring. Look, there's a reason why people are freaking out, and these people need to be addressed. You need to figure out how to deal with that. The way to deal with it is a fucking tank. This isn't Tiananmen Square. This is supposed to be the United States. And at the end of the day,
it won't change without like drastic.
Why is that? But isn't the internet drastic? The internet is the most drastic fucking thing to ever be introduced to society ever.
I see people that are like rolling their own cigarettes. They don't give a fuck about some law passing. They're trying to fucking feed fat kids.
Is that it?
So when everyone's down, like when that's how revolution is, no fucking revolution of the middle class. That's when the middle class rose up.
I think you're right in a certain sense. It has the cynical viewpoint is pragmatic. I mean, it's normal. It's based on history. You're absolutely right. But it's not based on the best that people are capable of. The best that people are capable of, they're capable of much more than that. It's just that we can't pull it off on a mass scale. We're just not good at it. But we're capable of it. We're more than capable of pretty fucking awesome behavior on an individual basis. And the key is trying to figure out how that can be relayed to the entire population as an ethic. And the only way that's going to ever work is if people feel like the system that they operate under is fair. And right now, they clearly don't. Right now, the people feel like they look at all the money that's going to the CEOs.
Nobody looks at that.
They do. They look at the numbers. They can't help it.
That's your fan base. Don't ever confuse your fan base with what lives in the fucking world, in the dark houses of the fucking.
You're right.
66.
You're right. For the most part,
they don't ever think about.
There's plenty of people that do though. The people that are informed should be the ones who pay attention to. Right?
Water cooler talk where they fucking mimic bumper stickers. Yes, that. But they have no idea what a fucking CEO is or how it affects their. They just want to fucking get Velveeta cheese for their fucking kid, and if it's $1 off, they're happy, and they're not even poor.
You're right. That's the real question, though, is why are they like that? The question is, are they like that because of nature or nurture? Are they like that because they grew up in this fucked up society where in the 50s and 60s or whatever the fucking time they were developing, there was no information. Everybody was full of shit. Everybody was,
you act like information is something that people want.
You're in there, whether you want it or not. There's enough people that want it.
Yeah, no, but we live in a very insular thing. We have fucking 3 million listeners, but they just want to hear fist bump jokes. That's one thing. Like Facebook has made me realize how many times people laugh for the wrong reasons because they comment about it.
You lose all respect for a dude who see a legit LOL.
Yeah, but
it's so easy to lose respect for somebody. I try not to. I try to be open-minded.
That's what I was talking about earlier. I do LOLs. I do happy faces. I just don't care. Like I think it's funny as a joke.
Yeah. Well, when you do LOLs to me, I actually do think it's funny because I know it's not a real LOL. Right. It's like you're making fun of the fact that you're saying LOL.
It's a joke that's 3 times gone. Right. Yeah. Where the sitcom day that you were around for. Hey, let me be the wacky neighbor. That's what your friends would say. And then they said it too much. You're like, all right, that's such a cliche. Let me be a wacky neighbor. But now it's a cliche of what it was a cliche, so it's funny.
Right.
Let me be your wacky neighbor on your podcast.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Your friend needs.
LOL. Yeah.
Stop. Why do I have to see my goddamn ugly head everywhere?
That's what it looks like, bro. That's what me. Focus on the magic.
You look very good. You look very healthy.
You keep going into the Nero, though.
Doug, you actually look really healthy this time. You look really good.
It's out in the sun. My house was on the fucking
women's group. The women's group is home for it.
Yeah, actually. I'm sorry, I can't call you back right now, but I called someone with an excuse where I go, I'm assuming it has something to do with the Disney women's club.
Oh, that's hilarious. So they would do like a tour of the homes in the area.
They won't do it. See, every year they do a Disney home tour because there's a lot of weird housing. So after 29 years, in town of 6,000, we're out of ideas.
Doug,
Yeah, what do? You paint your rocks weird? I'll try it again.
Doug, have you done any pranks lately?
Five, four. Pranks, you know, it was the awesomest thing. It was awesome. You just fucking wore off on me, dude. I got infected by Brian. Is when you would do those pedophile paintings. Did you put those out in the book?
Yeah, I put them out in the book, but the title of the book is Fun with Pedophiles, which I never even considered because, you know, I'm the fucking last guy to know even think about technology. Sorry, just this is another reason I don't smoke. Yeah, I never
have a cigarette in your hand.
I never thought that people would want to punch pedophiles into a search engine. You don't know a search engine from.
Yeah, you don't want that.
And that's the next book.
Can you re-release it?
I could.
Just call it Baiting.
Yeah, the best of baiting is the subtitle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but Fun with Pedophiles, that is a problem.
Yeah, I never.
You gotta be real careful about that these days. That probably brings up there's like some crazy search engine database with the FBI, right? Yeah. Fun with Pedophiles.
I love the cover, by the way. I love the cover. It's so nice.
Flowers and shit.
Ballsy. Occupy Fun with Pedophiles.
8 positive reviews, too. Look at that.
Yeah, so folks, go get that book because it is fucking hilarious. Because I remember when a lot of
I laugh. That's the only stuff I've ever done that I go back and I laugh my balls off now. I hate my comedy. I hate it. I can't listen to an old album, a new album. Fun with Pedophiles. I read it. I fucking laugh like someone else wrote it.
Well, that was those baiting days. That site still up?
What
Baiting.org.
Yeah, it's archived. It's not active, but you can read all their shit.
So good stuff. So much good stuff.
Wicked funny. There's a guy that called don'tevenreply.com that fucks with Craigslist people, but he only updates it like every fucking 3 months. You come back from Europe and you're like, oh, don't even reply. This is so good. It's wicked funny. So you guys are bored. Don'tevenreply.com and say some more shit. It's not affiliate.
Do you remember when the Jerky Boys weren't famous? Remember when it was like tape
on
going around?
tapes. Like they're making a documentary out of Shut up, little man.
Yeah. Red Bar. Is that what it is? The
Red Bar that's what Mo Sizlak is based on in The Simpsons. Is the Tube Bar.
Right.
And they based Mo Sizlak on the Tube Bar tapes. Alcoholic, those are famous Tube Bar. Alcoholic! And then he'd finally catch on and go, you motherfucker, cocksucker, I fucking up, chill up, find your mother out, fucking. Yeah, the Tube Bar tapes.
Yeah, that guy was hilarious.
Winnebago Man is a documentary based on those days, which is good.
The Winnebago Man is based on this guy who was a Winnebago salesman. He would do these videos where he was doing a commercial, and then he'd fuck up the take, and they played all the outtakes. When he fuck up, he started swearing, motherfucker, you motherless cunt. You just get crazy. It was awesome.
It's such a feel-good story at the end. Like, you don't expect it to go well. It was actually a documentary where at the end you're like, it was because like the guy was like he was this fucking horrible.
I don't know what the fuck I'm reading. I wonder what the fuck the real dialogue is. What the fuck is this thing? Oh, the windshield, for fuck's sake. Oh, fucking God. What the fuck did I say? That didn't sound for shit, did it? Trying to give these guys everything they can get. I mean, that
sounds like a perfectionist.
What the fuck I'm saying?
It's just getting mad at himself.
We suppose we open. Gotta do it again, right now.
I feel like those guys that were like, oh, we knew this when they were garage band.
Looks like he's just trying to do a good time and he keeps fucking up.
Shit. Johnny, do me a favor, will you please? Will you do me a kindness? Yeah. I don't it makes any difference to me at this juncture. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Tony. Don't slam the fucking door. No more.
Remember that?
So this guy got
video?
famous because of this video that went around back in the day when people just passed off tapes to a big giant VHS tape. You gotta check this out.
I remember those. Right,
Girl pooping on a dude.
Yeah, I had a friend from Austin who used to give me these fucking mix tapes. I just got rid of them recently because I heard seeing them as images from the time. Those videos of all the weirdest shit that you ever found. You would splice it together as an art form.
Yeah, I used to do that all the time. If you Google search red band Java lamps, I have a few of them like that, where I just put like, it was right when the internet videos were becoming big, like the crazy shit, like a woman kind of inside of an alligator, type shit. Yeah. And it was like just spliced, and I put it with like trippy music.
Wow, it's wild that that used to be. The internet was just like a human internet. You have to hand someone the videos. And that's how it goes. I mean, it could transfer that idea as a virus or as an organism could transfer all over the place from person to person, and even be like duplicated, even though it gets really fucking grainy when it gets like third and fourth generation. But that's what you had to do. That's how you got things out. You saw Barnyard Betty, right? Did you ever see Barnyard Betty when you were a kid? No?
Well, I might have seen it, but I don't know. It wasn't titled. Captain Rowdy was the guy that turned me on. Like when I was a young comic, there was a guy named Captain Rowdy. Yeah, he was like,
did you wear like leather jackets and shit?
Leather chaps and mohawk.
There's a lot of dudes like that had like a fucking cool thing.
But they had a huge following in the Southwest, not including California. Lubbock, Texas. Lubbock, Texas. He'd take me on the road. He's still a fight. He would be in like death pool if he had a Wikipedia page. He's gonna die like all of them. He's fucked. It's a long story. I want to do a documentary about all the 80s comics about they had. We're making $5,000 a week. You didn't even have to have jokes. But they banked their life on some of the relics of that. Did you ever see the documentary Beyond the Mat? It's about wrestling. And it has like Jake the Snake Roberts, and he's all fucking playing some armory in Kearney, Nebraska, and smoking crack. And then old guys that are still trying to do it, their knees are falling apart, like fucking, but they're still in it. And then guys trying out for it. Like, so it's a whole balance of this whole wrestling scene. I would love to do a documentary like that about comedy. Guys that God they fucking.
There's a bunch of guys that
Vic Dunlop was like a guy that I would like when I thought of this idea. Captain Rowdy is such a fucking magnificent story.
But you think those guys? I mean, some of them are still working on it.
But there's guys that made it too. Like the guys to get a perspective of the guy that is fucking dying, lost his legs to diabetes, and just did coke down to the blurry, playing fucking production against Mr. Saturday Night. Those guys.
Right.
It would just be a beautiful fucking documentary. There's guys that are still doing triple gigs in their 60s.
Yeah.
But they're happy with it. There's
some are happy, yeah.
Yeah.
When I was living in Boston, there was a lot of guys.
People won't accept when people are happy with the things that they built some kind of fake value system. Well, if you're not there, so you can't be happy. No, I'm actually fucking really happy living in a small town. I didn't move there to fucking make it big, stupid.
No, do you remember when we first met? I
forgot Brian's here. I'm like, who's talking?
I came to Ohio University, and it was like I recorded you, and it was
that's still on YouTube.
Yeah, it was a.
I walked like 600 people. They billed me as I still and it was that tour, if not that night. It's the last time I can remember doing a show sober. And I remember like Ed Helms was on the fucking bill.
Kristen Flanagan.
Finnegan, yeah. Somehow they fucking.
That was the last time you did a show sober?
Last I can remember.
It was parents.
I'm doing shows sober. I don't find myself being fucking sober.
It was parents and teacher weekend though. They billed it as like a family friendly show. And
Yeah, it was Parents Weekend.
Parents Weekend.
Family friendly is listed in the program. There's not a lot of fucking on-campus options for entertainment. It's not a town. It's a fucking campus with your parents. And under fucking Fun for All the Family is the Comedy Central Presents tour with that, like everyone else that they found fine. And I like, your kid's gonna get fucked.
I'm like people in the video, like people are like yelling, like "You get off stage!" I mean, this is
if you like this, you're like some angry dad right beside where he's filming. Are you finding this? I know it's on. How did you?
You're watching it right now. You're right here.
This is the whole set.
No, it's just pieces of your set, and then it goes to the part where the guys start yelling. People are like, "Hey."
This audio is way too bad.
And the guy starts screaming out.
Yeah, it's just
He's talking about butt.
Fred Norris. Yeah, would never have these kind of delays. Say,
yeah, he would. Yep. That's the charm. Part of the charm is the fact is fucking glitches in the matrix.
Here it comes right here.
I barely can understand what you're saying, unfortunately.
I know. I wish he could. If he could cue it up, there we go. He's full of shit. Anyone crazy enough to listen to that motherfucker is full of shit. That's what he's.
But the whole time there's just people standing up and just like filing out because this was like the first. I think this was like the first weekend with like all the new students. You know where they
it was a third of the crowd in a theater.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Wow, that's an uncomfortable feeling.
Oh yeah,
people always get angry. This
uncomfortable feelings. Like,
do you?
Yeah, that's like we did those fucking music festivals.
What music festivals?
Beats and Reading. What did you do this? Music?
What happened?
Let's just there's no way I'm gonna find music people that bought tickets for 3 days. Right. They didn't buy tickets to you or come. Right. Because right. And I'm not a guy that's I'm not fucking head burger. It's not a joke. I'm a guy that I'm like this. I'm a fucking 2-hour podcast and me stuttering and looking for a cigarette. Yeah. And then yelling about something like strikes me. It's not gonna work at a music festival. They were fucking just audibly booing me just because I'm bored.
Well, you've still got your own crowd.
I know, but
they know what you're doing and they want to see it. And a person who doesn't know you, it's like you don't really want to try to get them in there. Like you're not designed to work. You know, like when you're coming up, your act is sort of designed to work on as many people.
Living like a pimp. You got it, baby. You going down to the border? You going down to the border? Very, very cool. Right. They could be your video person, your camera person. Right. 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 I'm in agreement with you.
blaze and good stuff up there from on two. You just way too hard at something going. You gotta learn to cut off the noise. Just bring your eight off the other ground town. That's why I'm gonna wait there. You can't create the information that you stop on the filter. The filter is going to run them. Get ready for the big game with the video.